Chapter 1901 Become My Student. Be careful. Those are the Empyrean flames. Kong Shiyao shouted in horror. The Empyrean heavenly flame was known to be able to burn down everything in the world. Given how it was able to burn down even the seal created by Kong Shi, the young man was courting death by attempting to touch it directly with his fingers. But before Kong Shiyao could finish her piece, Zhang Xian's fingers had already fallen on the flames. The black flames twisted under the touch of his fingers, reminiscent of an embarrassed bride. It was almost as if the flames were meeting an old flame and trying to flirt with him. Kong Shiyao's cheeks twitched in incredulity at what she was seeing. Why did it feel like anything that Zhang Xian touched would somehow become warped and tainted? Despite being a celestial master teacher, a person of equal standing to her great ancestor, he had a brick that relentlessly struck one's face and a spear that seemed to fancy tying everything in its path up. Furthermore, while he was fighting with the deity, he had no qualms striking the sensitive regions, be it the eyeballs, the neck, or even the crotch. Anywhere an attack could slip through, one could expect no mercy from him. It was as if he knew nothing of common courtesy, and the current situation only further confirmed her thoughts. Even the heavenly flames that everyone feared behaved in such a lewd manner under his touch. What a frightening man this Zhang Xian was. Ignoring the shocked crowd, Zhang Xian looked at the flames burning at his fingertips and asked, "Little Huahua, did Dao Dao send you here?" Seemingly comprehending Zhang Xian's words, the black flames shook a little. This etched a frown onto Zhang Xian's forehead. Based on the response from the Empyrean heavenly flames, it was clear that they had been dispatched by the heavens to destroy the Kungsu domain. If one viewed the master-teacher continent as a human's body, the heavens would be its immune system. Its role was to destroy all foreign objects and anomalies in order to ensure that everything followed its intended course. The presence of humans with exceptionally powerful constitutions in the Kungsu domain could be viewed as a cancerous tumor, and to the heavens, it was something that had to be destroyed at all costs. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before slipping out of the hole to return to the master-teacher continent. Up in the sky, ominous clouds were gathering a devastating combo of lightning and flames at a terrifying rate, as if swearing to never rest until the Kungsu domain was utterly destroyed. Under Zhang Xian's protection, ancient sage Yanqing also managed to pass through the hole, as well to come to the master-teacher continent. Zhang Xian turned to the old man behind him and asked, "You mentioned earlier that the death of a Dimension Shatterer realm cultivator can possibly deceive the heavens, right?" That was the concept used for the formation that our predecessors set up back then. Ancient sage Yanqing replied as he passed a jade token over. Zhang Xian took the jade token and swiftly browsed through its contents, following which, with a flick of his wrist, a human silhouette materialized right in front of him. A deity? No, that's not right. You forged a deity into a soulless metal humanoid? Ancient sage Yanqing was nearly scared out of his wits. The being that had just appeared in front of him was emanating an aura of ancient history. With just a glance, it was apparent that it had reached the Dimension Shatterer realm, boasting a strength that was on par with the deity whom they had fought with earlier. To slay a deity from the azure and forge him into a soulless metal humanoid. This was almost blasphemy. Zhang Xian nodded. Since things had progressed to this point, there was nothing for him to hide anymore. He drew his soul out from his body and slipped it into the soulless metal humanoid. With his means, he was still unable to enchant the soulless metal humanoid. Thus, he could only drive it while his soul was within the soulless metal humanoid. This was a good opportunity for him to try his hand and see if it was really possible to imitate what Kong Shi and his direct disciples had done back then to deceive the heavens. Under Zhang Xian's refinement, he had already shaped the soulless metal humanoid to have an extremely high compatibility with his soul. As such, the prerequisites to conduct the process should have already been met. Honglong. As soon as Zhang Xian's soul slipped into the soulless metal humanoid, the ominous clouds immediately gathered around his body. Everyone's eyes lit up in agitation as they clenched their fists tightly in excitement. It seemed like things were going to work out after all. But a moment later, the ominous clouds abruptly dispersed from Zhang Xian, as if having lost interest in him. What's going on here? Zhang Xian was surprised to see that things were not proceeding in the direction that he had expected. Based on what was stated on the Jade token, the appearance of a Dimension Shatterer realm cultivators should have drawn the wrath of the heavens upon him. Then, through a carefully designed ploy, he would put on a facade and substitute himself as the Kungsu domain, and eventually, he would die in place of it. But contrary to his expectations, the heavenly retribution was shunning him. This put him at a loss as to what to do. I think I get it. After recovering from a momentary daze, ancient sage Yin Qing's eyes widened in realization. With a dismayed shake of his head, he explained, "The soulless metal humanoid you have possessed is a deity from the azure. It isn't an indigenous being of this world, and the heavens are able to sense the difference." Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before nodding in response. Based on what he had seen so far, it seemed like the heavens had double standards. They did not hesitate to punish the indigenous population under their rule, but against foreign beings who exceeded their knowledge, it would hesitate to make a move. The deity that he had forged into a soulless metal humanoid originated from the azure, making him an existence that was anomalous to the world. As such, the heavens of the master-teacher continent were hesitant to make a move on him. It was also for this reason that the two deities did not come under the attack of the heavens despite having slipped through the dimension barrier. If it had been one of the indigenous cultivators of the master-teacher continent, there was no doubt that the heavens would have struck that person with everything they had to reduce them to ashes. Is there anything else we can do? Zhang Xian was rendered speechless. In the end, even though the heavens were said to be impartial and unfeeling to all, the truth was that they were just a bully who feared the strong. For example, even though Luo Ruoxin's very presence posed a huge threat to the world, the heavens chose to only drive her away forcefully, not daring to provoke her through heavenly flames or lightning bolts. That question obviously stumped ancient sage Yin Qing. He was silent for a moment before he proposed, "Zhang Shi, try leaving the soulless metal humanoid for a moment." He had no idea what they could do either, so they could only give everything a try in hopes that something would work out. Hearing the suggestion, Zhang Xian quickly extracted his soul from the soulless metal humanoid and began to return to his main body. Perhaps due to the heavens sensing that the consciousness within the soulless metal humanoid earlier had departed from it, the heavens began gathering around it once more. But this won't work either. Zhang Xian scratched his hair in distress. He had to be within the soulless metal humanoid to drive it in order to facilitate the entire process of deceiving the heavens. Given that he was unable to control the soulless metal humanoid remotely, this plan was a flop as well. If this doesn't work, I could try to refine the other corpse of the deity that I have in my storage ring right now. But as Zhang Xian spoke, his voice gradually faded into silence. He did have another deity corpse in his storage ring that he had not refined yet. However, the corpse had to be first refined into a soulless metal humanoid in order to catch the attention of the heavens. But the refinement process was not something that could be accomplished within a short period of time. We can't refine the other soulless metal humanoids in time, and there are no indigenous dimension Shatterer realm experts. What else can we do? Watching the black flames assault the seal to the Kungsu domain relentlessly, Zhang Xian racked his brain at such a ferocious speed that it seemed as if sparks were going to fly from his head. A thought flashed across Zhang Xian's mind. Right, the Library of Heaven's Path. The Library of Heaven's Path represents the will of the heavens. Given so, is it possible for me to use the golden page to bend the will of the heavens? However, there was an issue with this course of action as well. He had used his only golden page to smash the deity summoned by Sovereign Chan Ling back then. Furthermore, the requirements to produce a golden page were uncertain. So far, he only knew that he needed someone to acknowledge him as his teacher and be earnestly grateful to him for his impartation. Nevertheless, he had to give it a try. Thus, he turned to Kong Shiyao and earnestly asked, Are you willing to acknowledge me as your teacher?" "What? No way." Kong Shiyao replied without any hesitation. Little flames, little heavens. Chapter 1902 Prophy, Awkward. Zhang Xian scratched his head. The others who were present there, such as ancient sage Yin Qing, were beings who had lived for more than 10,000 years. It would be difficult to win them over in a moment's time, especially given the fact that they had once had a conflict with one another. The same went for Yin Shui. Thus, he deemed Kong Shuyao to be the one that he could most likely win over. Of course, he did not expect that he would be rejected in an instant. In truth, it was understandable why Kong Shuyao was reluctant to take Zhang Xian as her teacher. The fact that she possessed Kong Shi's bloodline and had inherited Kong Shi's lineage meant that she was already standing on the shoulders of a giant. Not even ancient sage Yin Qing was qualified to be her teacher, let alone others. It did not make a difference even if the person asking was a celestial master teacher. She admitted that her talent might be beneath that of Zhang Xian, but she had at least this much of pride in herself. This matter concerns whether or not we will be able to resolve the crisis concerning the Kungsu domain, Zhang Xian insisted. Furthermore, I have no plans of accepting you as my direct disciple. You just have to acknowledge me as your teacher. Based on his previous encounters, as long as the other party sincerely acknowledged him as his teacher and was grateful for his teachings, there was a chance that the golden page would form. It did not matter whether the other party was his direct disciple or not. How can me acknowledging you as my teacher resolve the current problem we are facing? Kong Shuyao frowned. If not for the fact that the young man had just slain a deity and saved the 100 schools of philosophers from a huge crisis, she would have thought that he was a scammer. Why don't we do this for now? I'll give you some pointers on your cultivation, and as for whether you are willing to acknowledge me as your teacher or not, I'll leave it up to you. Looking at the swiftly gathering ominous clouds above him, Zhang Xian knew that the heavenly retribution was just moments away from descending. It was clear that time was not on his side, so he had no time to waste convincing Kong Shuyao. Besides, putting aside the fact that he was not willing to reveal the existence of the Library of Heaven's Path, if he had to make Kong Shuyao acknowledge him as her teacher using such a method, it was unlikely for her feelings to be truly sincere. If so, that could affect the chances of the formation of the golden page. Thus, without waiting for Kong Shuyao's response, he began speaking. Flowing in your body is the purest bloodline of Kong Shu in the past 1,000 years. You are able to master any battle technique and cultivation technique in the blink of an eye, and the rate of your cultivation far exceeds that of ordinary people as well. Furthermore, if I'm not mistaken, even though it has only been 3 years since your cultivation has reached sempiternal realm consummation, you have already faced 3 ancient sage ordeals thus far, but you chose to suppress your cultivation instead of pushing straight for a breakthrough. Kong Shuyao nodded as she waited patiently for Zhang Xian to continue on with whatever he was going to say. Nothing that Zhang Xian had mentioned thus far could be considered a secret. Most of those who were close to her knew all of that. Considering Zhang Xian's means as a celestial master teacher, it should not have been too difficult for him to uncover such information. With each ancient sage ordeal you faced, your cultivation did grow stronger, and it will play a vital role in determining whether you are able to struggle free from the restraints of the heavens and achieve a breakthrough to the Dimension Shatterer realm in the future. However, you probably noticed that a problem has arisen as a result of your multiple attempted breakthroughs, Zhang Xian said. The power of the ancient sage ordeal has already melded into your core. Your body still contains traces of the energies from the multiple ancient sage ordeals that you have been through, and this buildup of unassimilable energies eventually became a bottleneck to your cultivation. You challenged the ancient sage ordeal 3 times within the short span of a year 2 years ago, but ever since then, you haven't attempted anything at all. I think it's worth questioning why you chose to delay the 4th ancient sage ordeal for 2 whole years. Based on what I'm seeing, I would say that it's not because you don't want to do it, but because you dare not to. As if Zhang Xian had struck dead on, Kong Shuyao's face turned frighteningly pale. She subconsciously took a step back as she stared at Zhang Xian with eyes enlarged wide. This matter had been the deepest secret in her heart, and she had not dared speak of it. She did not think that a young man whom she had just met would actually expose it in a few moments. When she first reached the sempiternal realm 3 years ago, she had dreamt of emulating her predecessor's greatness and attempted 3 ancient sage ordeals. Her first 3 ancient sage ordeals had been fraught with danger, but she had eventually managed to overcome them with her tenacity. But after the 3rd ancient sage ordeal, to her horror, she found that the energies from the ancient sage ordeals had already seeped into her bones. No matter how she tried to cleanse her body, she was unable to get rid of them. Her gut feeling told her that if she attempted another ancient sage ordeal and allowed the energies scourging her body to continue building up, there was a good chance that her consciousness would be corroded by the energies, causing her to lose herself. In the worst-case scenario, she might even be assimilated to become a part of the heavenly tribulation itself. It was this deep fear that had led to her to stop her breakthrough despite having overcome 3 ancient sage ordeals within the short span of a year. 2 years had passed since then, and she had not managed to find a suitable solution. However, her physical condition had been deteriorating as she began to lose control over the energies scourging her body. She had browsed through countless books, hoping to find a solution to purge her of this trouble, but her efforts were to no avail. However, to hear Zhang Xian pointing everything out spot on at this moment, could it be possible that he had a solution to her woes? As if he was able to read her mind, Zhang Xian chuckled softly. Since I can see through your problem, it goes without saying that I have a solution for it. You should be able to tell that I, like you, have overcome multiple ancient sage ordeals, but I am not plagued by the issue that afflicts you. Kong Shiyao nodded vigorously as the same realization dawned upon her, and hope rekindled in the depths of her eyes. Just like her, the young man standing before her was at the sempiternal realm, but he was actually able to fight on equal footing with Dimension Shatter Realm cultivators. Other than the fact that he was a celestial master teacher, it was likely that he had faced multiple ancient sage ordeals while suppressing his cultivation, or else there was no way he could have become so powerful. If I may, how can my affliction be resolved? If you are really able to solve my problem, I am more than willing to acknowledge you as my teacher. Kong Shiyao exclaimed in agitation. As long as her affliction was resolved, with her foundation of having overcome 4 ancient sage ordeals, she was confident that she would be able to catch up with her ancestor and eventually reach the Dimension Shatterer realm. With such strength, even if problems cropped up with the seal once more, she would have the strength to resolve them by herself. Perhaps, she might even follow her predecessor's footsteps and enter a higher dimension, rising through the ranks. The problem is actually very simple. Unlike the cultivators on the Master-Teacher continent, the energy required to form the cultivation ordeals within the Kungsu domain comes not from the heavens, but the energy existent in the Kungsu domain. As the Kungsu domain was constructed by Kong Shi, this world harnesses his energy within it. To any other cultivator, this fact wouldn't make a difference at all, but unfortunately, you share the same power origin as Kong Shi, which resulted in your inability to expel the energies from the ancient sage ordeal, as well as your gradual assimilation with it. Zhang Xian explained. The Kungsu domain had 2 major seals to prevent the heavens from peeking in, so it went without saying that the ancient sage ordeals that Kong Shiyao had undergone did not come from the heavens. From the looks of it, it was likely that Kong Shi had implemented the system of cultivation ordeals within the Kungsu domain as well. It should have worked out fine for any other cultivator, but that was not the case for Kong Shiyao. While the energies of the ancient sage ordeal came from the same origin, their violent nature rendered her unable to fully control them. At the same time, she was unable to fully remove them as they fused perfectly with her body, thus leading to their gradual buildup with every ancient sage ordeal that she went through. Over time, they formed a threat that she simply could not ignore anymore. What should I do? Kong Shiyao asked worriedly. The realization of the root of the problem made her realize how difficult it would be to cure her of her affliction, and she began to worry if she would be unable to resolve it for life. Well, the solution is rather simple and straightforward as well. All you have to do is challenge the ancient sage ordeal on the Master-Teacher continent. Of course, given your current accumulation, I don't deny that you face a huge danger in doing so. At this current juncture, you have 2 options ahead of you. If you choose not to push for a breakthrough, as your Jinqi further builds up, you will eventually lose your opportunity to make a breakthrough. On the other hand, if you do push for a breakthrough, considering that you have never come into contact with the lightning tribulation of the Master-Teacher continent before, even I am unable to fully predict what will happen as a result of that, Zhang Xian explained with a knowing smile. However, if you acknowledge me as your teacher, I'll teach you a method that will allow you to overcome your ancient sage ordeal with certainty. Seeing that there was no other way out of this, Kong Shiyao decisively kneeled down and kowtowed several times. All right, I'll acknowledge you as my teacher. I hope that you will save me from my plight. Zhang Xian took a look at the library of Heaven's Path and saw that no golden page had been produced yet. Knowing that Kong Shiyao's feelings were not yet earnest, he sighed deeply and said, overcoming the ancient sage ordeal on the master-teacher continent isn't tough at all. The key lies in that you mustn't think of it as a burden but a family member. You need to love it, care for it, consider its needs, feel its presence, give it your warmth and concern. Kong Shiyao's face twisted in incredulity, and at that very moment, she really wanted to bust the head of the fellow standing before her. Somehow, she felt as if she had just been scammed. Chapter 1903 Kong Shiyao's Breakthrough 1, Cough Cough. Zhang Shi, the main point. Even ancient sage Yin Qing could not bear looking on. The ancient sage ordeal was one of the greatest crises a cultivator would face. Even with ample aeon of ancient sage, if one did not possess top-notch talent, it would be impossible to achieve a breakthrough. The reason that Kong Shiyao was able to make a breakthrough was partly because she was allocated with a more generous portion of the resources in the Kungsu domain due to her standing as a descendant of Kong Shi. Even though the aeon of ancient sage had already run out in the other clans, they were still able to preserve a hint of it for her. Even so, every breakthrough that she had gone through was no different from walking on thin ice. One wrong step, and she would have plunged into the abyss of despair. Yet, that fellow was telling her to treat the cultivation ordeal like a family member and show care and concern for it. Do you take me for a fool? Do you really expect me to accept the nonsense you are spouting over here? It seems like you doubt my words. Zhang Xian shook his head. He turned to the ominous clouds in the sky and grabbed. A lightning bolt was immediately torn away from the heavenly retribution. Kacha! Kacha! The lightning bolt struggled, wanting to escape from Zhang Xian's grasp, but to no avail. Zhang Xian stroked the lightning bolt gently and said, "Good boy, good boy." His voice was tender, as if he was calming down an angry pet. In the face of Zhang Xian's soothing strokes, the struggling lightning bolt hesitated for a moment before the tension gradually left its body. Slowly, it seeped through Zhang Xian's skin and entered his body. Kong Shiyao and the others were stupefied by what they had just witnessed. Was this really possible? It had to be a joke, right? See, that's how you do it. Love is the key to everything. Instead of resisting it, you have to embrace and allow it into you. That's how you can win its trust and make it listen to you. Zhang Xian explained as he flicked his wrist, and the bolt of lightning appeared once more. He stroked the lightning bolt lightly, as if coaxing a purring cat lying on his arms. As unbelievable the sight before their eyes was, it raised a doubt in their minds. Was it really possible to overcome the ancient sage ordeal in such a manner? If so, why had no one done so in the past tens of thousands of years? Considering how powerful the cultivation ordeal is, who would dare treat it as a pet? Trust me, nothing will go wrong. Later on, after you summon the ancient sage ordeal, open up all of the acupoints in your body and absorb it fearlessly. You mustn't show the slightest hint of rejection. Remember, you must use your heart to feel the other party, Zhang Xian explained. As long as you are able to do all of this, I guarantee you that you won't face any problem clearing your ancient sage ordeal. Kong Shiyao was still a little worried. No matter how she looked at it, the other party's words simply sounded like pure cow manure to her. Do you not trust me, or do you not have faith in yourself? If you don't believe that you are able to clear your fourth ancient sage ordeal, you should just drop the idea right now and remain a sempiternal realm cultivator for the rest of your life. Zhang Xian waved his hand in disappointment. I have always respected Kong Shi for the great man he was, and I thought that his descendant would be as valiant and fearless as him. I guess it was wrong of me to assume that his descendant would have inherited his courage. Don't bother taunting me, Kong Shiyao harumphed. Humph, the worst that can happen is death anyway. Let me tell you this. We of the Kong clan have never feared anything before. Fine, tell me what I should do. Seeing that he had managed to goad Kong Shiyao into it, Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction. He swiftly provided Kong Shuyao with the exact instructions of what she should do after summoning the ancient sage ordeal, though the crux of it was pretty similar to what he had said earlier. After summoning the ancient sage ordeal, she should not resist it. She needed to draw it into her acupoints and meridians and use her heart to feel it. Hearing those words once more, Kong Shuyao cringed as her goosebumps rose up. Even though it sounded like utter nonsense, she eventually decided to take a leap of faith and go along with. Gritting her teeth, she said, "I'll give it a try." Ignoring ancient sage Yanqing's objection, she flew into the air in preparation for summoning the ancient sage ordeal. "Don't do it here. Let's find a remote location." Currently, they were right in the midst of the Tianqian kingdom, and if Kong Shuyao summoned the ancient sage ordeal there, everything in the area could very well be annihilated. Thus, Zhang Xian quickly stopped her and urged her elsewhere. They quickly left the area, and a few breaths later, they were standing in the middle of an empty mountain range some distance away from the Tianqian kingdom. Zhang Xian and the others chose to stand at a distance of 20 li away to spectate the process. Without any hesitation, Kong Shuyao drove the energy in her body to her limits and released the entirety of her aura at once, inducing the surroundings to rumble as if an earthquake was happening. It took a mere instant for her to catch the attention of the heavens. Ominous clouds billowed as the lightning bolts and heavenly flames that had gathered around the entrance of the Kungsu domain surrounded her, ready to tear her into shreds at any moment. What the? It was almost as if she was watching a bean sprout growing insanely huge right before her eyes. Things were definitely not going the way she had expected. Ancient sage Yanqing turned to Zhang Xian and nervously asked, "Zhang Shi, can she really tame and love such a powerful cultivation ordeal? What nonsense are you spouting?" "Of course not." Zhang Xian turned to ancient sage Yanqing and looked at him as if he was a fool. "Of course not." Hearing such a response, the crowd nearly collapsed on the spot. "Weren't you the one who was trying to convince us just a moment ago that the power of love is omnipotent? How can you be so fickle as to change your mind the very next instant?" "The ancient sage ordeal is the heaven's punishment toward the cultivators," Zhang Xian replied. "A sinner trying to tame an enforcer. How could that be possible? What using one's heart to feel the cultivation ordeal and shower it with love and concern? All of that was just something I spouted on a whim." "Words you spouted on a whim. But Shuyao is facing the ancient sage ordeal. She'll die like this." Ancient sage Yanqing nearly exploded on the spot. Even jokes should have a limit. Kong Shuyao was the only one among Kong Shi's descendants who had a bloodline purity of 8. If he allowed her to die just like that, he would never be able to face his predecessors. "Calm down. I have no intention of leaving Kong Shuyao to die. Just wait and see," Zhang Xian assured the nervous crowd with a confident smile. At that moment, the power building up amid the dark clouds finally reached its tipping point, and ferocious lightning bolts and blazing heavenly flames rained down upon her. Kacha! The sheer amount of energy formed a devastating tower of flames and lightning that shrouded everything within a diameter of several hundred meters. "Damn it! If that fellow is able to do it, why can't I do it too?" Kong Shuyao cursed under her breath as she felt her muscles tensing under the pressurizing might above her. Her zhenqi instinctively bubbled within her body, ready to burst forth to fend off the devastating energy. However, at the very last moment, she forcefully suppressed every last bit of her strength. Screw it all. Just thinking about the smug, knowing smile on his face made her boil with rage. If she really died, she will never let that be asterisk start off even as a ghost. Boom, boom, boom. As the pillar of terrifying energy engulfed Kong Shuyao, everyone in the area closed their eyes in trepidation, not daring to see what was about to happen. They did not think that their hearts would be able to take it if they saw the young lady being torn to shreds under the cultivation ordeal. However, as they waited and waited, there was no desperate cry of agony or anything of the sort. Perplexed, they looked over, and what they saw left them stunned. At that very moment, the young lady was indeed engulfed by heavenly flames and lightning bolts. But instead of desperately trying to resist this destructive energy, her acupoints were wide open as she accepted the energy into her body without any hesitation. Unlike what most had expected, the destructive energy did not cause any damage or explode within her body. It simply sat quietly in her meridians, almost as if it had been domesticated. What in the world had happened? Everyone looked at the young man before them with indescribable looks on their faces. Did he not just say that it was all lies? If so, what was happening? If Kong Shiyao was able to do it, should they give it a try as well? At that moment, the sempiternal realm consummation, Shui Yin felt deeply tempted. Zhang Shi, with his curiosity getting the better of him, ancient sage Yin Qing asked, "Just what is going on here?" Chapter 1904 Kong Shiyao's Breakthrough 2. Instead of answering ancient sage Yin Qing's question, Zhang Xian turned to Shui Yin and shattered his hopes. "You won't be able to do it. If you try to do the same, you'll be struck to death on the spot." "Why can't I do it?" Shui Yin frowned in indignance. "It's not just you. Even I would be unable to emulate what Kong Shiyao has just done." Zhang Xian replied, "Kong Shiyao possesses Kong Shi's bloodline, and she grew up in the Kungsu domain. After the cultivation ordeals she has been through, it's no exaggeration to say that a part of the Kungsu domain exists within her." The crowd pondered for a moment before nodding. It was mentioned earlier that after Kong Shiyao's 3 ancient sage ordeals, her body was already suffused with the energies from the cultivation ordeals. If she attempted a 4th breakthrough in the Kungsu domain, it was likely that she would have been assimilated by the energies building up within her. And the very existence of the Kungsu domain is something that is not permissible by the heavens of the master-teacher continent. Zhang Xian continued, "If she had attempted to resist the cultivation ordeal, she would have incurred the wrath of the heavens, and that would have only placed her in a worse position. The more she struggled, the worse the position she would have found herself in. There's no denying that the heavens wanted to punish Kong Shiyao for attempting a breakthrough, but more than that, they were more desperate to destroy the trace of the Kungsu domain that exists within her. Trying to push off the cultivation ordeal would be equivalent to hindering the heavens' enforcement of the natural laws, and that would have placed her in a worse position. The heavens would surely have struck her again and again until she was finally destroyed. However, by opening her acupoints and allowing the lightning bolts and heavenly flames in instead, it's equivalent to allowing the enforcers in to do what they needed to do. This has reduced her sins significantly, thus reducing the heavenly retribution falling upon her. On top of that, she can make use of this opportunity to clear away the energies accumulated within her body, thus killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Everyone's teeth clattered in shock. From how the heavens of the master-teacher continent were so determined to destroy the Kungsu domain, it was apparent that the 2 of them were at odds with one another. Yet, Zhang Xian was able to sharply discern this and use it to his advantage, thus wearing the heavenly retribution down through such a method. This was an extremely risky gamble. If anything had gone wrong, everything would have swiftly descended into a tragedy. While ancient sage Yin Qing was amazed by the feat, he could not help but harbor some reservations toward this risky plan. In a sense, this is similar to countering poison with poison. But if the 2 energies weren't enough to nullify one another, wouldn't Shiyao be placed in a terrible position? It was one of those things that were simple in theory but hard to execute. There was a fixed amount of accumulated energies within Kong Shiyao's body. If she had absorbed too little of the heavenly retribution, she would not be able to clear the energies away entirely. But if she absorbed too much, it could lead to her death. That's why I told her to feel with her heart, didn't I? Zhang Xian said. As Kong Shi's descendant, the number 1 genius of the Kungsu domain, if she isn't even capable of carrying out such basic estimations and controlling how much of the heavenly retribution she has taken in, I will really have nothing to say. If that's all she has, even if she survives this ordeal, I must say that she won't be able to go too far in the future. It was not out of boredom that Zhang Xian had spun up an old wives' tale to deceive Kong Shiyao. If he had revealed the truth to her at the start, her mind would have been preoccupied with other things, and that might have caused her to lose focus on her own body. That would have led to an adverse effect instead. Coming to understand the entire situation, the crowd could not help but direct impressed looks at the young man. His grasp over states of mind, the nature of the heavenly tribulation, and the capabilities of those involved. Everything was in his field of calculation, and he had managed to pull it off impeccably. As expected of a celestial master teacher, his abilities far surpassed even those of the ancient sages. While everyone else was awestruck after hearing the young man's explanation, up in the sky, Kong Shuyao, who had experienced everything firsthand, was fully convinced of the young man's capabilities. Even though this celestial master teacher seemed to be even younger than her, there was no doubt that he was the real deal. Even though she had not heard the explanation, she already vaguely understood the intentions behind the young man's actions. As the lightning bolts and heavenly flames from the ancient sage ordeal washed through her body, all of the energies that she had built up back in the Kungsu domain were slowly being neutralized and destroyed. Even though two forces were colliding with one another within her body remained perfectly fine. Not only so, through examining the powers within her body, she was able to further deepen her understanding of the world. Time slowly ticked by, and soon enough, the energies from the past ancient sage ordeals accumulated within her body had finally been eradicated. Kong Shuyao knew that this was the moment for her to stop, so she decisively sealed all of her acupoints and ignited her bloodline. "Dissipate," she commanded. Word of law. At that moment, the ancient sage ordeal that she had summoned weakened significantly, such that it was no longer a match for her. At her command, an entire half of the ominous clouds in the sky dissipated, and the rest were gradually following suit. Hong Long Long. With the departure of the ominous clouds, the young lady released all of her suppressed powers. She crushed all of the bottlenecks in her cultivation and reached ancient sage in a breath. Furthermore, due to the deep accumulation of her cultivation, she did not stop right after her breakthrough. Instead, her cultivation continued charging forth. Bloodline Continuance Realm Primary Stage. Bloodline Continuance Realm Intermediate Stage. In a few moments, she had already reached Ancient Sage, One Dan Bloodline, Continuance Realm Consummation, and after which, Great Philosopher Realm Primary Stage, Great Philosopher Realm Intermediate Stage, Great Philosopher Realm Consummation. In less than a minute, her cultivation soared to Great Philosopher Realm Consummation Stage before gradually receding. Incredible, Ancient Sage Yin Qing muttered in admiration. For most of their breakthroughs to Ancient Sage, they would usually stop right at Bloodline Continuance Primary Stage. Even the most talented of them all only managed to push up to Intermediate Stage before losing the drive. However, Kong Shuyao had actually leaped 2 realms up in a single breath, reaching Great Philosopher Realm Consummation. Such a feat had never been achieved in the past tens of thousands of years in the Kungsu domain. It's all due to this young man that Shuyao was able to make such a huge leap in her cultivation, Ancient Sage Yin Qing thought in wonderment as he turned to look at Zhang Xian. But at that moment, Zhang Xian was looking at the young lady in the sky with a dissatisfied look on his face. Continue to push on. With your accumulation, you should be able to push for a breakthrough to the Blood Reincarnation Realm. Blood Reincarnation Realm? Kong Shuyao was stunned. She quickly shook her head and replied, I have already reached my limits. I don't have enough energy in me to push for another breakthrough anymore. Even though she had made great accumulation by suppressing her cultivation through 4 ancient sage ordeals, she knew that she had already struck her limit by pushing to Ancient Sage 2 Dan consummation in a single sitting. She did not think that she would be able to push any further than that. Limits? Those are mental constructs that you impose on yourself, Zhang Xian remarked as he flicked a droplet of blood toward Kong Shuyao. Swallow it. Yes. By that point, Kong Shuyao was completely trusting of Zhang Xian. Without any hesitation, she swallowed the droplet of blood. As soon as the droplet of blood slid down her throat, she immediately felt a burning heat inside of her threatening to combust her from the inside. Is this the blood of the deity? Kong Shuyao widened her eyes. She had absorbed quite a few blood essences of Blood Reincarnation Realm cultivators over the years, and it was for that reason that she was able to make such incredible accomplishments despite your young age. However, the blood essence that the young man had just given her was much more potent than anything she had swallowed before. In terms of power, it was at least 10 times greater than the Blood Reincarnation Realm blood essences that she had swallowed. There was only one possibility for this. It was the blood of a Dimension Shatterer realm cultivator. To think that the young man would willingly give something so invaluable to her. Kong Shiyao's face reddened in a mixture of agitation and gratitude, but she knew that this was not the time for her thoughts to be wandering. She quickly drove her Zhenqi to assimilate the energy from the blood essence. An hour later, she shattered her bottleneck once more and successfully advanced to the blood reincarnation realm. Her cultivation eventually came to a halt at the intermediate stage. Feeling the energy pulsating through her body, Kong Shiyao swiftly flew over to Zhang Xian and kneeled down before him. Teacher. This time, her feelings of gratitude and respect were truly earnest. Wang. Zhang Xian's head jolted as a golden page appeared in the library of Heaven's Path. Chapter 1905 Little Junior. The main reason Zhang Xian wanted to accept Kong Shiyao as his direct disciple was to form the golden page, and his goal had finally been achieved. Get up. Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief as he helped the young lady up. With this, he should be able to resolve the crisis surrounding the Kungsu domain. Teacher. Is that our little junior? Zhang Xian turned his head around and saw Zhao Ye and his other direct disciples looking at him in agitation. Kong Shiyao's ancient sage ordeal had caused such a massive phenomenon to occur, shaking the entire Tianqian kingdom. As ancient sage cultivators, there was no way Zhao Ye and the others would not be alarmed by the happenings. Little junior? Kong Shiyao was a little conflicted to hear that term. She was the #1 genius of the Kungsu domain, a descendant of Kong Shi. To call a bunch of youths younger than her senior, she really could not bring herself to do it. Just as Kong Shiyao was at a loss as to what to do, Zhang Shi suddenly spoke up. She can't be considered your junior yet. She isn't my direct disciple, but a normal student that I have accepted. A normal student that you have accepted? Kong Shiyao's body trembled at those words. It was just a moment ago that she had thought that it would be incredibly awkward being their little junior, but Zhang Xian spoke as if she did not even have the rights to be their little junior. She turned to glare at Zhang Xian with gritted teeth, wanting to protest against that clear insult, only to have Zhang Shi turn to her and ask, "Do you think that I am humiliating you?" Knowing that it would be improper for her to challenge her teacher publicly, she swallowed her indignation and lowered her head. I wouldn't dare. Nevertheless, the clenched fists by her side fully expressed her true feelings. As the phoenix of the Kungsu domain, she felt that it was ridiculous that she did not even have the right to become the little junior of a bunch of youths. It's fine. There's no need to hold back before me. I know your thoughts. Why don't we do this then? Zhao Ye is my direct disciple, and in terms of age, she's much younger than you, Zhang Xian said as he gestured toward Zhao Ye. Without any weapons in hand, the two of you will just fight with your raw strength. If you are able to win against her, I'll accept you as my direct disciple and allow you to become their senior. Very well. Caught up in the moment, Kong Shiyao looked at Zhao Ye with fighting will burning in her eyes. The other party appeared to be 18 or so, which made the other party much younger than her. If she could not even defeat such an opponent, what right did she have to be Kong Shi's descendant? After receiving Kong Shiyao's approval, Zhang Xian turned to look at Zhao Ye and said, "Just do what you usually do, and it will be enough." Yes. Zhao Ye replied with a nod before moving toward the empty clearing ahead. With a polite gesture, she invited Kong Shiyao forward. Please. Kong Shiyao also quickly walked over. There was no exchange of words or taunting before the battle started, but with their dignity on their line, a tense and competitive atmosphere could be felt between the two. Kong Shiyao did not use her bloodline ability, but as a top-notch genius and a blood reincarnation realm cultivator, she executed innumerable battle techniques one after another impeccably, making her movements appear like an elegant dance. On the other hand, Zhao Ye activated her unique constitution, causing a cold aura to grip the entire area. Beautiful snowflakes fell from the sky as a result of her ability. Her cultivation had reached Ancient Sage 2 Dan Great Philosopher Realm primary stage after the attempted assassination on the newly inaugurated Sovereign Chen Yong a month back. However, over the past month, she had received her teacher's direct pointers and an ample supply of blood reincarnation realm Ancient Sage blood. which had allowed her to reinforce her foundations to their limits and eventually reach great philosopher realm consummation. While she had not made too many breakthroughs within this period of time, it would be foolish if one simply assessed her by her cultivation. It was true that there was a fatal rift between her and Kong Shiyao's cultivation, but through her strong foundations and her deep understanding of battle, she was actually able to stand her ground against Kong Shiyao's pressing offense. The intense battle proceeded, and gradually, one could see anxiety seeping into Kong Shiyao's eyes. There should have been an absolute gap in their strength, given her higher cultivation realm and her prowess as Kong Shi's descendant. Yet, in a fair battle where both of them were wielding no weapons, she was actually unable to claim the upper hand. How in the world did Zhang Xian's 18-year-old or something direct disciple become so powerful? This won't do. At this rate, even if I win, my honor will be sullied. She wanted to prove that her talents were far beyond any of Zhang Xian's direct disciples. But if it was so difficult for her to defeat Zhao Ye despite her higher cultivation, it would actually be no different from suffering a defeat. Clenching her teeth tightly, she abruptly changed her movement technique, and in an instant, many afterimages of her appeared on the battlefield. This was the battle technique that Kong Shi had specially created for his descendants, as well as the strongest skill that she had at the moment. Massacre of the Eight Arms. Ding ding ding. Innumerable attacks flew forth from the seemingly omnipresent Kong Shiyao at a rapid pace. It was not long before Zhao Ye was cornered, and she was forced to retreat again and again. While Kong Shiyao had just achieved a breakthrough, there was no questioning that she was someone who had been through 4 ancient sage ordeals, making her an exceptionally powerful existence even among blood reincarnation realm cultivators. If not for Zhao Ye's superior combat experience, she would have already lost. Don't panic. You are only lacking in absolute strength at the moment. Since that's the case, all you have to do is achieve a breakthrough. With a flick of his finger, Zhang Xian sent a droplet of the blood essence of the deity over to Zhao Ye. Who? Swallowing the blood droplet, Zhao Ye's cultivation immediately began surging. Hong Long. In less than 20 breaths, she had already overcome her current bottleneck to reach the blood reincarnation realm. With the tremendous surge in her strength as a result of her breakthrough, she released a burst of cold energy that swiftly sent Kong Shiyao flying into the distance before crashing onto the ground. I have lost, Kong Shiyao muttered with a pale face. She still had many more moves that she had not used, and she knew that she definitely would have been able to win if she had used her bloodline ability. However, this was not a life-and-death match, and she could not bring herself to use it at this moment. While the other party's battle techniques were not as profound as hers, every single one of her movements carried a deep conception behind it, making it hard to fathom her movements. On top of that, the other party seemed to be able to see through her flaws, intentionally striking at places where she could hardly defend. As a result, she was being slowly cornered. She could still rely on her superior cultivation to bridge the gap in their skills earlier on, but after Zhao Ye's cultivation reached the blood reincarnation realm, it had become a completely one-sided battle. It was truly laughable how she had looked down on this group of youths prior to the battle. In terms of talent, they were in no way beneath her. How is it? Are you still indignant at being called their little junior? Seeing how the proud genius of the Kungsu domain was still having trouble coming to terms with her defeat, Zhang Xian suggested, if you feel that it's unfair because Zhao Ye is the strongest of them all, you can feel free to challenge the others. However, I'll have to ask you to suppress your cultivation in order to ensure fairness. Kong Shiyao turned to look at the rest of Zhang Xian's direct disciples. Zhang Yang, Yuan Tao, Wei Ruyan, and the others were looking at her with excited gleams in their eyes. It seemed like they were dying to challenge and bully her so as to put her in place. It's fine. I'm willing to accept my position as the little junior. Kong Shiyao lowered her head and bowed down. Since they had all been groomed by the same teacher, it was likely that they would be similar in terms of strength. She had thought that she could suppress Zhao Ye with her superior cultivation, but that did not work in the end. She did not think that she would be able to best the rest of Zhang Xian's students. Since she was not confident in her strength, there was no need for her to go through with that and humiliate herself. It would be best for her to just acknowledge it. That would be for the best, Zhang Xian said. Zhao Ye, Zhang Yang, and the rest of you, From today on, Kong Shuyao will be your little junior, as well as my ninth direct disciple. You must take care of one another, got it? Yes, we'll listen to your teachings. The others clasped their fists and replied resoundingly. Seeing that even a descendant of Kong Shi had ended up acknowledging Zhang Xian as her teacher, ancient sage Yin Qing found himself rendered speechless. It was not until a long time later that he finally found his voice once more. Since Shuyao has achieved a breakthrough to ancient sage and reached the blood reincarnation realm, she is qualified to become the new leader of the Kungsu domain and the 100 schools of philosophers. Since the Kungsu domain had been left behind by Kong Shi himself, it went without saying that it should be managed by his descendants. In the past few years, he had just been taking care of the Kungsu domain and the 100 schools of philosophers in her place. Since Kong Shuyao had grown and matured, it was time for him to pass the baton back to her. Chapter 1906. Where did teacher go? The 100 schools of philosophers had always held Kong Shi as its central figure, so there was no one who would voice any objections with Kong Shuyao becoming their leader after her breakthrough to ancient sage. With this, it meant that Zhang Xian and his 9 direct disciples had mankind, the otherworldly demonic tribe, and even the 100 schools of philosophers under their control. Knowing that she carried heavy responsibility on her shoulders, Kong Shuyao turned to her teacher and asked, "Teacher, how should we deal with the matter concerning the Kungsu domain seal?" Her teacher had said that he would be able to resolve everything as long as she acknowledged him as her teacher. "Let me give it a try." Zhang Xian walked up to the seal, and with a thought, he took a golden page from his glabella. "Who?" The golden page flew over to the seal of the Kungsu domain and swiftly fused together with it, following which, the seal quickly morphed into a massive, majestic gate. As soon as this massive, majestic gate appeared, the roaring lightning and crackling flames in the sky, as if having met their nemesis, quickly dissipated. What the crisis has been resolved just like that. Everyone was stupefied. They had been wondering where they could find Dimension Shatterer realm experts to save them from their plight. But who could have known that everything would be resolved so easily with a single golden page? If everything was that easy, why did Zhang Xian not take it out earlier? Disregarding the looks of discontentment directed at him, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It seems like everything worked out as I thought. In truth, he had been rather uncertain about the limits of the Library of Heaven's Path's abilities. At the very start, the first limitation that he had found was that the Library of Heaven's Path was unable to see through the flaws of ancient sages. Perhaps it was because ancient sages were existences on par with the heavens, and that was its bottleneck. However, when Luo Ruoxin fused the great codex of spring and autumn with his Library of Heaven's Path prior to her departure, this bottleneck had been removed. Back then, he had wondered if the Library of Heaven's Path tier had already exceeded the heavens of the Master-Teacher continent, and from the earlier result that he had seen, that seemed to be the case. The heavens would not dare punish a higher existence than them, and the Library of Heaven's Path and the Golden Pages happened to be such existences. With a seal formed by a golden page viewed to be a higher existence than the heavens of the Master-Teacher continent, the result was clear. There was no way the heavens would dare pass their judgment upon the Kungsu domain anymore. As long as the seal formed by the golden page existed, the heavens of the Master-Teacher continent would dare not barge their way in. In fact, it didn't matter whether the Kungsu domain remained hidden or not anymore. Satisfied with the results, Zhang Xian glanced at Kong Shuyao and said, "I would like to pay a visit to the ancestral residence of the Kong clan." Kong Shuyao quickly walked forward and led the way back to the Kungsu domain. The ancestral residence of the Kong clan was located in the vicinity of the great phronestery of Confucianism. Zhang Xian strolled casually around it. The Kong clan had inherited Kong Shi's heritage, and it aimed to push forward his ideals and cultivation techniques. There was a strong, scholarly atmosphere drifting in the residence, and with every step that Zhang Xian took, he could vaguely feel Kong Shi's spirit and philosophy. After taking a look around the Kong clan, Zhang Xian left the Kungsu domain. This time, he did not take his direct disciples with him, wanting to take a walk around. Kong Shi had once toured around the entire Master-Teacher continent, and it had given him a much deeper comprehension of life. It was the spark that had led him to create the overpowered treasure known as the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn. Zhang Xian wanted to see the master-teacher continent as it was for himself as well, and through doing so, he hoped to rediscover who he was. Every city that he went to, he would stop for a period of time to experience the local culture. With the threat of the otherworldly demonic tribe resolved, the world was in a rare state of peace. The Master-Teacher Pavilion had also been reorganized according to Yang Shi's plans, destroying the previous aggregation of power through factions. At this moment, it had become an organization dedicated to imparting wisdom to the world. Under Zhang Xian's instructions, his direct disciples had scattered around the world to spread his teachings. Many of his past students from the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy had traveled around the world to lecture as well. Often, those who heard Zhang Xian's teaching through these indirect sources stumbled upon sudden bouts of enlightenment in the midst of the lectures, inducing a huge leap in their fighting prowess. As a result, their skills tended to surpass their peers. More often than not, those people would then become advocates of the Zhang school of thought. In a short period of time, Zhang Xian's reputation as the #1 master teacher of the world grew greater and greater, such that the significance of his name was almost becoming synonymous with that of Kong Shi's. There was no one in this world who did not dream of hearing a lesson directly from Zhang Shi himself, but it was as if the person in question had evaporated from the face of the world. No one knew where he was or where he had gone. It was not just the Master-Teacher Pavilion who did not know of his whereabouts. Even his direct disciples had no clue as to where their teacher had gone. No matter how they tried to contact him, there was simply no response. Just where his teacher gone? Zhang Yang sighed deeply. He had flown to the southernmost hemisphere of the Master-Teacher continent, but there was no one who had seen his teacher at all. Zhaoye had flown to the extreme north, but her search had ended in futility. Zhang Xian's 9 direct disciples had searched for 4 months, and they had scoured nearly every nook and cranny of the Master-Teacher continent, but their teacher remained nowhere to be seen. It's likely that our teacher is trying to find his own route and doesn't want to be disturbed right now. He should be fine, so there's no need for us to worry excessively about him, Wang Ying consoled. Wang Ying is right, Lu Cheng said. What we should do right now is not search for our teacher but follow his instructions and impart his wisdom to all parts of the world. Furthermore, we must make sure to keep up with our cultivation. We should aim to reach blood reincarnation realm consummation as soon as possible so that we can share some of his burden. That's right. The others nodded in agreement. With their teacher's current strength, there was no one on the Master-Teacher continent who could possibly pose a threat to him anymore. As such, there was indeed no need for them to worry. Their time would be better used on accomplishing the mission that he had entrusted to them and raising their cultivation. At the very least, when the time came, they would not be mere baggage to their teacher anymore. While the world was searching for his whereabouts, Zhang Xian was strolling leisurely in a remote town on the Master-Teacher continent. It had been almost half a year since he left the 100 schools of philosophers, which also meant that it had been 2 years since he had come to this world. Over the past half a year, he had seen countless joys and sorrows, reunions and separations, the laughter of happiness, the cries of misery, the warmth of an embrace, the coldness of a rejection. Taking in the emotions and experiences of those around him, Zhang Xian felt as if he was living many different lives at once. Today marked the 3rd day since he had arrived in this little town, and going by his previous routine, it was about time for him to leave. Taking one last look at the small, peaceful town around him, Zhang Xian was just about to leave through the gates when a commotion suddenly broke out along the streets. Many people were rushing toward a common destination in agitation. Hurry up, hurry up. A master teacher is here to spread his teaching. It's said that the master teacher is here to impart Zhang Shi's wisdom. We have to make sure to record it well. As long as we listen carefully and learn well, we might get a chance to obtain green sprout wheat. Wah, that would really be great. Green sprout wheat is only cultivated only by the 100 school of philosophers, and it can't be grown on the Master-Teacher continent, right? Do you know that blacksmith in the other village? Just the other day, he ate a single stalk of green sprout wheat and immediately achieved a breakthrough to the Zhengshi realm. That lucky bee **starred. If I could achieve a breakthrough to the Zhengshi realm, I'd be laughing even in my sleep. Such discussions could be heard here and there. A lecture? Zhang Xian noted before shaking his head with a smile. He had seen too many of such scenes in his journey over the past half a year, so he had completely lost interest listening to such stuff. There were many master teachers who used his name to bulk up their reputation. Some of their lectures were highly profound and induced deeper thoughts in the listener, whereas others were riddled with flaws. However, Zhang Xian never stood up to intervene in any of those. He had chosen to take the role of a bystander in the world in order to witness the different aspects of the world with an open mind. So he had resolved himself to put aside his pride, beliefs, and even identity. I should move on to the next town, Zhang Xian thought as he walked out of the city gates. However, what he caught sight of with a quick glance caused him to stop in his tracks. It's her, Zhang Xian murmured as a beautiful profile came into his line of sight. Her demure silhouette remained unchanged even after the passing of 2 years, attracting eyes whenever she passed. However, she was no longer an ordinary teacher in a humble academy. She had become a true master teacher, and a 3-star one at that. Pleased to meet you. I am Shinbai Ru, a 3-star master teacher. Standing on the stage, the young lady faced the agitated audience before her and revealed a charismatic smile. Chapter 1907 Ancient Sage. I shall become the world's teacher. One, Shinbai Ru was the beautiful teacher working at the Hongtian Academy whom Zhang Xian had met after he transcended over to this world. When he left the Tianqian kingdom, it had felt like their paths had begun to diverge from one another, and they would never intersect ever again. Half a year earlier, when he returned to the Tianqian kingdom, he had only met Lu Sun. He honestly did not think that he would meet Shinbai Ru here, and he did not expect her to have become a 3-star master teacher so swiftly. Her presence made Zhang Xian halt in his footsteps as he turned around to look at the young lady on the stage. The young lady raised her hand and waited for the commotion amid the crowd to die down before continuing on. Zhang Laosher and I used to be colleagues. Colleagues? What? Is she saying that she knows Zhang Shi? She is bragging, isn't she? All those who claim to spread Zhang Shi's teaching say that they know Zhang Shi one way or another in an attempt to add credibility to their words. Isn't that so? I never would have thought that a lady as pretty as her would stoop to such a level. As Zhang Xian's reputation flourished, more and more people began passing themselves off as his students. Even a city as remote as this was not completely immune to this major trend. On the other hand, seeing the beautiful teacher who had always maintained a transcendental attitude toward worldly affairs talking about him in her first sentence, Zhang Xian could not help but shake his head as a hint of disappointment surfaced in his eyes. In his mind, she had always been a person who was driven by self-improvement and thought little of fame and glory. He did not think that she would use his name in order to elevate her own standing. Heaving a deep sigh, Zhang Xian was just about to leave when the young lady continued speaking. He has already become the world's teacher, and his teachings have spread far and wide. Many take pride in receiving the knowledge that he preaches, but I don't think that it's something enviable or particularly noble. Those words made Zhang Xian halt in his footsteps once more. Most of the crowd, who had planned to leave after seeing that it was just another fraud using Zhang Shi's name to her own advantage, quickly turned around with deep frowns on their foreheads. Zhang Shi's accomplishments and wisdom had struck a deep chord with everyone in the world, making him the next idol of faith since Kong Shi. Yet, she dared say that his work was not particularly noble? What did she mean by that? The atmosphere swiftly grew tense as displeased expressions appeared all over the crowd. The world is a diverse place. Take this little town that you live in, for example. While we need people standing above the clouds, we also need those whose feet are planted on the ground. The master teachers who spread their teachings and bring wisdom to the world are worthy of respect. But so are the butchers who slaughter pigs, the vendors who barter their vegetables, and the merchants who ship goods from one place to another. Every occupation in the world has its own reason for existence. There's no need to classify them by honor or prestige. What truly makes the difference is whether we are willing to put our blood and sweat into what we do, and whether we truly love what we do as well. Zhang Shi loves the master-teacher occupation with a passion. He finds purpose in bringing wisdom to others, and he enjoys uncovering the secrets of the world. His diligence and passion paid off, allowing him to reach the peak of the master-teacher occupation. I am just an ordinary person. I have neither the talents nor capabilities that he possesses. However, that doesn't mean that I am a lesser being than him. I do what I can do to impart knowledge to my students and pass down the correct values to them. Unlike him, my lectures aren't great enough to reach every corner of the world. However, I can ensure that my own teachings will not lead my students down the wrong path, and whatever knowledge I pass down has been personally verified by myself, and I think that's enough. Living in this world, we must be cognizant of our own limits and walk down a path that is suited for us. Over the past 2 years, I have toured around the world and met many people. A lot of them take pride in living in the same era as the world's teacher, Zhang Xian. Just like Kong Shi's era, they believe that this era will usher mankind to greater prosperity than before and that we are blessed to be living in such times. I don't disagree with what they said, but while we are living in the era of hopes and dreams, does it necessarily mean that we stand a chance of rising to the top and becoming a powerful expert of the world? Bleak. It is a hopelessly bleak notion. Regardless of which era one lives in, only a small handful of people have the capacity to rise to the very top. The infuriated crowd slowly fell silent at those words. It was sad but cruel truth. Regardless of which era one was in, it was impossible for everyone to become an expert. Kong Shi dreamt of a world where all humans were powerful, but this vision was bound to remain nothing more than a dream. It was something that could never be realized. There were simply too many limitations in the world that prevented it from happening. The scarce resources, the aptitude one was born with, the intense competition among cultivators. It was because power was always held in the hands of the minority that becoming an expert was something that so many desired. I never thought that she would come to such a realization. Zhang Xian was stunned as well. He had thought that Shen Bairu was using his reputation to elevate her standing, but who could have known that she would be using this to tell a powerful story to the crowd? What was scary was not a lack in talent, but the failure to realize one's limitations. If a person who only had the ability of an ordinary soldier forced their way to become a commander, they would be hurting not just themselves. Stop listening to her *T. I have heard that there are those who aren't too talented among Zhang Shi's students, but all of them eventually became powerful experts. Indeed, as long as we find a good teacher, we'll be able to rise to greater heights. Do you expect us to believe that you are Zhang Shi's colleague just because you said so? All of the figures whom Zhang Shi is associated with are people far beyond our league. How could a mere 3-star master teacher like you possibly know him? After the brief moment of astonished silence came a massive uproar. Shen Bairu's words had pricked the self-esteem of the crowd. They could not accept what she was saying. Failure could always be attributed to timing and luck. An author could always say that their work was meant to go down in history as the greatest work ever made, but due to the editor's lack of foresight, their talent ended up being buried, resulting in them being unable to receive even a contract. Having expected such an uproar from the crowd, Shen Bairu raised her hand and continued calmly. I know that my words have hurt many of you, but touch your heart. Do you believe that my words are all empty? I know that I can't begin to compare to Zhang Shi, the respected world's teacher, but how many of you believe that he is truly happy with his life? The greater one's strength, the greater one's responsibility. Over the past year, he has changed the rules of the master-teacher continent, quelled the otherworldly demonic tribe, and subordinated the 100 schools of philosophers. But which of these accomplishments didn't require him to risk his life? If you were in his position and all you wanted was to enjoy the luxuries of power, would you really have braved through danger to achieve all of that? Most of those who had spoken up against Shen Bairu earlier were struck speechless once more. Indeed, if they enjoyed Zhang Shi's standing and talent, would they really have been willing to charge into the midst of the otherworldly demonic tribe to quell them or confront the legendary 100 schools of philosophers? You might think that Zhang Shi is a lofty figure far beyond any of you, but back when I was working in the same academy as him, he was a teacher who was despised and looked down by others. He scored a 0 for his teacher qualification examination, so he was nearly expelled from the school. Yet, despite these challenges, he never gave up nor shied away. A step at a time, he eventually rose to his current prominence. If you were in his place, would you have been able to overcome the odds? Shun Bairu asked. Zhang Xian's life had already been compiled into books and spread across the entire world. His life had been fraught with danger, but none of the challenges that he had faced had ever convinced him to give up. If they had been in his place, would they really have been able to do the same? Most of those amid the crowd pondered the question, but they eventually shook their heads in response. For those who were weak-minded, the scorn that Zhang Xian had received at Hongtian Academy would have been more than enough for them to give up and drown their sorrows with alcohol. For those who were a little more strong-willed, the Tianwu Kingdom would probably have been where their journey ended. They would never have been able to overcome all of those obstacles that Zhang Xian had faced to live the brilliant life that he did. It was easy to envy others, but the experiences that others had gone through might have been something that they would not have been able to survive. Your own life, your own decisions. You have to recognize who you truly are in order to make the decisions that will make your life a meaningful one. Zhang Xian thought. Shun Bairu's words had truly left a mark in him. It was as if someone had ignited all of the experiences that he had been through over the past half a year, causing a raging flame to burn within him. Be it famed mountains or beautiful lakes, the warmth and callousness of human emotions, everything that he had witnessed and been involved in had become a part of his memories. Those memories strung together to form a complete him. They drifted into the sky of the master-teacher continent and overlooked the world, as if a transcendent being. In an instant, Zhang Xian seemed to enter a deep state of concentration. A lot of the confusion in his heart vanished, and the cultivation that had remained stagnant over the past half a year abruptly surged forth like water charging through a collapsed dam. Chapter 1908 Ancient Sage. I shall become the world's teacher too. The reason Zhang Xian had chosen to cast himself aside and tour the world was due to the confusion in his heart. He had found himself lost, and he needed some directions. He had looked at Kong Shi's records, but their lives had been vastly different. As two completely different people, he could not hope to experience the same things as Kong Shi even if he forced himself to retrace Kong Shi's footsteps. He knew that becoming the world's teacher was the way for him to become an ancient sage, but how could he do it? The world was such a huge place, and it was governed by its own laws. It was not as if his words could reach the heavens, so how could he become the world's teacher? Unable to make sense out of this, he had found himself falling into a stalemate. No matter how he struggled, he had been unable to advance any further at all. Of course, he knew that this confusion was something that all cultivators had to eventually face in their lifetime, but this was a hurdle that he had no idea where he could begin to work on. All along, he had been reliant on the library of Heaven's Path for his cultivation. He would collect books and compile them together, and if required, he would edit them accordingly. All in all, none of what he had practiced so far could be said to be his own creation. While he had been able to advance swiftly through this manner, it had also become his limitation. He was able to modify any cultivation technique until he had ensured that it was completely flawless, but the reliance on this ability had made him unable to cultivate without any cultivation technique to refer to. This was his greatest flaw, and he was suffering as a result of it. Even the heavens were flawed, so there was nothing in this world that came without compromise. Thus, he had set out on his journey to see the world. He did not know how long it would take, and it did not know where it would lead him to, but it was all he could do. This journey had been an eye-opener. It had allowed him to understand many aspects of the world that he had never noticed before. However, when he heard Shun Bairu's words, it made him realize something. The answer that he had been searching for over the past half a year was not something that he could find anywhere else in the world. It existed only in himself. All he had to do was be the best him. Why should he be so bothered with the experiences of others? Everyone in the world had their own path to tread on, so there was no need for him to conform to others. What he had to do was stay loyal to his own heart and continue paving his path forward. That would be enough. Even if there was no perfect cultivation technique for him to cultivate and he could not truly become the world's teacher, he would just have to ensure that he remained the perfect him, and that was enough. Thank you, Shun Bairu. Feeling the changes in his body, Zhang Xian smiled. He had found his own answer, and he was finally ready to achieve a breakthrough to ancient sage. The surroundings fell silent. Zhang Xian's words were not particularly loud, but they attracted the attention of the crowd in an instant. Hearing that voice, Shen Bairu turned her gaze over, and her eyes widened in astonishment. Zhang Laoshi, what are you doing here? If Zhang Xian did not want others to recognize him, not even his closest students would see through his disguise. But out of gratitude for Shen Bairu, he did not want to conceal his identity to her. As such, the young lady was able to tell that he was the despised and scorned teacher who had been on the verge of being expelled from Hongtian Academy 2 years ago, Zhang Xian. His appearance did not seem to have changed by too much over the past 2 years, other than his taller profile, his smoother skin, and his deeper eyes. It has been a very long time since we last met, Zhang Xian replied with a warm smile as he slowly made his way up to the stage. Yes, it has been a long time. Shen Bairu nodded as her body trembled in agitation. She had thought that with the difference in their standings, there was no way that they would ever meet again. Who could have known that their reunion would come so abruptly? The young man was just the same as ever. His posture was without airs, and his smile was still so innocent. Zhang Shi? She mentioned earlier that she was colleagues with Zhang Shi, and now, she's acting so shocked all of a sudden. Is she trying to say that the fellow over there is the world's teacher, Zhang Shi? It's one thing for her to feed us with so much CR*P earlier, but to make such a bold claim, is she trying to insult our intelligence? She really is trying to grind our tolerance down to the very last bit, isn't she? If he really is Zhang Shi, I am the head of the Master Teacher Pavilion. How could a lofty figure like Zhang Shi possibly come to a remote town like ours? This woman might be pretty, but she sure has a devious heart. The two of them did not try to conceal their words, and their exchange caused the crowd below to explode as if someone had thrown gunpowder in the midst of burning flames. While Zhang Shi was a figure whom all of them respected, they also understood that the other party was a figure extremely far away from them. It had never crossed their minds that they would ever be able to meet Zhang Shi in person. Yet, that young lady had actually called out Zhang Laoshi so abruptly after making such a speech. Was she trying to say that this humble-looking fellow was actually Zhang Xian? You must be trying to make a monkey out of us. We can accept your bragging, but to sully Zhang Shi's honor. Unforgivable. Don't you know that passing yourself off as Zhang Shi is a taboo of the Master Teacher Pavilion? You must be punished for your insolence, or else how can the Master Teacher Pavilion establish its credibility in the world? A master teacher amid the crowd cried out in fury. Indeed. Catch those two despicable scoundrels. Catch them and skin. Another person amid the crowd shouted. But before he could finish his words, a quivering voice suddenly echoed in the air. Shut up. What's going on over there? The infuriated crowd looked at the stage, and what they saw nearly blew their minds. The young man passing off as Zhang Shi, with a gentle smile on his face, was slowly rising into the air. It was a common fact that flight was an ability exclusive to cultivators who had reached the saint realm. Could the imposter before them actually be a saint expert? But before they could figure out what was going on, a loud rumbling echoed in the air as countless ominous clouds gushed over. The span of the ominous clouds was massive. It swiftly covered the entire town, but it still continued to grow relentlessly into the distance. It did not take long for it to extend all the way to the horizon, plunging everywhere into darkness. This is a cultivation ordeal? How could there be such a massive cultivation ordeal? It's rumored that even the most formidable ancient sage ordeal only covers up to 100,000 mu. But this is at least 1,000,000 mu, right? The crowd below was completely stunned. To be able to summon such a huge cultivation ordeal, could that young man really be Zhang Shi? As this doubt was raised, the crowd swiftly fell silent. Indeed, other than Zhang Shi, who could cause such a spectacular uproar in the world? At the Glacier Plain Court, Mother, rest assured, I'll take care of my body, and I'll make sure not to act recklessly. A young lady with features reminiscent of a delicate ice sculpture reassured a middle-aged lady with a gentle smile. She was the court chief of the Glacier Plain Court, Zhao Ye. The middle-aged lady before her was the holy maiden of the previous generation, her mother. Back then, after the conflict between her teacher and the other major powers was resolved in Empire Alliance City, she had quickly returned to the Glacier Plain Court to release her mother. She had brought her mother back to the Tianxian Kingdom to reunite with her father for a while, before taking them all to the Glacier Plain Court. You keep going into seclusion to cultivate, neither eating nor drinking. A middle-aged man walked over as he shook his head disapprovingly. Your mother and I are afraid that you are pushing yourself too much. He was Zhao Ye's father, the lord of Tianxian Kingdom's Bayou City, Zhao Feng. After Zhang Shi disappeared, their daughter had gone around the world searching for him desperately. When she was unable to find him even after some time, she had finally decided to return to the Glacier Plain Court. But as soon as she returned, she had devoted her time to cultivating, neglecting to sleep and everything else. It pained his heart to see his daughter living in such a manner. While their daughter had reached a level far beyond what they could imagine, their daughter's attitude of recklessly plunging into any danger, as long as it could raise her cultivation, was a cause for concern. They felt that she would eventually come to harm as a result of this. I'm fine. I just wish to be able to stand before my teacher proudly when he finally returns, so that he won't be disappointed in me, Zhao Ye replied with a smile. The memories that she shared with her teacher flashed through her head and filled her with strength once more. She was just about to placate her parents before returning to her cultivation when her eyebrows suddenly shot up. She hurriedly raised her head, only to see that the distant sky had already been covered by large swathes of ominous clouds, and it was swiftly creeping toward the Glacier Plain Court. 1 mu equals 666. 6 square meters. Chapter 1909 Ancient Sage. I shall become the world's teacher 3. This is... Zhao Ye immediately shot to her feet in shock. This was because she realized that even with her current cultivation, she was unable to see the entire span of the ominous clouds. Due to her hard work over the past half a year, her cultivation had already reached blood reincarnation realm consummation. Of course, she was still nowhere close to pushing for a breakthrough to the Dimension Shatterer realm, but there was no doubt that her strength was more than enough to put her at the top of the world. Despite that, she was actually unable to see the end of the ominous clouds. Did this not mean that the ominous clouds extend over several 100,000 li? What in the world is this? How could there be such a huge congregation of dark clouds here? Zhao Feng and his wife also swiftly noticed that something was amiss, and they were horrified by what they were seeing. It seems to be a cultivation ordeal. Teacher. That's right. My teacher must be back. Zhao Ye's eyes lit up in excitement. Not in the mood to cultivate anymore, she quickly rushed in the direction of where the ominous clouds had come from. Other than her teacher, there was no one in the world who was able to summon such a huge congregation of clouds. He was the one and only one in the world. A teacher seeks to impart knowledge and clarify doubts. While our combat master hall does not have the capacity to impart wisdom, we can still demystify combat techniques and fighting skills. This is aligned with the responsibilities of a teacher, and that's also why we are a subsidiary of the Master Teacher Pavilion instead of a separate organization. Standing in front of an army of 10,000, Zhang Yang looked at the newly recruited combat masters sternly as he spoke. Over the past half a year, the combat master hall had grown significantly stronger, especially after Zhang Yang passed down the knowledge that he had received from Zhang Xian. The members of the Combat Master Hall were stronger than ever, each of them wielding the strength to fend off hundreds of cultivators simultaneously. We understand. The crowd nodded in agitation. All of them had heard of the incredible deeds of the Hall Master and his teacher, and they looked forward to becoming a part of the legend they were creating. It was their dearest wish to follow behind this esteemed young man, and their wish was coming true. Seeing that everyone was pumped up, Zhang Yang stopped his speech right there. All right, we shall start the training for today. He was just about to gesture for the instructors to begin when he suddenly raised his head and saw darkness creeping in from afar. Those dark clouds. Is it a cultivation ordeal? Zhang Yang was stunned for a moment before realization struck him. It's my teacher. He's going to achieve a breakthrough to ancient sage. With a slight push against the ground, he vanished right from the spot. In the capital of the otherworldly demonic tribe, Liu Yong was seated upon a high throne, looking down upon his subjects. With a cold voice carrying unquestionable authority, he commanded, "I have mentioned this far too many times, and it bores me to repeat myself time and time again. All otherworldly demons are to maintain friendly relations with the humans, and conflicts are to be avoided at all costs. Anyone who infringes on this will be killed without fail. Do I still have to teach you what to do?" The otherworldly demons quickly kneeled on the ground fearfully and replied, "Yes, your majesty, we'll carry out your will." Shortly after his inauguration, the new sovereign Qin Yong had implemented a series of swift but severe reforms. Under his efforts, the otherworldly demons were starting to accept their coexistence with the humans, and the initial tension between the two races was starting to calm down. Of course, a feud that had lasted over tens of thousands of years could not be halted so easily, but at the very least, the battles had stopped for the time being. Eventually, time would wash away the hostility between the two races, ushering in an era of stability and harmony. Not to mention, coexistence with the humans was not without benefits for the otherworldly demons either. The otherworldly demons gained access to the precious resources traded on the Master-Teacher continent, and they were also able to develop their industries through implementing the technologies of the humans. Having experienced the benefits of coexistence, there were some factions among the otherworldly demonic tribe who were starting to openly support the new sovereign Qin Yong's policies. More importantly, Sovereign Qin Yong had started pushing out a new set of cultivation techniques that allowed otherworldly demons to cultivate swiftly even if they did not devour the flesh and souls of master teachers and humans. With the mutual benefits of the two races aligned, the friction between them lessened significantly. "All right, we shall end the court here. You are dismissed." With a wave of his hand, Liu Yong stood up to walk away. As a sign of respect, the subjects were only allowed to leave after the emperor had left the royal court. However, at that moment, ominous clouds suddenly swarmed over from afar, covering the sky in a flash. "Teacher." Liu Yang's eyes reddened in agitation at this sight. Without any hesitation, he flicked his wrist and tore open a spatial passageway. He walked into the spatial passageway and disappeared from the astonished eyes of his subjects. After his hard work over the past half a year, the situation in the otherworldly demonic tribe had finally stabilized. He finally had the rights to pursue his teacher once more. The same situation was occurring in the 100 schools of philosophers' Kungsu domain. Kong Shiyao looked at the gloomy sky as her body trembled in excitement. Was her teacher finally appearing once more after his long absence? "I'll leave the Kungsu domain to you for the time being. I'm heading out to take a look." Without waiting for the other party to respond, Kong Shiyao rushed toward the master-teacher continent. After spending 6 months in anonymity, Zhang Xian finally caused a huge uproar in the world with his breakthrough. It's him. It really is him. There's no doubt, there's no one other than Zhang Shi who could pull something like this off. To think that we wouldn't be able to recognize him when he was right before our eyes, and we even attempted to capture him. My gosh, I actually got a chance to see Zhang Shi's splendor with my own eyes. Now, I can die with no regrets. As the truth dawned upon those in the little town, countless silhouettes gathered around the stage, stiffened in shock. Previously, when Shan Bairu mentioned that she was Zhang Shi's colleague, there had not been a single person among the crowd who believed her. When she said that the young man standing before them was actually Zhang Shi, they had scoffed at her words, thinking that they were utter nonsense. All of it turned out to be real. The incredible figure who had won the world's respect and admiration was really standing right before them in the flesh. "He's just the same as ever. He's always the brightest one in the crowd," Shun Bairu remarked with a helpless smile. For as long as she had known this young man, he had always caught everyone's gaze. She had thought that he would tone down after coming this far, but the other party turned out to be the same as ever. It was as if he did not know the concepts of humility and low profile. Zhang Xian was oblivious to the uproar among the crowd. He was carefully ruminating over his new enlightenment, and it felt as if the rays of the dawn sun had pierced through the darkness in his mind, showing him a new route. This feeling was so strong that it touched even the depths of his soul. "So, this is what I've been pursuing all this while," Zhang Xian muttered with a faint smile as he looked at the endless dark clouds and lightning bolts gathering around him. It was apparent that the cultivation ordeal that he was going to go through this time would be highly destructive, commanding a might far beyond what he had ever experienced before. Selah. Lightning bolts and heavenly flames condensed together to form innumerable massive weapons, and each of these weapons darted right toward Zhang Xian. Just from the sheer momentum, it felt like not even Dimension Shatterer realm experts would stand a chance against this fearsome might. In fact, it felt like it had far exceeded everything in the world. It was a transcendental force that was bound to bring destruction upon its target, and not even the newly enlightened Zhang Xian would stand a chance against it. But, since he did not stand a chance against it, why should he bother fighting against it? Without the slightest change in his expression, Zhang Xian parted his lips. Dissipate. His voice pierced through the void, echoing into the high heavens. Voila! As if they had encountered their greatest nemesis, the weapons made of lightning bolts and heavenly flames swiftly disintegrated into nothing. At the same time, under his command, the ominous clouds slowly scattered, returning a clear sky to the world. Previously, he would still have had to utilize all kinds of techniques in order to overcome his cultivation ordeal, but with his current ability, he was actually able to resolve it with a single word. It was as if the heavens of the Master-Teacher continent had submitted to him. He had become the ruler of the world, and his words dictated the future course of the world. This was the ability of the word of law. A breakthrough to ancient sage meant surpassing the world in a certain law, but the current Zhang Xian had gone far beyond that. His entire existence had surpassed the limitations of the world, making him a being who stood above the heavens. He had become a transcendental being that existed beyond the three realms, unrecognized by the five elements. As the ancient sage ordeal vanished, overwhelming energy gushed out from his body and pierced into the heavens, suppressing everything in the area. Boom! Unable to suppress his zhanqi any longer, Zhang Xian's aura began surging forth. In an instant, from sempiternal realm consummation, he had already reached Ancient Sage. Ancient Sage 1 Dan Bloodline Continuance Realm, Ancient Sage 2 Dan Great Philosopher Realm, Ancient Sage 3 Dan Blood Reincarnation Realm. All of the accumulation prior to his breakthrough was showing its effects now. In less than 10 breaths, he had already pushed through 3 realms, rising all the way to Blood Reincarnation Realm consummation. In a sense, his achievement was even more fearsome than Kong Shiyao's. In fact, not even Kong Shi's breakthrough had been so swift. Feeling vigorous energy coursing through his body, a smile slowly etched itself onto Zhang Xian's lips as he gazed down upon the world as if an immortal of the heavens. At that moment, his profile looked ever so inviolable and authoritative. A long silence lingered in the world as the sky cleared up completely, following which, a majestic voice boomed across the world. From this day onward, I am the world's teacher. The 3 realms are namely the heavens, earth, and hell. Chapter 1910 Zhao Yu's unique nature. From the moment he achieved a breakthrough to Ancient Sage, Zhang Xian realized that he was already an existence that towered above the Master-Teacher continent's heavens, becoming the world's teacher in reality. Every word and action from him could influence the will of the heavens and even correct them. This was the same ability that Kong Shi's descendants wielded, word of law. He had thought that he had finally diverged from Kong Shi's path and was no longer affected by the latter, but who could have known that he was still walking on the latter's footsteps? It was as if every step that he took brought him closer to becoming the next Kong Shi. Kong Shi must have reached such a realm in the ancient era for him to bestow upon his descendants the ability to warp the laws of the world through their words. Zhang Xian sighed deeply before shaking the matter out of his mind. It should not matter whether he was tracing Kong Shi's footsteps or not. As long as he was giving his all in everything that he did, what was the point in frustrating over such matters? With clenched fists, Zhang Xian began to carefully sense the changes in his body. Even though he had only reached the blood reincarnation realm thus far, with his current strength, he was confident that he could crush the deity that had appeared previously in the Kungsu domain with a single finger. It seemed like the many times that he had suppressed his cultivation had not been in vain. The strength that he had acquired as soon as he made the breakthrough was really beyond imagination. Kacha, the painting that Zhang Xian was holding tightly in his hand, suddenly disintegrated into ashes. In order to fuel his previous breakthrough, not only did he use up all of the aeon of ancient sage contained in the painting, he also devoured all of the ancient sage blood that he had acquired from the two deities that he had killed. At that very moment, he felt like he had reverted to his usual poor self. Wealth sure was transient. Farewell. With a tap of his finger, he imparted a modified cultivation technique into the head of the young lady before turning around and vanishing from sight. Farewell. Zhang Xian. Shin Bairu's eyes reddened as her body shook non-stop. She knew that this parting truly represented the divergence of their pathways. They would never meet one another ever again. Meanwhile, after confirming the identity of the young man in the sky, the crowd in the town swiftly got to their knees and kneeled down, paying respects to Zhang Shi. As expected of the world's teacher, every action that he did was a legend in itself. Flying to a private location where ordinary cultivators could no longer see him, Zhang Xian halted his flight and cast a cursory glance around him. With a smile on his lips, he said, "Come out, teacher." Zhao Ya, Wang Ying, Lu Yang, Zheng Yang, Yuan Tao, Lu Chong, Wei Ruyan, Zhang Zhouxiao, and Kong Shiyao. His 9 direct disciples swiftly appeared from the shadows and bowed down to him. Over the past 2 years, he had accepted all 9 of them as his direct disciples. Each of them had eventually climbed to the top of the master-teacher continent, becoming figures that stood at the very peak of the pyramid. "Come at me all at once. I want to see how much you have grown," Zhang Xian said with his hands behind his back. The 9 direct disciples were stunned for a moment before they nodded simultaneously. Hoo. The 9 of them immediately encircled Zhang Xian before charging at him from all directions. Over the past half a year, all 9 of them had made significant advances in their cultivation. Even the one with the lowest cultivation in the past, Yuan Tao, had successfully reached Great Philosopher Realm Intermediate stage after his 2 ancient sage ordeals. As for the others, such as Zhao Ya, Kong Shiyao, Zheng Yang, and Lu Yang, they had all reached the blood reincarnation realm. With their combined prowess, they wielded the power to seal even space-time itself. Had the deity from before come under their collaborative offense, he would have found it hard to stand his ground. But when the target was Zhang Xian, their seemingly devastating attacks were easily kept at bay by the mere protective layer of Zhenqi shrouding his body. In fact, as long as Zhang Xian willed it, he could move at a speed so quick that even they would be unable to perceive his movements. At this point, the Zhang clan's bloodline was completely useless to him. Time acceleration had become an ability that he could activate with a mere thought. The group fought for a while, and it did not take long for Zhang Xian to ascertain how powerful he and each of his direct disciples were. Feeling that there was no point in prolonging the fight any longer, he raised his forefinger and tapped it lightly in front of him. Break! Voila! All 9 of them were sent retreating simultaneously with pale faces. It was no exaggeration to say that they were the most powerful team of cultivators on the master-teacher continent at the moment, but to think that they would not be able to withstand a single strike from their teacher's finger. Zhao Ya and Zheng Yang, you have worked hard. I can tell that you have improved a lot over the past half a year. The rest of you too. Well done. However, Shiyao, you will have to work a little harder. Even though you aren't the weakest at the moment, your advancement is sorely lagging behind, Zhang Xian pointed out. He could tell that his students had been working extremely hard based on their improvements. In contrast, the one who had been growing the slowest turned out to be the last direct disciple that he had accepted, Kong Shiyao. He had not really given her any pointers prior to his departure, resulting in the latter's cultivation advancing only from blood reincarnation realm intermediate stage to advanced stage despite having half a year to herself. As one of Zhang Xian's direct disciples, such a rate of progress could be said to be abysmal. Kong Shiyao was rendered speechless. She was painfully aware of the fact that she was the one who had made the least progress over the past half a year. Previously, she had thought that, with her Kong clan bloodline, even if she was no match for Zhao Ya, Zheng Yang, and the others at the moment, she should be able to catch up with them in no time. Yet, the others were pulling further away from her instead. This made her realize that the incredible gifts that the Kong clan's bloodline had bestowed her would only get her so far. It was sheer naivety for her to think that her talent would be enough to offset the effort put in by her seniors who were desperately climbing forward with everything they had. If she did not desperately claw forward with everything she had, she would only end up being cast behind the others. Not to mention that her teacher was the world's teacher. There was no way the disciples of the world's teacher would be bound by the mere limitations of talent. All right, this is what I have comprehended over the past half a year. I'll impart everything to you now. As for how much you are able to comprehend, it's entirely up to you. With a tap of his finger, Zhang Xian imparted the insights that he had received during his breakthrough to ancient sage into the minds of the others. At their level of cultivation, there was no longer a need to bring them around step by step anymore as if they were amateurs. Rather, all he had to do was grant them the resources and allow them to reach enlightenment on their own. One's cultivation lay with oneself. As a teacher, his role was just to bring them through the doorsill and point out plausible paths to them. As for how far they could go, that was down to them. It was also for this reason that Zhang Xian had previously encouraged them to seek out their own paths. If not, they would not have accrued precious experiences that would allow them to grow and mature as people. The 9 direct disciples swiftly scanned through Zhang Xian's impartation, and excited gleams sparkled in their eyes. With his insights, they would be able to quicken their rate of cultivation and reinforce the foundations of their cultivation further. Zhang Xian knew that it would take some time for his direct disciples to assimilate what they had just received, but he did not have much time to waste. Thus, he spoke up. I'm intending to head to the formation in the Kungsu domain. The rest of you should come along with me. The 9 of them quickly nodded in response. Thus, they made their way over to the Kungsu domain, and within 10 minutes, they were already on the elevated platform beneath the formation leading to the azure. After Zhang Xian had repaired the formation, all of the rifts that had appeared previously had been completely mended, making this place seem almost no different from any other. The mercury-like energy that had seeped through previously had also diffused into the surroundings to harmless concentration levels. From the looks of it, it seemed like the formation was doing its job well. Through the personnel guarding the formation, he confirmed that no deities had been able to slip through the formation in the past half a year, and he heaved a sigh of relief. On the other side of the formation above is the azure, and it is filled with an extremely heavy spiritual energy. It's highly dangerous, but I believe that it's the key to achieving a breakthrough to the Dimension Shatterer realm. Would you like to try and see if you are able to absorb it? Zhang Xian tapped his finger lightly as he spoke, and a small black hole appeared in the formation. A gush of heavy energy poured down, causing the elevated platform to creak under the weight. Since he had achieved a breakthrough to Ancient Sage, it was about time for him to leave the Master-Teacher continent and take a look at the higher dimensions. Otherwise, he would never be able to find Luo Ruoxin, and their fate would be severed thereon. However, in order to enter the azure, he would have to first grow accustomed to the mercury-like spiritual energy. The reason he had brought his direct disciples there as well was because he wanted them to get a taste of the mercury-like spiritual energy so that they would be wary of it. Tzzzz. Hearing Zhang Xian's words, the 9 direct disciples each took in a small bit of the mercury-like spiritual energy, and the next moment, they felt as if their meridians were going to collapse under the weight. They hurriedly drove their zhenqi to reinforce the resilience of their meridians. This spiritual energy was simply too fearsome. Even though they had all reached Ancient Sage, it was still beyond their means to deal with. Teacher, I think I am able to absorb this spiritual energy. Just as Zhang Xian was sighing in disappointment, a voice suddenly sounded. He quickly turned his head over and saw Zhaoye looking at him with a confused expression. The mercury-like spiritual energy was slowly flowing into her body, but her body was not showing any signs of rejection. Chapter 1911 Zhaoye's Breakthrough. Continue cultivating, don't stop. Zhang Xian urged as he activated his eye of insight to take a closer look at the young lady. As the mercury-like spiritual energy flowed through her body, it refined her zhenqi, inducing her cultivation to grow at a visible rate. Within a short 10 minutes, she was making advancements equivalent to an entire day of cultivation. It's the altered meridians. Zhang Xian came to a realization. Previously, Zhao Yu's meridians had been completely destroyed while trying to save him, so Zhang Xian had used the vines of the Dongshu gourd to construct a new meridian network for her. This mercury-like spiritual energy should have been enough to crush the meridians of any cultivator with ease, but somehow, this problem did not exist for Zhao Yu. It was a wonder what the vines truly were. They were actually able to absorb such heavy spiritual energy without causing a strain on Zhao Yu's body at all by nullifying the damage it would have usually caused on normal cultivators through its sheer resilience. A few moments later, Zhao Yu halted her cultivation before turning to look at her teacher with agitation in her eyes. "Teacher, I think that I should be able to easily achieve a breakthrough to Dimension Shatterer Realm as long as I continue absorbing the heavy spiritual energy." Her cultivation had already reached Blood Reincarnation Realm consummation due to her hard work over the past half a year, but all of a sudden, she had found that she could not scale any higher than that. It was as if she had already reached the highest peak of the Master-Teacher continent, and there was no path leading to higher grounds for her to take anymore. It was the world's bottleneck. Yet, when she absorbed the spiritual energy, she actually felt an impetus to make a breakthrough, and it filled her with disbelief. "I see," Zhang Xian remarked with a nod. He did not say too much in response to Zhao Yu's situation, but he had already roughly figured out what was going on. The spiritual energy of the Master-Teacher continent differed far too much from the Azure in terms of density and quality. The bottleneck preventing cultivators from reaching the Dimension Shatterer Realm was like a pair of resilient steel gates that an ordinary stream could never push open. It required powerful currents and devastating waves striking on the steel gates in order to break them apart. It's as I thought. The key to achieving a breakthrough to the Dimension Shatterer Realm is to absorb this mercury-like energy. Zhang Xian nodded affirmatively, more certain than ever of his conjecture. This might also be the reason for the vast difference in the strength of those on the Master-Teacher continent and the deities descending from the Azure. They had been constantly nourished by the mercury-like spiritual energy, so achieving a breakthrough to the Dimension Shatterer Realm was not too difficult a feat to them anymore. It was for this reason that the 100 schools of philosophers had devoted their efforts to developing the green sprout wheat to improve the constitution of ordinary civilians. Once their constitution reached a level suited for them to absorb the mercury-like spiritual energy, mankind would take a qualitative step forward in its level of existence. Continue absorbing the spiritual energy. Try to achieve a breakthrough to the Dimension Shatterer Realm if possible. Zhang Xian instructed. Zhao Yu nodded. She quickly drove her zhenqi to its limits as she devoured the mercury-like spiritual energy greedily. On the other hand, the other 8 direct disciples tried to absorb the mercury-like spiritual energy once more, but they were unable to absorb it like their first senior. Thus, they could only sigh deeply and look at their first senior in envy. Knowing that cultivation was not something that could be rushed, Zhang Xian did not rush Zhao Yu. Instead, using both the Eye of Insight and the Library of Heaven's Path, he made sure to take note of Zhao Yu's current condition carefully, fearing that something would happen to her. Fortunately, due to Zhao Yu's diligence and patience, the foundations of her cultivation were extremely firm. Her cultivation grew without any problems, and within half a day, she was already knocking on the bottleneck, keeping her from the Dimension Shatterer Realm. Break! Once the young lady had built up sufficient momentum, her eyebrows shot up as she released a furious cry. In an instant, her zhenqi gushed through her meridians and tore down the bottleneck limiting her, causing her cultivation to rise to the much-desired level of the Dimension Shatterer Realm. The ordeal of lightning armament swiftly descended upon Zhao Yu as the heavens desperately tried to claw her apart. However, with her current strength and Zhang Xian's pointers, she managed to overcome the crisis safely. Nevertheless, the cultivation ordeal still left many wounds on her that would take some time to recover from. "Is this the level that you reached back then?" Zhang Xian asked. Vicious had reached the Dimension Shatterer Realm before, which had resulted in his widespread fame in the otherworldly demonic tribe as an immortal's envoy. It was with such strength that he had been able to force Kong Shi into a corner multiple times. Vicious nodded. Through absorbing the heavy energy coming from the Azure, I was able to push my cultivation past the Dimension Shatterer Realm, but I was only able to push to primary stage. Anything beyond that is practically impossible. Based on my research back then, one has to enter the azure and tap into the natural energies in that world to alter one's fundamental constitution in order to advance one's cultivation any further than that. Otherwise, one will be doomed to be trapped at that realm till one's death. You were unable to advance any further than that? Zhang Xian was stunned. He quickly turned to Zhao Ye and asked her the same question. Zhao Ye closed her eyes to sense her current physical condition before shaking her head and replying, "Teacher, it seems like reaching Dimension Shatter Realm primary stage is really my limit. If I wish to cultivate any further than this, while the rejection of the heavens does play a part as well, more importantly, it seems like my body has reached the limits of its capacity. I am unable to accept any more heavy spiritual energy." It was similar to the idea of how a pond could only store a limited amount of water depending on its size. If someone attempted to pour more water into an already full pond, the excess would just flow into the surroundings. If one wanted the pond to reserve a greater amount of water, the only way was to expand the pond. As the size of the pond increased, the amount of water that it could store would naturally increase as well. The dimension one lives in does affect one's constitution too, Zhang Xian thought. He had thought that as long as he had an ample supply of the mercury-like spiritual energy, he would be able to continuously absorb it and advance his cultivation swiftly. However, it seemed like his thoughts were too naive. If it was that easy, Kong Shi would not have had to leave the master-teacher continent. Zhang Xian clenched his fists and thought, "Let me give it a try again and see if I'm able to absorb it." Previously, when he tried to absorb the mercury-like spiritual energy, he had not achieved a breakthrough to ancient sage, and the resilience of his body had still been sorely lacking. However, after his breakthrough, he wielded strength that far surpassed that of even Zhao Ye. Could his body possibly be able to adapt to this mercury-like spiritual energy and allow him to absorb it too? After all, he had altered his meridian network, and it was even more profound than Zhao Ye's. With such a thought in mind, Zhang Xian quickly sat on the ground and closed his eyes. Chapter 19:12 The Importance of Meridians. TZZZZZZZ. The mercury-like spiritual energy swiftly poured into Zhang Xian's meridians through his acupoints. Kacha, kacha. But as if someone had injected lead into his body, his meridians immediately began cracking as he felt an incredible weight trying to pull him down from within. He hurriedly drove his heavens path Zhenqi to repair the cracks and reinforce his meridians to withstand the mercury-like spiritual energy. Nevertheless, his face continued to redden, and a moment later, fresh blood spurted out of his mouth. "It doesn't work." Zhang Xian shook his head helplessly. He had thought that he would be able to absorb the mercury-like energy with the recent advancement in his cultivation, but his expectations had been dashed. If he attempted to force his way through, it could be foreseen that his meridians would be shattered, and his dantian would collapse. Putting aside trying to assimilate the mercury-like spiritual energy into his zhenqi, his body would first be destroyed by the massive burden. "It's a pity that I don't have the vine anymore." Zhang Xian sighed deeply. If he still had the vines of the Dongshu gourd, he would have been able to use it to further alter his meridians and allow him to slowly adapt to the mercury-like spiritual energy, but that was clearly out of the question now. Just as Zhang Xian was wondering if he should seek another method, a thought suddenly arose in his head. Wait a moment, that shouldn't be. Those two otherworldly demons were able to absorb the mercury-like spiritual energy, and even Vicious succeeded. Ancient sage Yanqing had once experimented with the mercury-like spiritual energy, and of the initial 10 subjects, 2 otherworldly demons had eventually survived the crushing pressure from the mercury-like spiritual energy. Vicious definitely did not have the vine of the Dongshu gourd, but he had succeeded as well. Considering that his meridian network was even more perfect than the otherworldly demons, it did not make sense for him to fail. There had to be something else that they had that he did not that resulted in such a massive difference in results. Could it be the zhenqi of slaughter? If I alter the attribute of my zhenqi to that, will I be able to absorb the mercury-like spiritual energy more smoothly? Zhang Xian wondered. It was not as if there was anyone whom he could consult, so he decided to immediately try it out. He swiftly altered the attribute of his heaven's path Zhenqi to simulate the Zhenqi of slaughter, and in an instant, it was as if he had become a lofty, otherworldly demon emperor. After altering the attribute of his Zhenqi, he opened up his acupoints once more and carefully took in the mercury-like spiritual energy. Tzzzz. This time, when the same mercury-like spiritual energy entered his body, it surprisingly did not feel as heavy as before. Instead, it felt warm and soothing, as if gulping down a bowl of warm chicken soup. It's working. Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly in exhilaration. As the current sovereign Chen Lu Yang possessed the ability to freely alter his Zhenqi to that of the Zhenqi of slaughter as well, but his meridians had never been changed before. It was likely that this was why he was unable to absorb the mercury-like spiritual energy. However, it was different for Zhang Xian. Back when he was stripped down to his bones during his fight with the deity in the capital of the otherworldly demonic tribe, he had used the unique aura that the deity gifted to sovereign Qin Ling in order to recover, and he had made sure to alter his meridian network to one that was more aligned with the world. With those changes, he was actually able to absorb the mercury-like spiritual energy smoothly without any problems. After absorbing for some time, he finally felt the bottleneck that was preventing him from reaching the Dimension Shatterer realm. Shatter. At that moment, Zhang Xian's consciousness was within the great codex of spring and autumn in the library of Heaven's Path, which resulted in a tenfold acceleration for the time of his consciousness. Mercury-like energy poured out of the azure in bulk, but every single bit of it was swiftly swept into a vortex that led straight into Zhang Xian's body. Zhaoya, Kong Shiyao, and the others were astonished, and they swiftly retreated several steps away from the elevated platform. They had noticed that their teacher was able to absorb the heavy spiritual energy ever since his aura transformed into one similar to an otherworldly demon, but they did not think that he would actually be able to cultivate so quickly. Under the relentless downpour of such a huge quantity of the mercury-like energy, the elevated platform was crushed under the pressure. Due to the effects of the great codex of spring and autumn, Zhang Xian was able to cultivate at an unbelievable speed. Nevertheless, it took him nearly an entire day before he was able to push his cultivation up to the very brim, where he was unable to accumulate any more energy. Honglong. It was around half a day later before he finally released the energy and took the final step into the Dimension Shatter realm, just like Zhaoya. Surprisingly though, perhaps because he had become the world's teacher, the heavens did not call an ordeal of lightning armament upon him as a result of his breakthrough. After reaching this realm, he swiftly noticed that he was facing the same problem as Vicious and Zhaoya. No matter how much he tried to absorb the mercury-like spiritual energy, he was unable to advance his cultivation in the slightest. It was as if his dantian and meridians had reached a sated state, preventing him from absorbing any more energy. What a pity, Zhang Xian remarked with a shake of his head as he halted his cultivation and rose to his feet. The advancement in his cultivation had given him a deeper understanding of what the mercury-like spiritual energy truly was. Simply put, it was spiritual energy condensed to the extremities, resulting in its unbelievable weight. As the meridians of ordinary humans were simply too weak, it was impossible for them to adapt to it. On the other hand, the otherworldly demons possessed a superior constitution, and their meridian network was much more logical than that of normal human cultivators. As such, there was a chance that they could adapt to the mercury-like spiritual energy and enjoy a significant boost in their cultivation. As for why the Zhenqi of slaughter was required to cultivate the mercury-like spiritual energy, Zhang Xian did not have a clear answer yet, but he did notice that the two energies shared similar attributes to one another. Perhaps, the Zhenqi of slaughter facilitated the absorption and flow of the mercury-like spiritual energy, and the similar attributes also meant that it was less likely that one's body would reject the mercury-like spiritual energy. Seeing that both Zhao Ye and their teacher had achieved a breakthrough to the Dimension Shatter realm one after another, Zheng Yang, Kong Shiyao, and the others could hardly contain their agitation. Teacher, is it possible for us to cultivate the heavy spiritual energy too? If the two of them were able to absorb the heavy spiritual energy, would they be able to do it in the near future? Zhang Xian shook his head grimly. For the time being, it's impossible for the rest of you. Altering the meridians of an individual was no laughing matter. Even with Zhang Xian's current means, he did not dare take the matter lightly. The reason Zhao Ye had been able to succeed was because her meridians had been replaced with the extraordinary vines of the Dongshu gourd. But even so, luck played a huge part as well. Many complications could easily have occurred, such as her succumbing to the pain or her body rejecting the vines of the Dongshu gourds. On the other hand, Zhang Xian had only managed to alter his meridians because he was already reduced to a skeleton, and he had the recovery energy from the deity that had allowed him to swiftly heal his body. Otherwise, just trying to recover would have been a pain in his backside, let alone making use of this opportunity to alter his meridians. Without such fortuitous encounters, it would be hard for the rest of his direct disciples to succeed as well. Hearing those words, the crowd could not help but lower their heads in disappointment. It's indeed impossible for ordinary humans to absorb this energy. The 100 schools of philosophers have tried many times, but not even the most talented geniuses were able to adapt to it. Kong Shiyao added with a bitter smile. There was no one on the master-teacher continent who knew more about the mercury-like spiritual energy than the 100 schools of philosophers. For many generations, they had guarded this seal, and within this period of time, they had already fully familiarized themselves with the nature of the mercury-like spiritual energy. With so many talented individuals failing in the past, it did not seem likely that they would all be able to overcome this limitation anytime soon. Even though you might not have succeeded thus far with time, your body should gradually get used to the mercury-like spiritual energy, Zhang Xian said. Based on the records from tens of thousands of years ago, the population then couldn't even survive 3 seconds in the face of the heavy spiritual energy before their meridians ruptured completely. However, the current population, including those who have yet to cultivate, can last for at least 10 minutes in the face of the mercury-like spiritual energy as long as they don't absorb it into their body. Kong Shiyao nodded in agreement. Those words brought a frown to Zhang Xian's face. Why would that be? Allow me to take a look. By right, the situation for ordinary humans should not change by too much. Even if the green sprout wheat altered the constitution of ordinary humans, a fighter 8 Dan cultivator should still be as powerless in the face of the mercury-like spiritual energy as a fighter 1 Dan cultivator, but there was actually such a huge difference over time. Could it be that the green sprout wheat had altered something else? Zhang Xian swiftly spread his spiritual perception across the entire great frontispiece of Confucianism, and he swiftly located some of the ordinary citizens. The green sprout wheat has not only enhanced their constitution, it seems like their meridian network has also developed in a much different manner compared to the cultivators of the master-teacher continent. Zhang Xian was shocked. He did know that the green sprout wheat had strengthened the bodies of those living in the Kungsu domain, granting them the strength of Zhongshu realm at maturity, but he had never thought of checking their meridians. Over many years of development, the meridian network of the local population was starting to show some similarities to that of the otherworldly demonic tribe. This explained the significant increase in the duration that they were able to withstand the mercury-like energy. Perhaps this is the path that mankind is destined to walk on in order to advance further. Zhang Xian sighed deeply. Initially, Zhang Xian had intended to find a different way for Zhang Yang and the others to adapt to the mercury-like spiritual energy, but the sight that he had just seen changed his mind altogether. It felt like the only way to truly adapt to the mercury-like spiritual energy was through altering one's meridians, and if Zhang Yang and the others were to go around it the normal way, it would be impossible for them to succeed in their lifetime. However, in order for them to alter their meridians, they would have to first destroy their meridian networks. But the aeon of ancient sage that they would require to make a full recovery was so massive that it was not an amount that he could procure. Furthermore, what if they were unable to reform their meridians after shattering them? Zhang Xian pondered deeply for a moment before asking, Shiyao, where are ancient sage Yanqing and the others? Chapter 1913. Up to the Azure, the battle with the deity had reduced ancient sage Yanqing and the others to mere skeletal racks. With all of them on the verge reaching the limits of their lifespan, it would simply be a waste of resources for them to recover anymore. Nevertheless, before Zhang Xian left on his self-discovery journey, He saw Kong Shiryao sealing them in ice to preserve their conditions. Half a year had passed since then, but it should be likely that they were still alive. Kong Shiryao also nodded in response. They are currently in hibernation. Bring me to them. I just might have a way to save them. Zhang Xian instructed as he gathered a bundle of the mercury-like spiritual energy in his hands. Those words made Kong Shiryao widen her eyes in excitement. Knowing the conditions that ancient sage Yanqing and the others were in, all she could really do was to delay the inevitable. She thought that it was really the end of these great men who had devoted their lives to protecting the 100 schools of philosophers, but Zhang Xian's words sparked a glimmer of hope in her eyes. She immediately led the way forward, and they soon arrived in a sealed room. In the room, the bodies of ancient sage Yanqing and several other ancient sages were placed side by side along a round, elevated platform. Beneath the platform were various artifacts that constantly supplied the ancient sages with the vitality required to sustain their lives as long as possible. Such a method couldn't increase their lifespan, but at the very least, it was able to delay their deaths as much as possible. This was also the method they had used in order to last the past 10,000 years. Zhang Xian walked right up to ancient sage Yanqing's skeletal rack, and with a snap of his finger, he released the seal cast around him. The skeletal rack slowly roused to consciousness. Zhang Shi. The skeletal rack swiftly rose up and bowed deeply. I have found a way that could potentially save you. However, as I have never tested it before, I can't guarantee its success. If it works out, your lifespan will be extended, and you will enjoy a huge leap in your cultivation. However, if it fails, you'll lose your life right away. Are you interested in taking this gamble? Knowing that the other party's time was limited, Zhang Xian got straight to the point. I want to give it a try. Ancient sage Yanqing replied decisively. Since he was doomed anyway, there was no reason for him to clutch onto this straw of hope, even if the chances were slim. Good. I have a Zhenqi circulation method over here that I need you to practice right now. Furthermore, while you are reforming your physical body, I want you to create your meridians according to this map I have over here. Zhang Xian tapped his finger and imparted the reverse method of the simplified Heaven's Path Divine Art and the meridian network mapping he had drawn a while ago into ancient sage Yanqing's head. It took ancient sage Yanqing 10 minutes to fully comprehend the meridian network and the Zhenqi circulation method. He wasn't too sure what Zhang Xian was exactly up to, but he was confident that the latter wouldn't harm him. Thus, he took in a deep breath before driving his Zhenqi in accordance to the Zhenqi circulation method. Tzzzzzz. With a snap of his fingers, Zhang Xian released the mercury-like energy he had gathered previously, causing it to swiftly suffuse the surroundings. The presence of this energy caused ancient sage Yanqing to tense up in anxiety. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and resolved himself to push it through. He began absorbing the surrounding mercury-like energy using the Zhenqi circulation method Zhang Xian had provided, expecting to feel a crushing pressure anytime soon. But as some time passed, an uncomprehending look appeared on his face instead. When he absorbed the mercury-like spiritual energy based on the Zhenqi circulation method provided by Zhang Xian, he felt that the mercury-like spiritual energy was nourishing his body instead of crushing it. Delighted, he continued absorbing the energy excitedly, and within 4 hours, his physical body was already fully restored. Due to the changes in his meridian network, his body was emanating an overpowering killing intent, making him seem like an otherworldly demon from afar. Seeing that the first phase of his plan had worked, Zhang Xian's eyes glowed in delight. He quickly issued the next set of instructions. Good. Now, try to push for a breakthrough to Dimension Shatterer Realm. Ancient sage Yanqing nodded as he continued absorbing the mercury-like spiritual energy. As his accumulation over the past 10,000 years was far greater than Zhaoya, it took him only 2 hours to reach ancient sage Fordan. As a result of his breakthrough, his lifespan increased as well. With this, he was no longer at risk of dying at any moment anymore. Thank you, Zhang Shi. Words could hardly describe ancient sage Yanqing's feelings as he felt the torrent of energy coursing through his body. He quickly kneeled onto the floor to express his gratitude to Zhang Xian. He was already prepared to face death after his overexertion while trying to repair the formation, But who could have thought that the other party would bring him back using such an unusual method? Not only so, he even achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation and reached a level that he thought he would never reach. The Mercury-like spiritual energy sure is incredible. Not only does it hasten one's rate of cultivation, it also recovers one's body at a rate faster than the aeon of ancient sage. Seeing that his guess was on the mark, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Under normal circumstances, given the limited amount of vitality that ancient sage Yanqing had left inside his body, he wouldn't have been able to fully recover his physical body even in an environment rich in the aeon of ancient sage. However, it was a completely different matter if he were to absorb the Mercury-like spiritual energy instead. This type of condensed spiritual energy harnessed an incredible amount of power within it. As long as one was able to absorb it, it could heal any severe wounds swiftly. After confirming the feasibility of the method, Zhang Xian unhesitatingly brought the remaining ancient sages to the elevated platform before waking them up. He warned them of the risks involved first before imparting them with the same Zhenqi circulation method and meridian network mapping he had given to ancient sage Yanqing. All of them decided immediately to go along with Zhang Xian's plan, especially after seeing the method had worked on ancient sage Yanqing. Eventually, most of them managed to take the final step and successfully reach Dimension Shatterer Realm, but there were accidents as well. Two ancient sages made a mistake in their cultivation and ended up having their skeletal racks crushed by the heavy spiritual energy, causing them to die on the spot. Nevertheless, all of this showed that this was a feasible course of action to take. Thus, Zhang Xian called his direct disciples over and asked, "Are you willing to go through any danger in order to reach Dimension Shatterer Realm?" The 8 of them nodded their heads in agreement. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian waved his hand, and all 8 of them immediately spurted blood simultaneously. That single strike had shattered all of the meridians in their bodies. Cultivate in accordance with this, and be warned that you mustn't make even the slightest mistake. Don't blame me for not warning you if you were to die in the end, Zhang Xian said as he imparted them with the 2 manuals as well. Zhang Yang and the others had watched ancient sage Yanqing's rebirth with their own eyes, so they were well aware as to what they should do. Furthermore, as they had cultivated the simplified version of the Heaven's Path divine art, they were extremely familiar with it. While they had never tried cultivating it in reverse before, it didn't take them long to get used to it. In the end, Kong Shuyao was the first one to fully recover and reach Dimension Shatterer Realm. Trailing behind her were Zheng Yang, Wei Ruyan, Lu Chong, and Wang Ying, and 5 days later, even the weakest of them, Zhang Jiuxiao, had reached Dimension Shatterer Realm too. With this, all 9 of Zhang Xian's direct disciples had become ancient sage 4-dan Dimension Shatterer Realm experts. Teacher. Seeing that they had succeeded, all 9 of them cheered in delight. Their teacher had actually accomplished a feat that even Kong Shi failed to back then. Seeing that his final job here was done, Zhang Xian quickly gathered all of them together and revealed his intent to them. "I'm intending to open up the seal and enter the azure. The circumstances up there are still unknown for the time being, and it's likely that untold dangers lurk beyond. Thus, I want all of you to stay put here for the time being and guard the Master-Teacher continent in my stead. Wait for my news, all right?" Over the past 5 days which his direct disciples had spent cultivating to Dimension Shatterer Realm, he had been pondering over his next move, and he found that his convictions still remained the same. He wanted to head to the azure and find Luo Ruoxin. He did think of whether he should bring his students along, but he eventually decided against it, especially given the dangers he involved. "Teacher, we wish to come along with you." Zhaoye stepped forward and declared, "No matter what kind of danger lies in the path ahead, we'll follow wherever you go. There is nothing that can make us stand down." Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. While the others didn't say a word, the look of resolution on their faces clearly indicated their stance as well. It was due to their teacher that they were able to achieve their current accomplishments. If their teacher was going to undergo untold dangers, there was no way they would be able to remain here with a peace of mind. "I appreciate your sentiments, but we can't just leave the Master-Teacher continent as it is at the moment. With the massive rebalancing and the power distribution of the Master-Teacher continent, there's no saying what would happen in the future if all of you were to disappear at once. Rest assured, Once I have confirmed the situation in the Azure, I'll try to inform you all through Liu Yang's rituals. Zhang Xian explained with a smile. The Azure was bound to be filled with innumerable top-notch experts, and even if he was no match for them, he was at least confident of escaping from them if he were alone. However, if he had to bring all of his students with him, he was not confident that he would be able to ensure their safety. Besides, unlike him, his students had their own responsibilities on the master-teacher continent, and they couldn't afford to simply leave on a whim. Take Liu Yang, for example. He was the highest leader of the otherworldly demonic tribe. It hadn't been long since the situation over at the otherworldly demonic tribe had been stabilized, and if he were to disappear at this juncture, there was no saying that others would exploit this opportunity to launch a coup d'etat against his rule. If so, mankind could potentially be in danger once more. Then, teacher, you must take care of yourself. Knowing that their teacher had already made up his mind and no one would be able to sway his decision, the 9 of them lowered their heads in disappointment. Zhang Yang, I have tempered the Dragonbone Divine Spear with the heavy spiritual energy, and it has already achieved a breakthrough to Dimension Shatter Realm. I shall now bestow it upon you. I don't know whether other deities would try to descend to the Master-Teacher continent after my departure, so I'll be counting on you to protect mankind from such external threats. Zhang Xian said as he passed the Dragonbone Divine Spear over. Due to the dimension barrier, it was impossible for him to bring any items, including his storage rings, along with him up to the Azure. Furthermore, given his current level of cultivation, the Dragonbone Divine Spear was indeed not of much use to him anymore. Wang Ying, you specialize in spirit enchantment, but spirit enchantment takes time. I'll bestow the Golden Origin Cauldron to you. It'll safeguard your safety. Zhang Xian said as he brought out the Golden Origin Cauldron from the myriad ant hive nest. Over the past 5 days, while this brick-like fellow hadn't managed to achieve a breakthrough to Dimension Shatter a Realm from the nourishment of the mercury-like spiritual energy, it was already very close to doing so. Since he was unable to bring the other party with him, it would be best for him to entrust it to his students. He took out the treasures he had on him, one after another, and distributed them equally to his students before heaving a sigh of relief. With the current cultivation realm of his students and the treasures they had in their possession, even if a group of deities descended at this moment, they would be able to deal with them calmly without fluster. As for Vicious, he was sealed within the Book of Heaven's Path, which could be deposited into the Library of Heaven's Path. Considering this fellow was a figure who was able to stand on equal grounds with Kong Shi back then, it might spell a calamity in the future if he were to leave this fellow on the Master-Teacher continent. Despite all they had gone through together, he found that he was still unable to fully trust Vicious, so he felt that it would be best to keep the latter close with him. As for the Dongshu gourd, it was hiding in his dantian, so there shouldn't be any trouble bringing it across the dimension barrier. As for his clone, he found that while the other party was unable to enter the Library of Heaven's Path, the other party was still able to enter the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn. Given that the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn formed an independent space separate from the Library of Heaven's Path, and that the clone shared the same soul with Zhang Xian, it didn't come as a surprise that his clone was able to enter the space too. With this, he should be able to bring his clone with him too. With everything in place, Zhang Xian looked at the formation above of him, and with a wave of his hand, he opened up a rift in it. After which, with a powerful leap, he dashed right toward the rift. Previously, the downpour of mercury-like spiritual energy would cause a huge burden to both his physical body and his soul, but with his cultivation reaching Dimension Shatterer realm, he no longer felt any discomfort from it anymore. On the contrary, he felt like a traveler stumbling upon an oasis in the desert. It was invigorating. Kacha. Beyond the formation, he saw innumerable black patches of void. The shattered space between the two dimensions formed powerful spatial turbulence that tugged at him from all directions. It's fortunate that I have reached Dimension Shatterer realm, or else this spatial turbulence would have torn me to shreds. Zhang Xian thought grimly as he trudged his way through the spatial turbulence with difficulty. This spatial turbulence was truly far more powerful than whatever he had experienced in the past. Putting aside blood reincarnation realm cultivators, even ordinary Dimension Shatterer realm cultivators could succumb to the spatial turbulence and end up being torn to shreds in a moment of carelessness. If not for his incredible accumulation and superior strength, even he would have difficulty trying to get past this. Nevertheless, the spatial turbulence still inflicted many glaring lacerations on his body, causing blood to flow endlessly from his body. There was no road in this passageway, and the entire passageway consisted of nothing but collapsed space. It was only through the library of Heaven's path that he could discern a safe passageway, or else he could have easily lost his way in this desolate space. Hong long long. Just like that, he traveled for nearly half a month. Gauging by the distance he had traveled so far, he figured that he should be reaching his destination very soon. But at this moment, a massive bolt of lightning suddenly appeared before him, sealing his pathway forward. Just as Zhang Xian was wondering how he could overcome this obstacle, another flash of lightning bolted down and struck Zhang Xian before he could react, causing him to black out. Chapter 1914. Just the thought of it excites me so. With a splitting headache, Zhang Xian gradually regained consciousness. The first thing that came into his line of sight was a white ceiling. Swiftly scanning his surroundings, he found that he was lying on a bed in a relatively spacious room. My strength. Slowly sitting up, Zhang Xian winced from the excruciating pain with every inch he moved. He took a look at his own body and found that it was wrapped tightly in bandages. He tried to drive his own zhenqi, but he realized that the zhenqi that remained in his body had become pathetically low. Why is my zhenqi so heavy? Taking a closer look, he noticed that his zhenqi had become incredibly heavy. Even slightly driving it created a huge strain on him. It swiftly dawned on him that it was not that he was low on zhenqi, but that the vast amount of zhenqi that he had previously stored in his body had been condensed into mercury-like zhenqi. It was true that such a heavily condensed zhenqi would grant him greater burst power, but the problem was that he could not even drive it, let alone use it to recover from his injuries. He quickly tried to recall what had happened prior to this. I entered the passageway leading to the azure, but I ended up getting blocked by a bolt of lightning. I was going to find a way to circumvent it when I was struck by another bolt of lightning and ended up blacking out. Seeing the mess that his body was in and recalling his memories prior to the accident, Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Could it be that I am already in the azure? Since he had blacked out in the passageway, he had thought that he would wake up drifting aimlessly in there. But before he knew it, he was already lying in a room with his body fully bandaged. Could it be that he had somehow managed to bypass the lightning region and successfully arrived at the azure? This notion prompted Zhang Xian to swiftly scan his surroundings. Thus, he attempted to release his spiritual perception into the surroundings, only to end up with his mouth twitching uncontrollably. In the past, his spiritual perception could easily over millions of li, but at that moment, it was firmly stuck within his body, refusing to come out at all no matter how he pushed. What incredible spatial pressure this is. At this point, it was already certain that he was in the azure. Not only was he unable to deploy his spiritual perception, but even his flight ability had been restricted. In fact, even his usual movements had been curbed significantly due to the immense spatial pressure. Gagaga. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed from Zhang Xian's abdomen. He was hungry. Ever since he had cultivated to transcendent mortal, he had been able to sustain his bodily needs through absorbing spiritual energy and cultivating. It did not matter whether he ate or not. This was the first time in a long time that he had felt so starved. It felt almost as if his body was completely empty. Sighing deeply, he closed his eyes, and through his senses, he could feel that the surroundings were filled with an abundance of mercury-like spiritual energy. In terms of concentration, it was at least 10 times higher than what had descended back at the elevated platform of the Kungsu domain. He tried absorbing the mercury-like spiritual energy there to refine it into his own zhenqi to recover his injuries, but the next moment, his face reddened, and a mouthful of fresh blood spurted from his lips. There was a series of violent coughing, and Zhang Xian had to strike his chest several times before the stifling sensation finally lessened. Back when he was uninjured, he could still use the sheer resilience of his body to endure the backlash caused by the absorption of the mercury-like spiritual energy. However, with his current tattered body and cracked meridians. Just trying to absorb the mercury-like spiritual energy made him feel like his body was going to collapse, let alone trying to assimilate it. It looks like I can only give it a try after my injuries recover a little. Zhang Xian sighed deeply. He knew that impatience would get him nowhere, so he decided to simply let things run their course. Nevertheless, the fact that he was unable to drive his zhenqi at all and the sheer extent of the damage that his body had suffered meant that he was almost no different from an ordinary human. He would have to tread carefully until he finally recovered his strength. First and foremost, I should start by finding myself some food, Zhang Xian muttered as another series of hunger pangs struck him. Struggling to his feet, he rubbed his stomach as he trudged out of the room. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Pushing the door open, he heard a series of sharp wind currents slicing in the air. Turning his gaze over, he saw a young man holding a steel sword in hand executing a sword art. While his movements were not fanciful, they carried a peculiar grace to them that made them extremely pleasing to the eye. One thing that quickly caught Zhang Xian's eye was that the young man's left leg was as stiff as a block of wood. Zhang Xian could not tell whether he had suffered an injury or that was the original state of his body, but it was clearly impeding his movements. His foundations are still okay, but his sword art is severely lacking. Zhang Xian frowned. Grab any 3-star master teacher from the master teacher continent, and the sword art that the other party executed would be even more profound than the young man before him. However, considering the difficulties in the young man's movements, it could barely be considered acceptable. Zhang Xian heaved a slight sigh, and it immediately caught the young man's attention. He halted his sword practice and turned his head over. Upon seeing Zhang Xian, a look of delight crept onto his face as he said, "You're awake." Taking a closer look at the young man, the other party seemed to be in his late teens. He was not too tall, roughly a head shorter than Zhang Xian. Using the measurement system from his previous world, the young man would not even be at 1.6 meters. There was a glaring scarlet birthmark roughly half a cheek wide imprinted on his left cheek, and it concealed part of his face. In terms of appearances, the young man could not be associated with the word handsome at all. In fact, he might be considered hideous even. "Thank you for saving my life." Zhang Xian clasped his fist. "It's nothing much. I saw you by accident, so I brought you back. I thought that you would die given the severity of your wounds, but you somehow managed to recover on your own." The young man scratched his head awkwardly as he spoke. His words were a little awkward, hinting that he was not too good with social interaction. Third young master. At this moment, an elder walked into the courtyard. Upon seeing Zhang Xian, he was stunned for a moment before calmly bowing to greet him. "Sir, it seems like you are finally awake." Zhang Xian returned the gesture with a simple nod. He assessed the elder before him closely and noticed that the latter's clothes were stained with oil marks. The corners of his lips were a little torn, and there was a hint of fresh blood. His cheeks were also bruised. It was apparent that he had just been beaten up by someone else. The crippled young man known as Third Young Master turned his gaze over as well, and as soon as he saw the current state of the elder, his face warped in astonishment. He hurriedly rushed over and worriedly asked, "Elder E, what happened?" "Third Young Master, it's nothing," Elder E replied awkwardly. However, the young man continued staring at Elder E intently, clearly unconvinced by the latter's words. Eventually, under the persistent stare of the young man, Elder E relented and said, "The second young mistress of the City Lord Manor is here. Xue Qin is here?" This news caused the eyes of the crippled young man to glow in excitement. "That's right." Seeing the response of the young man, Elder Yi's face grew even redder. It was as if there was something that he wanted to say to the young man, but he had no idea how he should broach the subject. The crippled young man also swiftly noticed that there was something amiss about Elder Yi's expression. The smile faded from his face as he asked, "Does her arrival have anything to do with your injuries? Isn't the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion coming to our town to accept menial disciples 3 days from now?" Elder E was conflicted for a moment before continuing. Through tapping into the connections of the City Lord Manor, second young mistress Xue Qin managed to acquire a slot in advance. She managed to obtain a slot in advance? The crippled young man's face lit up in joy. Isn't that good news? But barely after he said those words, the young man lowered his head to look at his crippled left leg, and his face swiftly sunk. I guess that I don't stand a chance at all. Having acquired the slot, there's no doubt that she will be leaving with those from the Ascendant Cloudsword Pavilion 3 days from now. Did she come here to bid me farewell? The crippled young man shook his head and sighed deeply. She. Eldery hesitated for a long while before finally confessing the truth. She's here to withdraw from the marriage agreement with you. She wishes to withdraw from the marriage agreement? The young man's face turned ghastly pale. His body staggered a little, and he nearly fell to the ground. She's going to withdraw from the marriage agreement with me just because she has become a menial disciple of the Ascendant Cloudsword Pavilion? No matter where one was, being rejected by one's fiancé was something incredibly humiliating. Hearing the conversation between the young man and the elder, Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. A talented young lady scorning her fiancé and proposing a withdrawal from the marriage agreement. An injured and insulted young man deciding to buck up and return the favor. 30 years the rivers east and 30 years the rivers west? To think that he would encounter such a matter as soon as he arrived at the Azure. How exciting life was. This is an idiom used to refer to the cycle of the rise and decline of all powers in the world. It's famously used in the battle through the heavens by the protagonist back when he was weaker to convey that the tables would turn one day. Chapter 19:15 Dan Shoutian. Forget it. After pondering over the matter for a moment, the crippled young man shook his head sorrowfully. I am indeed unworthy of her. It was only a matter of time before our marriage agreement fell through. As their grandfathers were close with one another, they had heartily decided to betroth the grandchildren to one another. However, with the death of his grandfather, his clan had begun to decline, following which, the young man himself had ended up sustaining severe injuries that had destroyed his inner breath, rendering him unable to cultivate anymore. At the same time, his left leg had ended up crippled, and no matter how many physicians he found, none of them were able to cure it. Facing such a hopeless situation, he had eventually become very pessimistic. Furthermore, he had always suffered from low self-esteem due to his appearance. Considering the difference between the two of them, he did not feel that he was worthy of her. Their difference in standing made the collapse of their marriage agreement an inevitability. Sighing deeply, the young man walked into the room and grabbed a jade box. He entrusted the jade box to the elder. This is the marriage agreement that sealed our relations together. Give it to her and tell her that we'll be strangers from this day forth. I hope that she'll be able to find someone better suited to her in the near future, the young man said. Third young master. Elder Yi's face reddened. He understood the significance of this action, and he was just about to say something when he eventually halted himself and nodded instead. All right then. He's going to chicken out just like that? Zhang Xian blinked blankly. He had thought that the young man would lose his temper, thus triggering some kind of incredible drive that pushed the young man to accomplish something extraordinary, but contrary to his expectations, the young man actually delivered the marriage agreement back just like that. This was no different from the young man putting his face out there for others to stomp on. Even as an onlooker, Zhang Xian could hardly bear to watch. However, he had always maintained a low profile, and it had not been long since he arrived in the Azure. Thus, he eventually decided against speaking recklessly. After obtaining the marriage agreement, Elder Yi turned around and left. In the silent courtyard, the third young master abruptly raised his sword and hacked it down furiously on a nearby boulder, inflicting a deep cut on it. It seemed like he was not completely unaffected by the matter, just that he had chosen to hide his emotions from Elder Yi in order not to worry him. Through the strength that he had exerted, Zhang Xian could tell that the young man was at St. Sixdan. If it was on the Master-Teacher continent, it would have been an incredible feat for a person to reach St. Sixdan by 16 or 17. However, judging from the earlier conversation, it seemed such a feat was below average in the Azure. Having vented his rage, the crippled young man seemed to finally calm down a little. It was only at this moment that he recalled that the person whom he had saved was standing nearby, and his face blushed in embarrassment. My apologies. I have shown you an embarrassing side of myself, right? I haven't asked you for your name yet. I am Yao. Pui. I am Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian replied with a nod. So, it's Brother Zhang. The crippled young man said. I am Dan Xiaotian, the third young master of Bay City's Dan clan. Brother Dan. Zhang Xian returned the greeting with a nod. I heard you speaking about the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion earlier, Brother Dan. I'm just asking out of curiosity, but is it a sect? The exceedingly obvious question seemed to have surprised Dan Xiaotian as he asked, Brother Zhang, do you not know about the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion? Seeing the confused look on Zhang Xian's face, he widened his eyes in realization and remarked, Ah, I nearly forgot. Brother Zhang, you aren't a cultivator. So it's no wonder you have never heard of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. The world that we live in is known as the Forsaken Continent. According to legend, the world that we live in used to be a part of the world of gods, but it was severed from it and cast away. There are 6 major sects in the Forsaken Continent, and the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion is one of them. Entering any of these 6 major sects is viewed as a great honor. Countless desire to join the ranks of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Even if one enters as a menial disciple, the clan behind that disciple will be able to rise through the ranks. Back when he saved Brother Zhang, he could not feel the slightest pulsation of Zhenqi within the latter's body. From that, he had deduced that the latter was an ordinary human, not a cultivator. The 6 sects were existences that no cultivator on the Forsaken Continent could overlook, but to ordinary humans, such existences were too far away from them to bother about. Considering that Zhang Xian was not a cultivator, it was not too surprising that he had not heard of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. 6 major sects. Is there no Master-Teacher Pavilion here? Zhang Xian asked in confusion. Master-Teacher Pavilion? What's that? Dan Xiaotian shook his head doubtfully. It was just an inside joke. Judging from Dan Xiaotian's tone, it seemed like there was really no Master-Teacher Pavilion on the Forsaken Continent. He pondered for a moment before continuing. So, the 6 sects are the de facto leaders of the Forsaken Continent? Exactly. Aside from the 6 sects, there's also a formidable power known as Ethereal Hall. It suddenly appeared on the Forsaken Continent several thousand years ago when a powerful expert founded the organization. They managed the distribution of the Ethereal Token, a resource that all cultivators on the continent require in order to trade for valuable cultivation resources and become true experts. Ethereal Hall? The Ethereal Token is sold in practically all cities on the Forsaken Continent. By coming into contact with the token, one's consciousness will be brought into the Ethereal Hall. And there, as long as one is able to pay the price, one will be able to learn cultivation techniques, purchase medicinal herbs, raise one's cultivation, or even hire killers. It has pretty much everything that you can think of. Even those of the 6 sects use it. The Ethereal Token brings one's consciousness into the Ethereal Hall? Zhang Xian was rather curious about this peculiar artifact. Brother Dan, may I know if you have that artifact here? My cultivation is weak, and my talent is severely lacking too. Even my fiancée has chosen to withdraw from our marriage agreement. How could I possibly be qualified to possess something like that? Dan Xiaotian said with a deep sigh. I apologize. It seems like I was too tactless with my words. Zhang Xian clasped his fist, following which, he moved on to other topics and asked a few other questions to gain a deeper understanding of the Forsaken Continent. While Dan Xiaotian was a little awkward in expressing himself and suffered from low self-esteem, Zhang Xian could tell that the other party was actually very kind. Upon seeing the severely injured him, the other party had actually brought him back and bandaged him. From this, he felt like Dan Xiaotian was a person whom he could trust. Through Dan Xiaotian, Zhang Xian learned that 3 days had passed since Dan Xiaotian had spotted him and brought him back. Strength was highly regarded on the Forsaken Continent. The Dan clan that Dan Xiaotian came from had its era of glory 20 years ago too. It had been viewed as an equal to the city lord residents. Or to be more exact, even the city lord residents had to tread carefully around the Dan clan. Unfortunately, the accident 10 years ago had caused nearly all of the experts of the Dan clan to pass away, and his 2 elder brothers had lost their lives in that incident. Even his foundation had ended up being wounded, resulting in his current state. With the decline of his clan, previous allies swiftly turned against them, and their enemies capitalized on the situation to get back at them. This resulted in the powerhouse swiftly falling to ruins. Currently, other than him and the old servant Dan E, Elder E, there was practically nothing left. What was left of a residence that had once covered over 1,000 mu was just this inner courtyard and an outer courtyard. The Dan clan had truly become a shadow of its former self. If not for the marriage agreement between him and the city lord residents, it was likely that they would not even have had this much left. However, with the second young mistress backing out on the marriage agreement, even the final restraint stopping the enemies of the Dan clan from making a move on him would vanish. Then, everything would really be over. I see. Zhang Xian shook his head. Strength was the foundation of prosperity. Without sufficient strength to protect itself, a power, no matter how prosperous, would eventually fall into decline. Brother Zhang, I think that you should have also gotten a rough idea of my current situation. I was hoping that I could tap into the opportunity in 3 days, when the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion recruits new menial disciples, to possibly allow the Dan clan to make a comeback, but it seems like the situation is completely hopeless now. Furthermore, with Xue Qin backing out of the marriage proposal, I'm afraid that this place won't remain safe for too long, Dan Xiaotian said with a bitter smile. As the saying goes, a child from a poor family matures early. The many difficulties that Dan Xiaotian had gone through together with Elder E over the years had taught him the callousness of the world. It was truly a miracle that he had preserved his kind soul after all he had been through. Brother Zhang, since you are already able to move, I think you should leave as soon as possible. I wouldn't want you to be implicated in my affairs. As he spoke, Dan Xiaotian took out 2 specially crafted golden coins from his pockets and placed them into Zhang Xian's hands. These are ethereal coins, a currency accepted by the ethereal hall. While this isn't too much, it should cover a few meals. You are too kind. Seeing how Dan Xiaotian was still worried about him despite his difficult plight, a wry smile crept onto Zhang Xian's lips. He looked at Dan Xiaotian intently for a moment before saying, Brother Dan, can you execute your swordsmanship for me once more so that I can have a look? Chapter 1916 Humiliation. You want me to show you my swordsmanship? Dan Xiaotian was slightly bewildered by Zhang Xian's abrupt request. To be honest, Brother Dan, I examined your swordsmanship earlier, and I realized that your ability to summon your strength and the momentum of your strikes are a little lacking. So, I was wondering if I could take a look. I might be able to find a solution to those problems. If you are able to advance your swordsmanship over the next 3 days, it might be possible for you to be accepted into the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion as its disciple, Zhang Xian said with a smile. With his eye of discernment, he was able to discern the flaws in Dan Xiaotian's swordsmanship and come up with solutions to resolve them. The reason he wanted Dan Xiaotian to display his swordsmanship once more was to test if he could use the Library of Heaven's path there. Brother Zhang, do you understand swordsmanship? Dan Xiaotian asked with a frown. I know a thing or two. Zhang Xian nodded. That's amazing. Well, I have already given up hope on becoming a disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, so there's no need for you console me. Dan Xiaotian glanced at his crippled left thigh. Nevertheless, if you are knowledgeable in the field of swordsmanship, Brother Zhang, I would be more than happy to exchange some insights with you. Ever since I have become unable to cultivate, I had to figure my way out bit by bit, so my progress has been rather limited. Dan Xiaotian's low esteem had been exacerbated by his sudden inability to cultivate. As a result, even though he had devoted himself to learning swordsmanship, he did not dare display it before others, let alone find a sparring partner to test his skills on. Perhaps it was because he viewed Zhang Xian as an ordinary human, he did not feel that much lesser than him. Thus, he had no qualms exchanging insights with the latter. Who, with a flick of his wrist, Dan Xiaotian's sword sliced through the air and pierced forward. Wong. At the same time, a book materialized in the Library of Heaven's path. After flipping open the book and browsing through its contents, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it seemed like the Library of Heaven's path could be used in the Azure. Previously, when Luo Ruoxin placed the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn into the Library of Heaven's path, the latter had gone through a major upgrade. Most likely, It was this upgrade that allowed the Library of Heaven's Path to peer into the heavens of the Azure without much trouble. How ludicrous. Dan Xiaotian, you were practicing your swordsmanship? Do you still think that the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion will take someone like you as its disciple? While Zhang Xian was still deep in thought, a cold sneer sounded from the outside, following which, two figures walked in with widened strides. The first figure was a young lady who seemed to be around 15 or 16, roughly the same age as Dan Xiaotian. She was dressed in a light yellow dress, and her eyes were filled with pride and smugness. Her chin was slightly tilted up in a condescending manner, reminiscent of a self-important noble standing before a bunch of peasants. She was the one who had spoken earlier. Behind her was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was dressed in a simple buttoned shirt, and he had a sword tied around his waist. As he approached, one could feel overwhelmingly sharp sword chi emanating from his presence. Third young master. Elder E quickly rushed in behind those two figures, and with a look of indignation and guilt on his face, he lowered his head and spoke in desolation. I'm sorry. I couldn't stop them. Dan Xiaotian swiftly halted his swordsmanship before turning to look at the young lady before him. At that moment, he was so agitated that he stumbled on his own words. Su Shueqin? Enough. Looking at Dan Xiaotian with disgust in her eyes, the young lady waved her hands impatiently and said, You know why I have come here, but instead of coming out to welcome me personally, you dispatched a lowly servant to send the marriage agreement over. Did you think that this matter can be resolved that easily? You want to back out of our marriage agreement, so I had Eldery give it to you. What more do you want from me? Dan Xiaotian's face reddened in anger. What I want from you isn't much. I just need you to announce to the entire city that you were the one who chose to back out of the marriage agreement of your own accord because you feel that you aren't worthy of me. It was after a period of careful deliberation before my father finally decided to respect your opinion and end the marriage agreement. By giving me this mere sheet of paper, are you expecting me to tell everyone that I, Shueqin, refuse to marry you? How could I allow the noble city lord manor to have such a stain on its reputation? Shueqin harumphed coldly. If others heard that she had broken off her engagement with Dan Xiaotian because she had successfully become a disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, it would surely stir up a huge controversy. This would be detrimental for her in building up her reputation. However, if she could get Dan Xiaotian to back out of the marriage agreement instead, she would not have to sustain the slightest smudge to her reputation. Seeing everything from the sight, Zhang Xian could not help but shake his head in disapproval. She sure is vicious. It was one thing for this Shueqing to back out of the marriage agreement, but to think that she would even want Dan Xiaotian to announce it to the entire city. While backing out of the marriage agreement, she still wanted Dan Xiaotian to become the bad guy. How incredibly cheap she was. With a ghastly pale face, Dan Xiaotian clenched his fists as he glared at Shueqin coldly. It went without saying that Dan Xiaotian had also figured out what Shueqi was up to. Overwhelming indignation seeped in through his entire body. This was utter humiliation. It was as if the other party was preparing to smack his face while asking him to hold up his face for her. But the problem was that there was nothing he could do about the situation. He was completely helpless. Dan Xiaotian, the second young mistress, and I didn't come down here to negotiate with you. We are here to pass down an order to you, the middle-aged man who had come with Shueqing said impassively. Within 3 days, you are to make this announcement to the entire city, or else, be prepared to pay the price. Who are you? Dan Xiaotian asked as he glared at the middle-aged man coldly. I am the swordsmanship teacher of the second young mistress, Shueqin. The middle-aged man replied proudly. Shueqin? I know you. Seemingly having heard this name before, Dan Xiaotian's eyes widened in astonishment before he shook his head in self-mockery. I sure am honored to have the head instructor of the City Lord Manor pay a visit to me personally. May I know what the price I will have to pay if I refuse to abide by your command is? As the head instructor of the City Lord Manor, Shueqin's strength was not to be underestimated. He was, in fact, an ancient sage 3-dan expert. Well, it's very simple. Shueqin waved his hand nonchalantly, completely unaffected by Dan Xiaotian's provocation. Over these years, the Dan clan has offended quite a few people, isn't that so? You should also know that if not for your engagement with Xue Qing, you would have already died many times over. Those words were hurtful, but Dan Shoutian knew that they were the truth. Given his weak cultivation, if not for the marriage agreement, there was no way the enemies of the Dan clan would have allowed him to live so long. Well, if these men make a move against you, do you think that you and that old man over there will be able to stop them? Xuechen shrugged coolly. Realizing the hidden intention behind Xuechen's words, Dan Shoutian's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you going to silence us? Aren't you afraid of the possible repercussions my sudden death would have on the City Lord Manor's reputation? How would your death affect the City Lord Manor's reputation? Xuechen remarked calmly. Let me see. Our City Lord would be enraged to learn of your demise, and he would dispatch men to exact vengeance for you. As for our second young mistress, she would mourn for a long time, and eventually, she would decide to depart from this land of grief and head to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Jai. Those words made Dan Shoutian's heart beat faster and faster as he realized how wretched his situation was. If they really acted out this play, not only would the reputation of the City Lord Manor not be marred, it would even be praised for its compassion. At the same time, Xueqin would also be more respected in the city for her loyalty to her fiancé. They would say that even though Xueqin had become the menial disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, she had still held steadfast to her promise to marry him, but alas, as fate would have it, they were not meant to be. Fine, I'll agree to it. Dan Shoutian's hands were clenched so tightly that his fingernails were digging into his flesh, and his joints had become all white. However, despite his indignation, he knew that the current him was completely powerless. Law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. Weaklings like him were bound to be preyed on by the strong. That is more like it. Xueqin nodded in satisfaction. She raised her hand, and Xueqin immediately took out a document and passed it over to Dan Shoutian. This is the document for the annulment of our engagement. All you have to do is seal your name on it, and we'll handle the rest. Rest assured, we'll announce the matter to the entire city by today. Dan Shoutian hesitantly reached out to grab the document before reading through it carefully. It was an official notice supposedly written by him to announce his intention to annul the engagement, and his reason behind the action was stated as well. The reason was extremely simple. He was injured, and not only was he unable to cultivate, he was unable to fulfill the role of a man, making him a true cripple through and through. In order not to stall his fiancée's future, he decided to willfully annul the engagement, and he sought her forgiveness for this. The City Lord Manor, in view of its past relations with the Dan clan, had rejected his proposed annulment of the engagement time and time again. So he had no choice but to officially announce the annulment of their engagement using such a crude method. He sought the understanding of the City Lord Manor for his abrupt actions. Xueqin was actually going to the extent of claiming that he was crippled as a man. The overwhelming humiliation that Dan Shoutian felt made his blood surge to his head, and he nearly exploded on the spot. Chapter 1917. Dan Shoutian's confusion. If this notice was released, his dignity would be completely crushed, and he would never be able to raise his head in public ever again. He would become the talk of the entire town, and this shame would effectively destroy the prestige that the Dan clan had built up over several centuries. It would be thorough social suicide. Sign the document, Xueqin said with a cold and pressurizing voice. Third young master, you mustn't sign the document. Once you do, the reputation of our Dan clan will be in shambles. Elder Yi had also read the document from behind Dan Shoutian, and he immediately kneeled down and cried in protest. Even death was not as fearsome as seeing the clan that he had devoted his life to serving humiliated in such a manner. Dan Shoutian was at a loss. He knew very well what would happen if he signed the document, but if he did not, the other party would still back out of the marriage agreement, and the outcome would likely be much worse than this. He was already backed to a corner. There was nothing else he could do. At that moment, even suicide had become an option for him. He had never desired so much to end his life and let all of this come to an end. However, when all seemed lost, a voice suddenly echoed in the air. If you don't wish to sign the document, don't sign it. Everyone immediately turned around, only to see a young man wrapped like a mummy leaning against the doorframe. He was looking at them with a smile on his lips. This young man did not seem to possess any cultivation at all, but his eyes were completely devoid of fear despite standing before an expert of Xue Chen's caliber. It was as if everything that was happening before him was nothing more than a small scuffle. Who are you? If this matter doesn't concern you, you will do well to keep your mouth zipped. Haven't you heard of the saying that disaster originates from the mouth? Xue Chen glared at Zhang Xian threateningly. If possible, they wanted to resolve the matter with Dan Xiaotian without resorting to violence, or else there was a risk that word could get out. Thus, Xue Chen had no choice but to hold himself back from making a move. With an unfazed smile, Zhang Xian said, I am just an insignificant figure whom Brother Dan has saved. I didn't want to interfere in your business, but I was afraid that Brother Dan would regret his decision if he signed that document, so I couldn't help but advise him so. Brother Zhang. Dan Xiaotian's eyes could not help but light up in gratitude. Even if Zhang Xian did not know of Xue Qin and Xue Chen's true identity and the tremendous power that they wielded, it should be apparent that those two were figures that could not be trifled with from their conversation. Yet, despite the risk of possibly bringing trouble upon himself, the other party still chose to speak up. Such sentiments left him feeling slightly touched. Regret? Ha ha ha. What kind of regret could he possibly have? Does this brat still think that it's possible for him to get together with the second young mistress? Xue Chen scoffed. Snap out of your daydream. Why don't you take a good look at yourself first? A toad like you actually dares to lust for the flesh of a swan? Learn your place. I'm glad to see that there's at least one thing the both of us can agree on. The two of them indeed shouldn't get together. Zhang Xian nodded calmly in response to the other party's insults. It's apparent that this second young mistress of yours isn't worthy of Brother Dan. There couldn't be a worse insult to him than if he married someone like her. What did you say? Xue Chen had been nodding gleefully when Zhang Xian spoke the first part of his piece. However, by the time Zhang Xian finished his words, Xue Chen's eyes were already dripping with murderous intent. You don't believe me? Zhang Xian looked at Xue Chen with an incredulous expression, as if he was unable to believe that the latter could not understand something so obvious. I guess you really have to see with your own eyes in order to tell the obvious, huh? Very well. Come back in 3 days, and we'll see the results. After all that was said and done, it seems like you were just trying to stall for time. Futile. Xue Chen sneered coldly. As long as Dan Xiaotian doesn't sign this document, I can assure that what he will lose isn't just his dignity but his life as well. Zhang Xian shrugged nonchalantly and said, if it's gone, so be it. Someone like Brother Dan wouldn't care about something as trivial as that. Huh. Somehow, Dan Xiaotian felt that there was something very wrong with the words that had just been spoken. It seems like Brother Zhang is a person with extremely strong opinions. But what do you mean by if it's gone, so be it? This isn't a trivial matter at all. My life is on the line here. Turning his gaze away from Zhang Xian, Xue Chen looked at Dan Xiaotian with a look so cold that it seemed like it could freeze hell over. Is that your decision? Dan Xiaotian shuddered a little under Xue Chen's glare, but he gritted his teeth and replied, Brother Zhang's words reflect my intention. He had no idea why Brother Zhang would put so much hope in him, but it was clear that he had no path of retreat anymore. If he had to weigh the dignity of the Dan clan to his own life, he would indubitably choose the dignity of the Dan clan. The Dan clan did not belong to him only. It had been built up with the effort of his predecessors, including his deceased grandfather, father, and brothers. He could not trample on their efforts just so he could live. Besides, once the marriage agreement was annulled, he would be as good as dead anyway. With this, the decision that he had to make could not be any clearer. You do have some backbone, don't you? Let's see where your decision brings you, shall we? Hearing Dan Xiaotian's final decision, Xue Chen flung his sleeves furiously. He turned to the young lady beside him and said, Second young mistress, let's go. On the other hand, Xue Qin looked at Dan Xiaotian disdainfully and spat, Humph. I hope that you won't come begging for your life when the time comes. Following which, she turned around and walked away. Throughout this entire period, she did not even spare a glance at Zhang Xian, as if it would sully her eyes to look at an ordinary human. As soon as the two of them were out of the courtyard, "Teacher." Xueqin looked at Xueqin worriedly. Xueqin quickly scanned his surroundings to confirm that there was no one around before reassuring the young lady. "Don't worry. We won't even require 3 days to resolve this problem. The Dan clan is nothing at all. Let's see if they can even survive tonight." Those words made Xueqin heave a sigh of relief. I had a good impression of him initially, but who could have known that he would turn out to be such an arrogant brat? Let him die then. A person like him doesn't deserve to live in this world. The two of them got into a carriage, and it did not take them long to disappear into the distance. Shortly after Xueqin and Xuechun left the residence, there was a brief moment of silence before Elder Yi spoke up worriedly. "Third young master, this won't do. We can't just blindly wait here for our deaths. Let's leave the city." He knew that the city lord manor was not as gracious and magnanimous as it seemed on the surface. In fact, he suspected that the massacre and eventual downfall of the Dan clan had been orchestrated by the city lord manor. Since they were willing to go that far, it was likely that they would have no qualms dispatching assassins against Dan Xiaotian, especially after his decisive rejection earlier. Furthermore, with the means of the city lord manor, it was likely that they would be able to erase all traces of their involvement. Since that was the case, the best thing they could do was run as far away as they could. Run away? Do you think that it's still possible for us to run away? Dan Xiaotian shook his head bitterly. The fact that the second young mistress had come personally to reject the marriage showed their determination in ensuring that this matter was resolved without a hiccup. As such, there was no way the city lord manor would allow them to escape. If they could not cancel the marriage agreement, would the second young mistress not have to spend her entire life in loneliness, waiting for him to come back? "Brother Zhang." Dan Xiaotian turned to Zhang Xian, hoping to ask the latter for some guidance as to what he should do in this situation. Since the other party had made huge promises such as "come back in 3 days, and we'll see the results," perhaps the other party already had an idea in mind. "I'd like to confirm your intentions one last time. Were you willing to sign that earlier document?" "Of course not." Dan Xiaotian shook his head. "If I signed that darned paper, how could I face my predecessors even after my death? If he sullied the Dan clan's reputation like that, even his death would not be enough to atone for his sins." "Are you afraid of pain?" Zhang Xian asked. "Even death is no longer that frightening to me. So what does a little pain matter?" Dan Xiaotian had no idea what Zhang Xian was getting at, but he still answered the question honestly. "Do you wish to exact vengeance for the humiliation you have suffered today?" "Of course. It isn't just today's humiliation. If I could, I would exact vengeance for all of the insults I have suffered ever since my parents' death. But..." Dan Xiaotian looked at his own leg with a crestfallen look. How could he possibly feel nothing when being insulted in such a manner? But with his leg in such state and his inability to cultivate, such intentions would only remain intentions in his head. They would never come to fruition. If he had still been that talented youth, he would not have to live his life so subserviently. "Good. Since you have made up your mind, the last thing you have to do now is acknowledge me as your teacher." Zhang Xian said. "Acknowledge you as my teacher? Did Brother Zhang's head bump on something that resulted in a concussion? What am I supposed to learn from an ordinary human? Could it be that your promise of 'come back in 3 days' referred to this?" Dan Xiaotian's lips twitched as he suddenly felt as if he had been bamboozled. Chapter 1918. Dan Xiaotian wasn't the only one who was bewildered by Zhang Xian's proposal. Even Elder Yi was taken aback. With twitching lips, Elder Yi said, "Master Zhang, this is a very serious matter here. Pardon me, but I'll have to ask you not to mess around." Their lives were at stake, but the other party was still in the mood to make jokes. If he had known that this fellow was so unreliable, he never would have allowed the third young master to save him and bring him back. Looking at the expressions on their faces, Zhang Xian could tell that they doubted his abilities. Thus, he placed his hands behind his back with the intention of displaying the disposition of a true expert, but his movements only ended up tugging on his wounds, causing his lips to twitch hideously as a result. He had to wheeze a little before he managed to suppress the pain and proceed with his expert disguise. "You injured your meridians back when you were younger, causing your body to be unable to drive Zhenqi. At the same time, your dantian was also damaged, so you are unable to store any energy. As a result, you are unable to cultivate it all. Is my analysis right? Dan Xiaotian nodded in response. He had been 6 when that incident happened to the Dan clan, shattering his dantian and meridians. He had been unable to recover his dantian and meridians since then, so even though he spent every single passing day practicing his swordsmanship, he was unable to infuse Zhenqi into his swordsmanship. In other words, his moves carried only the form but not the true essence behind them. He had consulted many physicians regarding his condition, but none of them had been able to cure him. In the end, he had given up and resigned himself to it. Then, do you know what the cause of the injury to your dantian and meridians is? Zhang Xian asked. Some kind of powerful Zhenqi has slipped into my body, inflicting devastating damage all around. It's already a blessing that I'm still alive now, Dan Xiaotian replied. This was the diagnosis given to him by most of the physicians that he had met. Zhenqi? Zhang Xian shook his head. If it was the result of another cultivator's Zhenqi lingering in your body, considering how diligently you cultivate each day in hopes of improving your own condition, do you think that it's possible for you not to show the slightest improvement after so many years? That question left Dan Xiaotian stumped. That was also what had left him bewildered too. For 10 years, he had met all kinds of famous physicians, and he had tried many different types of treatment, be it medicinal essence, pills, acupuncture, medicinal baths. None of them had worked. His body was like a tattered gunny sack. Any spiritual energy that he absorbed would eventually dissipate, making him unable to advance his cultivation. Many famed physicians had told him that it was the result of hostile Zhenqi lingering within his body, undoing all of his efforts. They had assured him that their treatment would work, but none of them had been effective. With time, those physicians had eventually deemed him to be incurable and given up on him. Dan Xiaotian pondered for a moment before asking Zhang Xian, if it's not the result of hostile lingering Zhenqi in my body, what else could possibly be destroying my meridians and dantian and yet not cause my death? What was truly bizarre about his condition was that, aside from his inability to cultivate, it did not affect any other aspect of his life. Xueqin claimed that he was unable to carry out the responsibilities of a husband, but that could not have been more incorrect. He knew better than anyone that he would wake up with a majestic pillar that rose high into the heavens every morning. It's a goo, Zhang Xian stated. Someone has planted a goo in you, which has resulted in all sorts of treatments being ineffective on you. Goo. Dan Xiaotian was stunned. Are you saying that there's a worm living in my body? It isn't just living. It has been absorbing all of the energy you have cultivated over the years, so it has already become extremely powerful, Zhang Xian added. Through the Library of Heaven's Path, he was able to locate the core of Dan Xiaotian's problem in an instant. The reason his dantian and his meridians had been refusing to recover over the years despite his efforts was because someone had planted a goo in him. This goo would relentlessly devour all of the energy that he cultivated, and this was the source of his cultivation, failing to inch forward at all over the past 10 years. A living worm actually exists inside of me. Dan Xiaotian turned to look at Elder Yi with a deep frown, and the latter contemplated deeply for a brief moment before shaking his head. What they had just heard was simply so unbelievable that they could hardly swallow it. If there was really a goo in his body, and it had been in his body for the past 10 years, how could the many physicians that they had consulted previously possibly be oblivious to it? And how could the young man tell? I can sense some reservations from you too, and I can understand why. However, I do have a way to prove the matter though. Zhang Xian could tell from the expressions of those two that they did not believe what he was saying, but it was not a problem to him. Do you have a silver needle, or the like here? Elder Yi nodded. He walked into the room, and it did not take long for him to return with a box of silver needles. Here you go. As the saying goes, those who are constantly plagued by afflictions eventually become doctors themselves. They had tried out all sorts of remedies over the past 10 years, such that most fundamental medicinal equipment could be found in their residence. Have a good look. I'll catch it out right now. With a light chuckle, Zhang Xian grabbed the silver needles and flicked them forward. Ding-ling. All of the needles fell onto the floor 3 meters away from him. Cough, cough. I don't really have too much strength right now, so I need you to come closer to me, Zhang Xian said awkwardly. He was so used to flicking needles from a distance that he had forgotten that he was still unable to use his zhenqi, which severely limited what he could do. All right. While Dan Xiaotian felt that Zhang Xian was not really a reliable person, after a moment of hesitation, he still made his way over. Since the situation was already like that, he might as well go along with it. There was nothing to be lost. Taking out a couple of silver needles once more, Zhang Xian took a deep breath as he invoked the library of Heaven's Path once more. After which, he pierced the silver needles according to the positions stated in Dan Xiaotian's book. Ding! Another unexpected hiccup happened that caused Zhang Xian's face to redden. In his current weak state, he was actually unable to pierce the silver needle through Dan Xiaotian's skin. While Dan Xiaotian was unable to cultivate anymore, his cultivation was still at St. 6 Dan. Furthermore, his constitution had been nourished by the mercury-like spiritual energy over the years, making his physical body even tougher than steel. While Zhang Xian was able to move his body around, he was still feeble from the damage that he had sustained. He could not even gather enough strength from his body to pierce through Dan Xiaotian's skin. Help me with this. Zhang Xian looked at Elder Yi and beckoned him over. Elder Yi quickly walked over. With a tap of his finger, a surge of zhenqi flowed through the silver needle, and the silver needle straightened once more. So, the tip went right into Dan Xiaotian's body. Pong! Zhang Xian was just about to control the silver needle when the silver needle suddenly flew out at an even faster speed, piercing right into the wall. Dan Xiaotian and Elder Yi widened their eyes incredulously, especially the former. As the person receiving the acupuncture, he knew that he did not exert any force, but the silver needle still flew out at such a swift speed. Could it be that there was really some other being existing in his body? You should have felt it. It was the goo in your body that pushed it out, Zhang Xian explained. To be honest, he did not have the means to kill the goo in his current state. Nevertheless, by bringing Dan Xiaotian's attention to the existence of the goo, he should be able to win the young man's trust. With sufficient time, he was confident that he would be able to resolve this problem once he recovered his strength. There really is a goo in my body? Dan Xiaotian could not speak another word. A moment ago, he had been confident that there was no way such a vile thing would be in his body, but what he had just witnessed had caused his confidence to waver. Putting aside the fact that he had not exerted any force, even if he did not have the ability to jolt the needle right into the wall. While the earlier needle did not harm the goo at all, it showed that we are aware of its current location. So, it's likely that the goo will move to another location before settling down. While it's moving, you will be able to drive your zhenqi, and your crippled left leg will recover for a brief period of time, Zhang Xian said. However, this recovery is temporary. Once it settles down, everything will go back to as it was. The only way you can resolve this situation once and for all is to kill it. Is that so? Dan Xiaotian was still a little dazed by the happenings. A few moments passed, and his eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. Just as Zhang Xian had said earlier, he could feel zhenqi flowing through his body once more. Not only so, feeling had returned to his numb left leg as well. He tried taking a few steps, and his movements were no different from those of an ordinary person. There was not the slightest difficulty. However, the feeling in his left leg only remained for 10 breaths before turning as numb as a block of wood. Knowing that there was nothing wrong with his diagnosis, Zhang Xian said with a light chuckle, "You should be able to trust me now, right?" Disciple Dan Xiaotian pays respect to teacher. Knowing that this was an invaluable opportunity for him to break out of his current state, he immediately got onto the ground and bowed down. Many renowned physicians had taken a look at his condition, but none of the treatments that they provided had made a difference to his condition at all. However, with just a glance from afar, Zhang Xian was already able to identify the root of his problem and even demonstrate it to him. From this alone, it could be seen that the other party was a person of great capabilities, no matter how he might seem on the exterior. Rise. After Dan Xiaotian carried out a formal greeting to acknowledge Zhang Xian as his teacher, Zhang Xian quickly walked forward to help him up. To be honest, he had initially planned to steer clear from the affairs of the Azure as much as possible, focusing his efforts on finding Luo Ruoxin. However, Dan Xiaotian had saved him, so he wanted to return the favor. Having acknowledged Zhang Xian as his teacher, Dan Xiaotian looked at the young man before him expectantly and asked, "Teacher, may I know how I can get rid of the goo in my body?" Just the thought of there being a worm crawling in his flesh and leeching off his body was more than enough to raise goosebumps on his arms. He had not been too affected by it in the past because he had not been aware of it, but at this rate, he would not even be able to sleep well at night as long as the goo remained. "I am able to remove the goo in your body, but I am too weak at the moment. I'll have to recover from my injuries before I can do anything about it," Zhang Xian replied. If not for his severe wounds, just a blast of his Heaven's Path Shenqi would decimate whatever goo was crawling in Dan Xiaotian's body in a breath. However, in his current state, he could not even exert his Shenqi. As such, while he was able to identify where the goo was, he could not do a thing about it. More importantly, the goo even gleefully pushed his silver needle out, as if taunting his weakness. This was really testing the limits of his patience. "Recover from your injuries?" Dan Xiaotian echoed when he suddenly widened his eyes in realization. "Ah, I nearly forgot. I have a couple of valuable recovery medicine here, and I was planning to feed you some of them so that you could recover from your injuries. However, you've been in a coma for the past 3 days, and I didn't dare use them recklessly. Since you're already awake, allow me to bring those pills to you right now. Once the medicinal energy diffuses throughout your body, it shouldn't take too long for you to recover to your full strength." Most high-tier recovery medicine were incredibly potent, such that it required one to facilitate the assimilation of the medicinal energy using one's zhenqi. If one recklessly fed it to an unconscious patient, there was a good chance that the powerful medicinal energy would end up harming the patient. As such, they had put off the matter till now. A few moments later, Elder Yi walked into the room with a jade bottle in hand. He uncorked the jade bottle, and the fragrant scent of herbs immediately drifted across the room. It was a grade 8 recovery pill. Zhang Xian took out a pill and swallowed it without any hesitation. However, a moment later, he sighed deeply and said, "I'm afraid that the medicine you have isn't of much use to me." Despite Zhang Xian's current seemingly powerless state, his core was still a Dimension Shatterer realm cultivator. While grade 8 recovery pills could be considered invaluable panacea for curing all sorts of wounds for a Saint 6 Dan cultivator, it did not even cause the slightest ripple in Zhang Xian's body. "It isn't of much use to you?" Dan Xiaotian quickly instructed Elder Yi to bring over the best recovery medicine that they had, but none of it turned out to be of use to Zhang Xian. "Are there any large markets in this town where I can buy recovery pills or medicinal herbs?" Zhang Xian asked with a deep frown. "There is a market, but the medicinal herbs and pills sold aren't too advanced. The pills that we have here are already the best on the market." Dan Xiaotian scratched his head. Considering how those pills were completely useless to the young man before him, it would be meaningless to buy more of them. "Is there any way to acquire higher-tier pills?" Zhang Xian asked. As long as he did not recover from his injuries, he would be unable to cure Dan Xiaotian. At this rate, they were simply too vulnerable. Putting aside surviving the 3rd day, it was questionable whether they would be able to get through the night. Dan Xiaotian pondered for a moment before replying. Most cultivators purchase high-tier pills through the ethereal token. As long as the trade is successful, the items will be swiftly delivered. Ethereal token? Hearing that familiar name, Zhang Xian nodded. Then, is there any way I can acquire an ethereal token? Chapter 1919, Don't You Want to Return the Favor? This was the second time that he had heard of this artifact after entering the Azure. It seemed like the top echelon of the Azure revolved around this single artifact. Regardless of whether it was to acquire top-notch cultivation techniques or high-tier pills, one required an ethereal token. From the looks of it, they would not be able to get anywhere without an ethereal token. All Zhang Xian needed was a sufficiently high-tier pill to temporarily stabilize his wounds so that he could absorb the mercury-like spiritual energy from the surroundings and convert it into Heaven's Path Shenqi. Once that happened, all of the problems would swiftly be resolved. He would be able to remove the goo from Dan Xiaotian's body and teach him swordsmanship, thus saving the young man from his current plight. The city we live in is simply too small, so there's no ethereal hall here. As such, there are no vendors selling the ethereal token. Dan Xiaotian frowned. Is there no other way to acquire it? Zhang Xin asked. There is one way a person can get an ethereal token in our city, Dan Xiaotian said, but it's simply so difficult that it's no exaggeration to say that it's completely impossible. Back when the Hongyan market was first established, in order to draw more customers into its premises, the owner inscribed 10 difficult questions and created a list of prizes corresponding to each of the questions. As long as one is able to solve a question, one will be able to acquire the corresponding prize. It successfully drew huge crowds to the Hongyan market, and 9 of the questions have been solved thus far. The prize of the final question remaining is an ethereal token, and there are many people who are dying to lay their hands on it. However, due to the sheer difficulty of the question, it remains undeciphered to date. Bring me there, Zhang Xian said. Even if there was a vendor selling ethereal token there, it was not as if he had the money required to purchase it. Of course, with his means, he should be able to make money quickly, but that would be a great deal of trouble. Thus, it would be best if he could acquire the ethereal token like that. Knowing that there was no other way around this matter, Dan Xiaotian nodded in agreement. As Zhang Xian's injuries were simply too severe and even walking put huge strain on his body, they could only travel to the Hongyan market in a carriage. It took roughly 2 hours for them to finally arrive before a massive marketplace. Dan Xiaotian leaped out of the carriage before carefully supporting Zhang Xian. Together, they headed to the wall where the 10 questions were inscribed. As a popular tourist attraction site, there was a huge crowd swarming in the vicinity. The possibility of being able to obtain an ethereal token for free was too great a temptation, so it was understandable that people wanted to give it a try. Sigh, it's wrong again. You have been here 10 times over the past 2 months, but you still haven't succeeded. Why do you just keep coming back to embarrass yourself time and time again? What's wrong with that? It's not as if I'm embarrassing you. Besides, you came here many more times than me. If it's that easy to solve this question, it wouldn't have remained undeciphered even after all these years. The crowd gradually thinned as challengers failed one after another. The system that verified the accuracy of the answer was rather similar to the wall of dilemma that he had encountered in the past. Basically, every answer provided would be evaluated on the spot to determine whether it was right or not. This was also why it attracted a huge crowd every day. Perhaps, one might just stumble upon the correct answer by luck. On the way here, Zhang Xian had learned from his conversation with Dan Xiaotian exactly how valuable the ethereal token was. Every single token was so precious that even ancient sage experts would have difficulty forking out the money for one. Judging from Dan Xiaotian's depiction, it seemed like even if he could bring out everything in his storage ring and sell his possessions there, he still might not be able to afford one. At the same time, he gained a deeper understanding of the Azure. As those living in the Azure had lived their life amid the mercury-like spiritual energy, their constitutions were exceptionally resilient, surpassing even the otherworldly demons of the Master-Teacher continent. Just like his previous self, most of them possessed the strength of a Saint 1 Dan at birth, and that would increase all the way to Saint 9 Dan when they finally matured as an adult. Someone like Dan Xiaotian, who was only at Saint 6 Dan despite already being on verge of adulthood, was deemed a weakling with no future ahead of him. For example, despite being of similar age to one another, his fiancée, Xue Qin, was already at Great Sage 3 Dan consummation, making her one of the strongest experts in the city. The city they were in, Xinjiang City, was not an extremely large city, such that ancient sages were the most powerful existences there. One thing of note was that it was under the jurisdiction of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, which explained why it was recruiting disciples in the region. The lord of Xinjiang City was Xue Qin's father, Xue Yao, and he was known to be the #1 expert within the city. That being said, his cultivation was only on the same level as Zhang Xian, Dimension Shatterer Realm Primary Stage. So, once Zhang Xian recovered his strength, there would be no one else in the city who would be able to pose a threat to him anymore. As such, he had decided to make this his first priority. Zhang Xian placed all of those thoughts to the back of his mind and raised his head to take a closer look at the wall, not too far away. Let me see what kind of question has put so many at a loss, such that it remains unsolved even after so many years. Even if a nurturing yang pill is forged to the level of perfection, the yang energy that it harnesses is still so violent that it can't be controlled by the cultivator consuming it. It did not take Zhang Xian too long to finish looking through the question. The question was not too complex. Basically, it was prompting others to solve one of the key problems surrounding the nurturing yang pill via proposing feasible modifications to its forging process. The nurturing yang pill was one of the necessary cultivation resources for cultivators practicing yang cultivation techniques. It would fill them up with the vigor and drive required to further their cultivation. The pill formula was the work of an ingenious apothecary, capitalizing on the synergistic properties of many medicinal herbs in order to amplify the eventual medicinal energy deposited within the nurturing yang pill. However, the pill had a fatal flaw. After consuming the nurturing yang pill, due to the massive buildup of yang energy, cultivators would have to seek an avenue to vent their heat. Once they vented their heat, it would result in a huge loss of yang energy, which was extremely wasteful of the resource. This was a problem that many apothecaries had sought to resolve, but it still remained an issue. Improving an already ingenious pill formula was simply no easy feat. It was for this reason that no one had succeeded even after so many years. Nurturing yang pill? After reading the question, Zhang Xian tilted his head slightly in confusion. The master-teacher continent had all kinds of pills, and he boasted an understanding of countless of them due to the incredible number of books he had read. Yet, he had never heard of the nurturing yang pill before. Fortunately, perhaps in consideration that the general public would not have too much of an understanding of this pill, the other party had left behind a detailed pill formula and its forging process. Zhang Xian took those into the library of Heaven's Path, compiling a book out of them. I see. Zhang Xian nodded. There were many differences between the medicinal herbs of the master-teacher continent and the Azure, so the pill formulas and forging processes varied greatly from one another. Luckily, the library of Heaven's Path was still working perfectly. With a glance, all of the flaws and errors in the combination of medicinal herbs and the forging processes became apparent to him. Dan Shoutian also noticed the smile on Zhang Xian's lips, and he could not help but ask out of curiosity, "Teacher, do you know of the solution to resolving this problem?" He had also looked into this matter for quite a while, but it was to no avail. Could his teacher really have an answer to the problem with just a single glance? "I do have an idea in mind," Zhang Xian confirmed Dan Shoutian's thoughts. Dan Shoutian widened his eyes in shock, and he hurriedly asked, "Then, how should the problem be resolved?" "If we are just looking at this single issue, the solution isn't actually that complicated. In the pill formula of the nurturing yang pill, there's a medicinal herb known as inferno grass stem. The problem can be resolved by switching that medicinal herb with the spirit matriarch grass." Zhang Xian explained with a lowered voice. "Spirit matriarch grass? Isn't that an attribute medicinal herb? Will we really be able to forge the nurturing yang pill if we add something like that?" Dan Shoutian was a little surprised by the answer. Due to his crippled condition, he had studied quite a lot regarding pills and medicine. The inferno grass stem was not the most potent medicinal herb in the pill formula, but it played an indispensable role in forming the ultimate product. He did not think that a pill could be formed if one swapped it for the spirit matriarch grass. On the contrary, the spirit matriarch grass would neutralize the yang energy, thus causing all of the medicinal energy to be cancelled out. Yin and yang exist as complements to one another. While the spirit matriarch grass is a yin attribute medicinal herb, it is able to serve as a medium to nourish and calm the medicinal properties of the key ingredient, crimson fire flower leaf. This will solve the problem without causing any depletion in the medicinal energy of the pill, Zhang Xian explained. The complementary properties of yin and yang were common knowledge on the master-teacher continent, and it was a concept often used in pill formulas. Yet, to think that no one in Xinjiang City knew of this. From the looks of it, it seemed like despite the stronger average prowess of those in the Azure, in terms of the development of occupations, it was nowhere close to the master-teacher continent. On the master-teacher continent, Kong Shi's ideals had been propagated for tens of thousands of years, encouraging the open sharing of knowledge and furthering of mankind's wisdom. In comparison, it was obvious that the Azure was severely lacking in comparison. Dan Shoutian was perplexed. He was just about to ask about the matter when he heard some chatters behind him, following which, he saw the crowd around the wall opening up a pathway for a group of people. Who are they? They seem to be quite lofty. A middle-aged man amid the crowd asked in displeasure. Sure, don't speak nonsense. A knowledgeable soul hurriedly hushed that middle-aged man up. Those are the experts from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion who are here to recruit menial disciples. Do you see that man in the middle? It's said that he has a deep understanding of pill forging. They are the experts from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion? The face of the middle-aged man who had spoken earlier paled in fright. He hurriedly backed off to the sides to allow the approaching group to pass through. The Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion commanded great prestige in Xinjiang City, and no one would dare challenge their authority there. At the same time, Zhang Xian turned to take a closer look. The person standing at the forefront of the group was a cold-faced young man, probably in his mid-20s. He was dressed in a gray robe, and there was a sword tied to his waist. His eyes flickered with a hint of rational coolness, giving the impression of a person who would never let his feelings get in the way of his decisiveness. Despite his young age, the young man's cultivation was impressive, reaching ancient sage 4-dan dimension shatter realm. There was no such expert on the master-teacher continent, but it felt like it was not too rare to see cultivators of such a level here at all. The Azure sure was a frightening place. While Zhang Xian was assessing the young man, he could not help but notice that Dan Xiaoyan's body had tensed up along with the arrival of the group. Glancing over, he saw that the latter's fists were tightly clenched. Tracing the latter's line of sight, he saw Xue Qin, the young lady who had dropped by the Dan clan earlier to coerce Dan Xiaotian into backing out of the marriage agreement, walking right behind the gray-robed young man. She wore a tight purple dress that shaped out her proud figure beautifully, and its low neckline revealed her fair-colored neck. Her head was tilted upward slightly, and she emanated an aura of pride and loftiness. The fact that she was allowed to follow the experts of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion around was more than enough to show that she had already been confirmed as a disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, and for a small place like Xinjiang City, it could indeed be considered an impressive feat. Such a problem actually stumped you all for so long? The gray-robed young man remarked as he swiftly read through the problem on the wall. He gestured to the young man behind him and said, "Write down the answer for me. Change the Inferno grass stem to Spirit Matriarch grass." All right. The young man hurriedly walked over to the wall to write down the answer. Not expecting the other party to see through the crux of the problem with a glance as well, even coming up with the same answer as his teacher, Dan Xiaotian widened his eyes in astonishment. He turned to his teacher and exclaimed, "But we were the ones who found the answer first." He had been doubting the accuracy of his teacher's answer when those from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion came over and gave the same answer. That meant that there was really no mistake with his teacher's answer. However, if it was the group from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion who gave the answer instead, it meant that the ethereal token would go to them instead. Just as Dan Xiaotian was about to rush over, he felt someone grasp his wrist tightly. It was his teacher. "Don't bother. It's too late now." Dan Xiaotian turned his head over and saw that the young man from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion had already written down the answer on the wall before pressing his palm down on it lightly. Wong. A brilliant red light flashed from the surface of the wall. It's the correct answer? As expected of an expert from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, he was actually able to solve the problem with just a swift glance. I have long heard that the experts of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion were figures who stood at the peak of this world, and it seems like that's truly the case. Their reputation is not unfounded at all. The number of disciples accepted by the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion each time around is extremely limited. I wonder how many people from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion will be able to meet the mark this time around. It might just be a mere menial disciple, but it symbolizes the opportunity to rise to become an outer disciple, then an inner disciple, and finally a direct disciple. My bet is that there will be just 3 people. It has always been like that. A huge commotion broke out amid the crowd. Even a question that had stumped the whole of Xinjiang City for more than a decade was solved so easily by the group from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Those from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion were truly extraordinary beings. "Young master, I would like to congratulate you on solving the final problem of the Hongyan market. This is the reward that we have prepared for you. Very soon, a slightly plump middle-aged man walked over with a fawning smile on his face. He was holding onto an opened wooden chest carefully with both of his hands, and sitting in the middle of the chest was a palm-sized token. The token was densely inscribed, and one could feel slight pulsations of spiritual energy coming from it. Is that the ethereal token? I heard that even a single one of those costs 100,000 ethereal coins. Wow, I don't think I can't ever afford that in my entire life. They might all be cultivators who had grown up in the azure, but the ethereal token was a commodity that only the upper echelons of the continent possessed. There were only a few of them in Xinjiang City, so most of them had never seen one before. The gray-robed man grabbed the ethereal token in between his two fingers and drove his zhanqi through it. After confirming that it was the real deal, he nodded in satisfaction before sliding it into Xue Qin's hands. I'll give it to you. Xue Qin's eyes widened in delight as she received the ethereal token, and even her breathing hastened from agitation. It was not just the value of this gift that excited her. What was more important was the significance behind the gift. It was already a huge blessing for her to be able to become a menial disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, but to receive a gift directly from the young man before her. With this, she would become the envy of the entire town. Holding onto the ethereal token tightly, Xue Qin bowed down and said, "Thank you, Senior." After giving her thanks, she suddenly noticed Dan Xiaotian amid the crowd, and a sharp glint flashed through her eyes. She immediately made her way over to the ladder, and with a mocking smile on her lips, she said in a hushed voice, "You're here as well? Were you trying to obtain this ethereal token to turn your situation around? What a pity, though, it's already mine. You really should learn your place. Do you think that a person like you is worthy of possessing an ethereal token?" Naive. Previously, she had been afraid that the rejection of the marriage proposal would affect her reputation, but with a senior from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion taking such care of her, she had nothing to fear anymore. What did Dan Xiaotian even count as? They were already in two different worlds, so what did she have to fear about him? Of course, there was also the fact that the area was filled with men from the City Lord Manor, so no one would dare leak the news out. Not even the wandering cultivators who had dropped by to try their luck would dare speak a word of the matter as long as they valued their lives. Besides, she was not speaking too loudly, so it would be hard to discern what she was saying. "You." Dan Xiaotian's body stiffened at being humiliated once more. "Who is he?" the gray-robed young man suddenly asked. "He's just a friend I have met in the past." Xue Qin scoffed at Dan Xiaotian one last time before turning around to face the gray-robed young man, replacing her scorn with a sweet smile in the blink of an eye. "Let's go," the gray-robed young man said before walking away. Xue Qin quickly rushed forward to keep up with him. Dan Xiaotian trembled quietly with a lowered head for a moment before he turned to Zhang Xian with an apologetic look on his face. "I'm sorry, teacher." His teacher had already revealed the correct answer, but he had actually doubted his teacher. If not for his teacher spending some time to explain the matter to him, the ethereal token would already have been theirs. To receive such a valuable gift from her senior. It seems like that fiancé of yours didn't acquire her position as a menial disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion through proper avenues, Zhang Xian remarked deeply before turning to look at Dan Xiaotian with a smile on his lips. "Do you wish to return the favor?" "Return the favor?" Dan Xiaotian was taken aback. Xue Qin already had the experts of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion on her side, so how could they possibly exact vengeance on her? Chapter 19:20 You're wrong. Watch closely. Without explaining himself, Zhang Xian walked forward and shouted, "That friend from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion over there. May I ask you to stop for a short moment?" The gray-robed young man continued walking away without any hesitation, as if not having heard Zhang Xian's voice at all. The edges of Zhang Xian's lips crept up as he continued. "Friend, the answer you provided is inaccurate. I don't think that it's very fair for you to leave with the ethereal token just like that." His voice was extremely loud, suppressing the surrounding voices in an instant. Everyone turned to look at him with stupefied looks on their faces. The other party was an expert of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, and to actually claim that he was wrong so publicly, are you tired of living? The gray-robed young man halted in his tracks and turned around to look at Zhang Xian with a deep frown etched on his forehead. With an awful look on her face, Xueqin coldly spat, Dan Xiaotian. If you don't want to die, you'd better keep your subordinate's mouth in check. She recognized the mummy standing before her as none other than the person who had spoken up against them earlier at the Dan clan. It was out of magnanimity that she did not pursue his insolence, but who could have known that he would dare to continue spout nonsense? He isn't my subordinate. He's my teacher. In a moment of anxiety, Dan Xiaotian began stuttering once again. Teacher? No matter what, the Dan clan was still once a formidable existence. When did you fall so far such that even weaklings like him are worthy of being your teacher? Xueqin remarked disdainfully. I don't think it's any business of yours who Dan Xiaotian acknowledges as his teacher. Unless you are still dreaming of becoming his fiancée, Zhang Xian replied calmly. You. Xueqin's body stiffened upon hearing those words. Seeing Xueqin's response, a cold glint flashed through the eyes of the gray-robed young man. He gazed down at the mummy before him coldly and said, You mentioned that my answer isn't correct? Indeed, Zhang Xian replied. To show you that I'm not making things up, I am even willing to make a bet with you. The one who loses will be subjected to the other party's command. You are courageous to speak to me in such a manner, the gray-robed man remarked as he assessed Zhang Xian nonchalantly. Tell me, what is your basis for determining that my answer is wrong? There's no need for that. There's a much easier way to resolve this problem than with our mouths. All we need to do is find an apothecary to forge the nurturing young pill based on the answer you have provided and feed that pill to someone. You will understand once you see it, Zhang Xian said. You want to test the practicality of the solution I have provided? The gray-robed young man frowned. The first response that came to his mind was to reject Zhang Xian's request because he felt that it was too troublesome, but when his gaze swept across the crowd, he noticed doubtful looks on their faces. So, after a brief moment of silence, he raised his hand and said, Bring an apothecary over. The young man following behind him quickly left the group, and not long later, he returned with the plump middle-aged man who had brought the ethereal token over earlier, as well as 2 apothecaries. The plump middle-aged man snapped his fingers, and a large army of attendants immediately rushed forward to set up a table of medicinal herbs and 2 cauldrons. I need the 2 of you to forge the nurturing young pill according to the formula over there. The plump middle-aged man instructed the 2 apothecaries. Nodding, the 2 apothecaries swiftly began forging the nurturing young pill. They followed the instructions written on the wall precisely, adding medicinal herbs one after another with impeccable timing. When it was finally time to add in the inferno grass stem, they threw the spirit matriarch grass in instead. As soon as the spirit matriarch grass was thrown in, the 2 cauldrons immediately began rattling non-stop. One of the apothecaries could not contain the billowing energies within the cauldron, and eventually, the entire cauldron exploded deafeningly on the spot. It was fortunate that protective measures had been taken beforehand, so no one was hurt as a result of the accident. Nevertheless, the explosion still intimidated many people amid the crowd. They hurriedly backed a distance away as they continued watching the pill-forging process worriedly. The remaining apothecary was clearly more skilled as he controlled the responses of the medicinal herbs adeptly. An hour later, a set of freshly baked nurturing young pills was finally delivered out of the cauldron. Its surface glistened beautifully with a natural shine. It seemed that their luck was not too bad. Not only were the pills formed, they had even reached the level of perfection. Good. After seeing the pills, the gray-robed young man nodded in approval. He quickly scanned the crowd before beckoning a young man over. The cultivation technique you practice seems to be young attribute in nature. I need you to help me test the medicinal properties of the pill. Perhaps due to his trust in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, the young man swallowed the pill without any hesitation. The pill swiftly melted in his mouth, and a tremendous amount of yang energy swiftly flowed into his meridians. It took only an instant for the young man's face to turn scarlet. The young man hurriedly sat down to drive his shenqi, hoping to keep the influx of yang energy under control for his own assimilation. But the more he tried to control the yang energy, the greater the backlash he faced. Eventually, white smoke began rising from the top of his head. It did not take too long for his eyes to start reddening as the heat started getting the better of him. Ah, I can't stand it any longer. Unable to take it any longer, the young man rushed up to one of the aunties watching the spectacle and reached out to rip her clothes. Slah! The ripped clothes scattered all over the ground. Without any hesitation, the young man began to force himself on the auntie to carry out some indescribable act, but there was an abrupt sharp pain at the back of his neck before he collapsed onto the ground. The gray-robed young man of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion had stepped in at the vital moment to prevent a tragedy from occurring. The fact that the young man had only gone berserk after eating the nurturing young pill showed that his pill formula was insufficient in resolving its problems. Not only so, the side effects seemed to have worsened. The young man who had consumed the pill could not control his impulses at all. The pill formula that I have come up with does have some problems. With an awful look on his face, the gray-robed young man turned his head over to Zhang Xian and asked, however, "How did you know about it? Do you, by any chance, know the correct answer?" To be honest, he had heard of this problem prior to coming to Xinjiang City, and he had conducted quite a bit of research before coming up with the correct answer. He definitely did not manage to solve the problem as easily as he had made it appear. The main reason he wanted to put up such an act was to bulk up the reputation of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion in Xinjiang City. Just that, who could have known that instead of bulking up the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion's reputation, he would end up being humiliated instead? As displeased as he was, he knew that it would be unwise for him to lose his temper. He would only embarrass himself further if he displayed a lack of graciousness. "I do have an answer," Zhang Xian replied with a smile. He whispered into Dan Xiaoyan's ear, and the latter looked at him with a bizarre expression. After confirming that Zhang Xian was not joking with him, he walked up to the wall and pinned down an answer with a brush before handing it forward. Just like before, a red light flashed from the wall. The gray-robed young man frowned as he impatiently remarked, "The person checking the answer is right here, so why don't you just read it out loud?" What was the point of beating about the bush when the manager of the Hongyan market was already standing among them? The young man could just read out the answer, and they would be able to discern whether it was right or not together. Dan Xiaotian looked at his teacher, and after receiving a confirmatory nod, he began reading out the answer that he had written out earlier with an awkward look on his face. "Change the Inferno grass stem to Spirit Matriarch grass." The crowd was silent for a moment before a huge commotion broke out. Huh, was I hearing things? Isn't the answer the same as the one that the young man from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion came up with? The gray-robed young man also narrowed his eyes as a menacing aura flowed out from him. "Are you trying to mock me?" The other party had confidently pointed out that he was wrong, but he had ended up giving the same answer. Just what the hell was the other party up to? Dan Xiaotian himself was feeling a little giddy as well. He had completely no idea what his teacher was up to. Don't you know that trying to make fun of an expert like this is a huge taboo? You'll lose your life. You are thinking too much, Zhang Xian replied calmly before shooting an exasperated glance at Dan Xiaotian. What are you doing? There is still a label at the end, right? Read it out. Ah, right? Dan Xiaotian nodded as he hurriedly continued. After the solution, there's a bracket that states, not local. Not local? Wait a moment, what does that mean? Everyone was bewildered by the additional label. Even the gray-robed young man was unable to make sense of what was happening. What did not local refer to? Was there some kind of difference between the local spirit matriarch grass and those not from the region? The nurturing yang pill serves to reinforce the yang energy of a cultivator. In order to stabilize the effects of the pill, swapping the Inferno grass stem with the spirit matriarch grass is indeed the ideal solution. In fact, the solution you have proposed would have surely worked out if the pill forging was conducted anywhere else, Zhang Xian said as he slowly walked up to the cauldron and touched the medicinal sludge from the exploded cauldron earlier. However, the solution simply doesn't work here. Xinjiang City has its back facing the Xian River, and that's where its name originates from. This river originates from the sea, and what flows through it isn't fresh water but salt water. The crowd nodded in agreement. While Xinjiang City was not located near the sea, it was connected to it through the Xian River. However, it was a pity that what flowed through the Xian River was saltwater, making it unsuitable for drinking or commercial activities. As such, despite its decent location, it had still failed to develop into a major city. Among the territories of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, it could only be considered a third-rate city. Its economy was not doing too well at all. As a result, the farmlands in the area were irrigated with salt water, and the plants growing in the region carry some salt content. At this point, I would like to invite everyone to take a closer look at this medicinal sludge. Do you notice anything peculiar about it? Zhang Xian asked as he showed his hands to the others. The crowd leaned in to take a closer look. Amid the black mess on his finger, there was a layer of white powder. It was faint, but as saint cultivators, they were able to easily tell what it was. The gray-robed young man also walked up to the medicinal sludge to take a closer look before touching it slightly. White powder stained the tip of his finger. He brought it to his lips and licked it, and there was a slightly salty taste. It's salt. The gray-robed young man nodded. Following which, Zhang Xian continued his explanation. The spirit matriarch grass lives in marshlands, thriving in dark, damp locations. Its leaves should have carried a slight acidity, but this is neutralized by the salt content of the other medicinal herbs, and that ruins the yin attribute of the spirit matriarch grass. As such, it is unable to serve as a medium to calm medicinal energies contained in the other medicinal herbs, resulting in the yang energy becoming even more violent after losing the inferno grass stem. That's also why the young man completely lost control of his rationality earlier after consuming the nurturing yang pill. He was completely overwhelmed by heat. There's actually such a factor? Fervent discussions could be heard all around. Had pill forging always been such a delicate process, such that even a slight change in the environment would make a huge difference? The gray-robed young man was slightly taken aback. Was this really why his pill formula had failed? He swiftly examined the remaining medicinal herbs that had not been used for the pill forging. With a tap of his finger, he ignited one of the medicinal herbs, and upon closer examination, he noticed some salt amid the ashes too. Pill forging is a very delicate process. The difference in a single medicinal herb or a single process could easily result in failure. Countless medicinal herbs could be ruined just because of a slight difference. Naturally, an apothecary has to take note of the geographical location, the local climate, the state of the cauldron, one's state of mind, and the techniques utilized in the forging process. All of this has to be considered before one embarks on the pill forging. A mistake is a mistake. I know that someone from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion won't deny that, right? Zhang Xian asked with a gentle smile. My misjudgment has indeed resulted in a failed pill forging. I'll admit that much. Knowing that he would only hurt his reputation if he argued his way out of this, the gray-robed young man harumphed coldly. I'll give the ethereal token to you then. Without any hesitation, he took the ethereal token from Xueqin's hands and tossed it over to Zhang Xian. Xueqin's face twitched as she felt a burning sensation on her face. It was just a moment ago that she had obtained this invaluable treasure, but in less than 2 hours, it was already another man's possession. I shall humbly accept the gift, Zhang Xian replied as he slipped the ethereal token into his pocket. Then, his eyebrows suddenly shot up as a realization seemed to have struck him. Oh right, I nearly forgot. I mentioned earlier that I wanted to have a bet with you, and that the one who lost the bet would have to listen to the winner's command. You didn't agree to the bet explicitly, but neither did you reject it. Since that's the case, should I take it that the bet is still effective? Seeing that Zhang Xian was pushing the boundaries, the eyes of the gray-robed young man narrowed threateningly. He had never thought that a person from this remote city would actually be able to corner him to such an extent. On the other hand, Zhang Xian seemed to be completely oblivious to the gray-robed young man's rage as he pointed to Shui Yin nonchalantly and said, Well, my command isn't anything much. I just want you to give Xueqin over here 3 crisp slaps in my stead. What? Xueqin's face warped in horror upon hearing those words. Chapter 1921 Virtual Reality. If she really was slapped, what would become of her dignity? With a trembling body, Xueqin hurriedly turned to the gray-robed young man and pleaded, "Senior, you mustn't listen to that fellow's nonsense. He's just spewing a load of CR*P. Until we really forge the nurturing young pill according to his instructions, we won't know if what he's saying is the right answer." But before she could finish her words, the gray-robed young man had also turned to face her, and with 3 swift strokes, he slapped her thrice. Forehand, pa. Backhand, pa. Forehand, pa. Every single strike echoed loudly into the surroundings. The young lady's smooth and delicate skin immediately began swelling up. "Is that enough for you?" The gray-robed young man gazed at Zhang Xian coldly with his hands behind his back. He was extremely adept at pill forging, and he had made sure to check all the details personally. Even without forging the nurturing young pill, he already knew that the young man was correct. Since the answer was already clear, any obstinacy beyond this point would only sully the good reputation of not only him, but the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion too. It was just a casual remark when I told you to slap her. She's just a young lady, and it's not as if she has a marriage agreement with me, but went to the extent of coming over to my residence to coerce me to back out of our marriage agreement. But I guess what's done is done, so let's say we're even with that. Please, feel free to be on your way." Zhang Xian bowed slightly as if to send the gray-robed young man away. The gray-robed young man took one last chilling look at Zhang Xian before turning around to leave. The others that had come with him quickly left along with him. As for the fainted young man, one of the members of the group picked him up and took him away. They had planned to make use of this as an opportunity to display their prowess and earn the respect of those in the Xinjiang city, but it had completely backfired on them. A tremendous amount of rage was boiling in their blood. After leaving the market, the gray-robed young man looked at the swollen-faced Xueqin and asked with narrowed eyes, "Who was that?" Xueqin shuddered at the chilling voice of the gray-robed young man, and she quickly explained herself. "Senior, I really don't know that person. I was referring to that crippled young man." The gray-robed young man interjected sharply. He. Xueqin's face turned ghastly pale. "He has a marriage agreement with me. It was decided by the elders of our clans. However, there's really nothing between us. We haven't even met more than a couple of times. You should know why you were accepted as a menial disciple of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion," the gray-robed young man remarked coldly. "In order for inner disciples to focus on their cultivation, they require servants to attend to their needs. It's out of special consideration of your looks and the fact that you are still a maiden that I made an exception and allowed you to join us as a servant and a concubine." "I understand." Xueqin lowered her head subserviently. "That had better be the case," the gray-robed young man said with an impatient wave of his hand. He walked over to the carriage not too far away and got onto it. Before the carriage set off, his nonchalant voice echoed from within. "I expect you to settle this matter prudently before it reaches the ears of the Sword Pavilion. Also, I want to know the identity and background of that bandaged fellow by tonight. Elder Lu Yun will be here in 3 days, and I don't expect any complications as a result of this." "Understood?" "Understood." Xueqin bowed fearfully, not daring to even breathe loudly. Da-da-da. The carriage finally began moving away. Only at this moment did Xueqin realize that her back was drenched in sweat. She glanced back at the Hongyan market with a murderous look on her face. "Tell my teacher that we'll be making a move tonight," she spat coldly. "Yes, second young mistress," the young men following behind her replied. "Thank you, teacher." Seeing how Xueqin, who had humiliated him time and time again, had been struck in public, Dan Xiaotian felt a little conflicted within. Nevertheless, he knew that his teacher was doing this for him, and he felt extremely grateful for that. "Since you are my student, there's no way I'll allow you to be wronged," Zhang Xian replied with a smile. "All right, I need you to bring me to a quiet room. I would like to test out the ethereal token." "Yes, teacher." Dan Xiaotian nodded. He quickly approached the middle-aged man from earlier, and before long, they were brought to a silent chamber. Upon entering the chamber, Zhang Xian inspected its interior and found that the area had been secured by multiple layers of formations, ensuring its privacy. He nodded in satisfaction before taking the ethereal token out. "Teacher, I heard that the ethereal token requires very specific instructions in order to activate it, and a complete activation requires one to pay quite a heavy price. But before Dan Xiaotian could finish his words, he saw his teacher tapping a few points on the ethereal token, and a resounding wong echoed through the chamber. A brilliant light shone from the surface of the jade token. It had been completely activated, following which, Zhang Xian dripped a droplet of blood on the ethereal token, and the brilliant light immediately warped into intricate patterns before seeping into his glabella. This sight left Dan Xiaotian stunned. Based on what he knew, activating the ethereal token was a delicate process, so more often than not, one would have to spend a huge number of ethereal coins in order to engage the help of an expert for a complete activation. Who could have known that his teacher would be able to activate and tame the ethereal token so easily, as if he had done it many times before? Paying no heed to Dan Xiaotian's astonishment, Zhang Xian carefully perceived the light seeping into his glabella, and only after confirming that it posed no danger to him did he heave a sigh of relief. The next moment, his consciousness escaped from his body to enter a unique dimension. Lowering his head, he found that his body had become something that was a mix of reality and illusion. Welcome to the ethereal hall. While Zhang Xian was still making sense of his current situation, a voice suddenly sounded in the air. This voice. Zhang Xian widened his eyes in astonishment. This voice was surprisingly familiar to him. There was no mistake about it. Kong Shi. It was Kong Shi's voice. He knew that Kong Shi had definitely come to the Azure, but he did not think that the latter would be related to the strongest power of the Azure, the ethereal hall. Or could it be that the ethereal hall had been created by Kong Shi? Dan Xiaotian mentioned that the ethereal hall was created several thousand years ago by a formidable expert, but judging by the timeline, Kong Shi should have left the master teacher continent tens of thousands of years ago. Zhang Xian's brain churned swiftly to draw links. At this moment, a possibility suddenly arose in his mind, causing his eyebrows to leap up. Could it be that the flow of time in the Azure differs from that of the master teacher continent? There had been a whole string of trouble ever since he awoke, so he had not had a chance to really examine the Azure. But now that he was looking at it carefully, there was indeed a difference in the flow of time in the Azure and on the master teacher continent. As he was making sense of all of this, the earlier voice continued speaking. I established the ethereal hall to allow cultivators to interact with one another and trade safely. In here, you are able to alter your appearance and aura, so there's no need to worry about anyone noticing your true identity in the real world. As long as you are willing to pay the price, you will be able to learn the cultivation techniques you wish to learn. Within the ethereal hall, everyone is of the same cultivation realm. There's no segregation as a result of standing or power difference. Everyone will be able to interact with one another on equal terms. That's all I want to say to you. May you enjoy your time at the ethereal hall. The voice suddenly trailed off. Those words made Zhang Xian more certain than ever that Kong Shi was the person behind the ethereal hall. After all, it was his vision to create a world where all humans were equally entitled to cultivate and learn. He knew that he would be able to find traces of Kong Shi in the Azure, but considering the time difference, he had thought that it would take a while before he finally heard anything about the latter. Yet, a single ethereal token had been able to provide him with so much information. Suppressing his agitation, he swiftly went through Kong Shi's words when a bizarre thought suddenly occurred to him. Assuming anonymous identities and interacting with one another as equals, isn't this pretty much like online chat rooms? Chapter 1922, Dueling Ring technology had been an integral part of life in his previous world. It brought great convenience to the world, allowing for communication or shopping to be done remotely. It allowed people to assume anonymous new identities and enjoy a life aside from the real world. Often, a person whom you addressed as your wife over the internet could very well end up being a nose-picking middle-aged man. As formidable as the ethereal token was, it seemed to work on the same principles. Upon entering the ethereal hall, one would be able to conceal one's identity, and the strength of all cultivators would be equalized. This meant that it would be impossible for a person to tell if the person whom they had been chatting with was a male or female, an expert, or an ordinary cultivator. This is fine. The cultivators will be able to release the restraints they impose on themselves in consideration of their reputation and pursue what they truly want. It makes it easier for them to seek pointers from one another regarding their cultivation. This might be the motive behind why Kong Shi created this system. Kong Shi promoted education without discrimination, and he hoped to create a world where all humans could stand tall. However, cultivation resources were scarce, and one's birth, talent, and opportunities were bound to determine one's future accomplishments. His ultimate vision was simply not realistic. In his time on the Master-Teacher continent, he had founded the Master-Teacher Pavilion, but the system that he had put in place was marred by the ambitions of those who wished to climb up the hierarchy. He had created the Kungsu domain shortly after, but it had likely made him realize that it was impossible to achieve true equality in the real world. Thus, he had founded the Ethereal Hall and created the Ethereal Tokens. Here, one would have to cast aside one's previous identity and everything related to it. With an anonymous identity and equal strength, everyone would be on equal footing with one another. With just a thought, Zhang Xian's appearance immediately began changing, making him appear more ordinary. He tried clenching his fists and threw a punch out. The strength that he could draw forth was roughly equivalent to a Saint One Dan cultivator. In other words, no matter how powerful a cultivator was, he could only exert the strength of a Saint One Dan cultivator in here. Zhang Xian spent some time testing out his new body, but fortunately, it seemed like there was no fundamental difference between it and his real body. He began walking forward, and soon, a grand palace appeared before his eyes. Ethereal Hall, Starlight City. Starlight City is a second-tier city, and Xinjiang City happens to be under its jurisdiction. Zhang Xian recalled based on Dan Xiaoyan's explanation, and he shook his head with a smile. It's even a regional network. To use the terminology from his previous world, there were only servers in the cities where the Ethereal Hall had branches. There was no branch in Xinjiang City, so anyone trying to access the Ethereal Hall from there needed to connect to the higher Starlight City server. Zhang Xian pushed the door open and walked into the palace. A huge crowd immediately appeared right in front of him. Just like social networking games in his previous life, even though everyone had different appearances and figures, the strength that they wielded was the same as one another. They might be far from one another geographically, but at that moment, they were seated alongside one another to trade insights regarding cultivation or even to negotiate important business deals. Through sharing knowledge on a common platform, the rate at which information traveled would be greatly enhanced. Perhaps, this was the building block that would drive the Azure towards something similar to his previous world's digital age. After a moment of curious observation, Zhang Xian knew that the urgent matter at hand was to heal his injuries, so he headed to the front counter of the Ethereal Hall and called for an attendant. "Do you have any recovery medicine here? I would like to purchase some. May I ask what tier of medicine you are looking for?" The attendant was a young man dressed in a uniform, and his appearance looked considerably dashing. Of course, it was unlikely that this was his original appearance. This was similar to how many people like to use the photos of popular individuals, such as that author named Hong Sa Tianyao, as their online profile pictures. "I need something that can heal the injuries of a Dimension Shatter Realm cultivator," Zhang Xian replied. On his way there, he had verified the various cultivation realms in the Azure, and it seemed like there were 4 tiers of ancient sages, and the names of the realms were the same. As for what lay beyond ancient sage, it appeared that even Dan Xiaotian himself had no idea what it was, so he was unable to satisfy his curiosity. "We do have the Whitewood pill and Blue Sun pill here," the young man said as he passed 2 jade bottles over. Zhang Xian took the 2 jade bottles, pried open their lids, and took a careful look at them. He could not help but marvel at just how detailed the world that Kong Shi had created was. He was well aware that he was in an illusory world, but the spiritual energy and medicinal energy harnessed within those 2 pills felt so tangible that he could not help but wonder if they were actually existent. "But I have never heard of these 2 pills before, though, so I don't really know which one will be more useful to me." In the end, the Azure and the Master-Teacher continent were 2 different worlds. While both worlds had apothecaries, their practices and techniques varied greatly from one another, so he was unable to accurately gauge the healing properties of those 2 pills. He was just about to ask the attendant for more information when an idea suddenly popped into his head. He placed his finger on the whitewood pill lightly and muttered, "Flaws?" Since he was able to use the library of Heaven's Path with his soul, was it possible for him to use it here as well? Wong. There was a jolt in his head, and a book materialized in the library of Heaven's Path. It works. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up in delight. Even though the pills were fake, it seemed like the library of Heaven's Path was still able to process the information in the ethereal hall to analyze its strengths and weaknesses before compiling that into a book. The whitewood pill uses the whitewood grass as its main ingredient, making it excellent for healing the soul injuries sustained by Dimension Shatter Realm cultivators. The blue sun pill uses the blood of saint beasts as its key ingredient, and it has remarkable effects in healing one's physical wounds and recovering one's shenqi. The bulk of my injuries lie in my physical body and my shenqi, so I guess I should choose the blue sun pill. Having made up his mind, Zhang Xian relayed his intention to the attendant. The blue sun pill will cost 20,000 ethereal coins each. May I know how you wish to pay for the pill? Do you have an ethereal card? The attendant asked with a sweet smile on his face. 20,000 ethereal coins? Zhang Xian's eyebrows leaped up. He did not have a single ethereal coin with him, so 20,000 ethereal coins was clearly far out of his league. Besides, what in the freaking cow was an ethereal card? So far, it had been roughly 4 hours since he had awoken, but he had already gotten a clear glimpse as to the purchasing power of the ethereal coin. If Dan Xiaotian sold the residence that he was living in, he would receive 5,000 ethereal coins at most, which meant that the entire residence was only worth a quarter to this blue sun pill. I guess it's time for me to start earning some money once more. Zhang Xian rubbed his glabella in distress. He had finally climbed to the apex of the master-teacher continent, commanding greater clout than anyone else. He had thought that he had finally struggled out of poverty and would never have to worry about money again. But in the blink of an eye, he was reduced back to the penniless lad he used to be. It sure was exasperating. He suddenly thought of the times when he had impersonated as Yang Shi to give others guidance, so as to earn the money required to solve Zhao Ye's affliction. Was he going to have to do the same in the Azure? While it was convenient for him to assume an anonymous identity here, he was a humble and low-profile person at heart. There was nothing in this world that he detested more than showing off in such a manner. Sighing helplessly, he raised his head to look at the attendant before him and asked, "May I ask what kind of ways there are to earn money quickly here?" Earn money? Those words made the attendant realize that the person standing before him did not have the means to purchase the blue sun pill. While he did not reveal anything on his face, the warmth in his eyes cooled a little. He had thought that the other party was a big fish, asking for a 20,000 ethereal coins pill as soon as he walked up to the stall, but as it turned out, the other party was poor. The easiest way to earn money is through fighting open duels in the city's dueling ring, the attendant replied nonchalantly. As long as you don't leave the dueling ring, the amount of money you can earn will increase by twofold each round. In the first round, you can earn 100 ethereal coins, and this will increase to 200 ethereal coins in the second round, 400 ethereal coins in the third round, and so on. All in all, as long as you don't lose, you should be able to earn ethereal coins quickly. As long as you are able to win 8 rounds consecutively, you will be able to rack up enough money to buy the blue sun pill. I see. Zhang Xian nodded in response. He had made a misjudgment earlier. It was true that limiting everyone's cultivation to Saint One Dan did reduce the power difference among everyone, but that did not mean that they were equally powerful. Depending on one's interpretation of cultivation, fighting style, and reflexes, there could be a vast difference in the fighting prowess of different individuals even if they did have the same Jinqi capacity. If anything, it would be even more testing on one's skills and techniques. Besides, just because everyone's cultivation was suppressed to the same level, it would be naive to think that an ordinary saint cultivator would be able to defeat an ancient sage cultivator. The precision of their control and battle experience would make a world of difference. The ethereal hall could not erase all inequality among cultivators, or perhaps it was not its aim to do so. By reducing the power difference among cultivators, it would put the emphasis on techniques and skills, thus motivating cultivators to work on those as well. May I know where the dueling ring is? I'd like to register for the duels, Zhang Xian said. You can register for the duel here. However, I would like to remind you that your opponents get more and more difficult with each round that you win. While you are winning more rounds, the opponents you are paired with are doing the same, the attendant said. I understand. Zhang Xian nodded in response. This was basically the same as the ranked matches and games from his previous world. If you were a conqueror, the opponents you were paired with would be roughly around the same tier as you so that it would be a comparable match. But over here, regardless of whether his opponent was a diamond or a conqueror, it made no difference at all. He would crush them all one after another. In any case, he could use the Library of Heaven's path here, so there was no one who had an advantage over him. That's good. You'll have to pay the registration fee, 500 ethereal coins, the attendant said. 500? Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. Why is it so expensive? The Ethereal Hall doesn't just provide the location to conduct these duels. It records the video and provides a live feed of the battle to the other cultivators as well. All of this costs money, so naturally, there has to be a fee as well. The attendant replied, but I don't have 500 ethereal coins. Is it possible for me to use my possessions as a deposit instead? Or else, could I borrow the money from you for the time being? I'll return it twofold to you once I win the battles. Zhang Xian scratched his head in embarrassment. Money was truly the greatest woe of a hero. As a godlike figure worshipped by countless on the master-teacher continent, it was embarrassing how he could not even take out 500 ethereal coins here. If word spread, it would really be a huge embarrassment. If you don't have the money to pay the registration fee, I'd advise you not to participate at all. The attendant finally reached the limits of his tolerance and snapped impatiently. A person who could not even take out 500 ethereal coins actually wanted to purchase a pill worth 20,000 ethereal coins. It was as if he thought that he could easily win the duels and earn a fortune for himself. Just where in this world did this naive lad come from? Furthermore, how in the world could he trust the other party to return his money when they did not even know one another? Impossible. Seeing through the attendant's derision, Zhang Xian sighed deeply and said, my ethereal token should be worth more than 500 ethereal coins. I should at least be able to use it as a deposit for the duel, right? Since the ethereal token was distributed by the Ethereal Hall, the system should be able to accept it as a deposit. I guess that works. However, I'd just like to offer you one last piece of advice. If you fail to repay your debt within 3 days, the ethereal token that you are using will be resealed, preventing you from using it ever again. The attendant replied. Since the Ethereal Hall was able to allow cultivators to connect to them via the ethereal token, naturally, they were able to terminate the connection as well. I understand. Zhang Xian nodded. Seeing that Zhang Xian knew what he was getting into, the young man impatiently processed the request. Sometime later, he passed a card over to Zhang Xian. This is your ethereal card, and stored inside are the 500 ethereal coins you have borrowed. As long as you sign up for the duel, the sum will automatically be deducted from your card. Similarly, the reward for your victory will automatically be stored within your card, so you need not worry. Seeing that the process was automated, Zhang Xian was relieved to know that he would be spared from much trouble. He quickly put the card away before heading toward the dueling ring. Chapter 1923. My name is World's Edge. There was nothing that induced one's improvement faster than practical battle, and this was the same wherever one went. However, practical battles came at a risk. There was a chance that one might get injured or even die, but these problems were not an issue in the Ethereal Hall. It was for this reason that the dueling ring was a popular location in the Ethereal Hall for cultivators to head to. As Zhang Xian was nearing his destination, he saw a lot of people gathered together before a crystal-like screen with agitated looks on their faces. On the screen, there were two figures clashing intensely with one another. Their cultivation might only have been at St. Wandan, but their battle was still exciting to veteran fighters. Their maneuvers were sharp and well calculated, and the sheer precision of their movements was amazing. There were hardly any wasted movements at all, and the battle techniques that they executed often achieved unexpected effects in influencing the flow of the battle. Windherder has already won 5 rounds so far. He really is amazing. Amazing is an understatement, all right? His grasp of his battle techniques is terrifying. Every single move he executed is measured to an extremely precise degree, such that it reveals no openings for his opponent to exploit at all. I would be content if I could just reach his level of proficiency. Watching his battles are a huge enjoyment in itself. Not only so, I am also able to learn quite a few combat techniques from him and enhance my own fighting style. Such discussions could be heard from the crowd. It was not without reason that the ethereal token was so highly sought after by the cultivators in the Azure. It served not only as an online market, but a perfect underground ring too. Not only did the fighters not need to fear getting injured, even the spectators could learn much from watching the battles. To be careful, Zhang Xian did not rush into registering for the duels, but instead chose to spectate the duels of other cultivators for the time being so as to gauge the average strength of the cultivators there. Due to the cultivation cap of Saint Wundan, the battle techniques that the cultivators were able to execute were severely limited. Thus, what really determined the battle was their grasp of timing and precision of the execution of battle techniques. More often than not, it was the cultivator who was more decisive and had sharper moves who emerged victorious. Having a deeper understanding of the dueling ring, Zhang Xian walked over to the registration counter and passed his ethereal card over. "What name do you wish to go by? It's fine to use a nickname too." The person at the counter, a young lady in her 20s, asked. "Nickname?" Zhang Xian pondered for a moment. Such dueling ring would require one to take on a nickname so that it would be easier to refer to them. "Since I am able to preserve my anonymity in here, I shouldn't use my real name," Zhang Xian thought. Doing so would be just like the fools who used their real names on the internet in his previous life. Let me see. Yang Xian, Sun Chong, Xianzhong, Luo Tianya. The identities Zhang Xian had assumed in the past flashed through his head in an instant, and the next moment, he said, "Call me World's Edge." World's Edge? The young lady nodded as she jotted the name down on a book before her. It did not take long for his match to be arranged. Next round, World's Edge versus Shadow Lurker. Amid roaring cheers, Zhang Xian walked into the dueling ring. The dueling ring was circular in shape, and the surroundings were sealed by a crystalline barrier. Through the screens around the dueling ring, spectators were able to see the details of the duel from outside. The opponent that he was facing was a slim, middle-aged man. Even though their cultivation was both Saint Wundan, he commanded an aura that pressurized his opponents. I've heard of Shadow Lurker before. Even though this is his first duel, he's actually quite a formidable expert. Indeed. I chatted with him earlier, and we even exchanged a few blows. His reflexes and movement speed are truly top-notch. At the very least, I gauge that his cultivation must be equivalent to Dimension Shatterer Realm Intermediate Stage. He's actually so powerful. The Ethereal Hall really is filled with many experts. It seems like that there will be something interesting to look out for in this match then. Just that, I wonder if World's Edge will be able to put up a worthy fight. His name sounds so childish. I doubt that he's a formidable expert. Indeed, what World's Edge? It makes me cringe just by listening to it. It was impossible to determine a person's true identity through the ethereal token, but nevertheless, through casual conversation and exchanging blows, it was still possible to roughly gauge a person's true strength and standing as long as the person was not intentionally hiding it. Those who had interacted with Shadow Lurker before knew that he was a fairly powerful cultivator. As such, they did not think too well of the fellow he was going to face. "Let's begin." Shadow Lurker gazed at the young man before him coldly and taunted. "I won't be going easy on you." He was planning to make use of this opportunity to forge a name for himself in the Ethereal Hall. Just like those experts who had made their fame there by achieved consecutive victories, he would do the same and make the name Shadow Lurker resound across the entire Ethereal Hall. On the other hand, Zhang Xian lifted his hand and beckoned him. "Let's start then." "Who?" With light footsteps, Shadow Lurker flitted toward Zhang Xian with bizarre footwork that caused his silhouette to appear a little illusory. Seeing the other party's moves, Zhang Xian nodded slightly. While the occupations in the Azure were not as developed as the Master-Teacher continent, their grasp of battle techniques and combat skills were clearly superior. Any single one of them would be more than a match for the Master Teachers of the Master Teacher Pavilion. Of course, This might be due to their possession of the ethereal token too. After all, not even combat masters could keep fighting on and on without getting injured. I can't win right away, or else it'll be hard for me to get matched with my next opponent, Zhang Xian thought. As profound as Shadow Lurker's moves appeared to be, Zhang Xian was still able to see at least 8 flaws in them without relying on the library of Heaven's Path. It would be a walk in the park for him to achieve victory. But this was an open duel. If he won in a single move, it would be difficult to find his next opponent. Without an opponent, how could he make his fortune? And if he did not earn sufficient money that day, the 10th direct disciple that he had just taken in could very well breathe his last breath tonight. Coming to realize all of this, Zhang Xian swiftly charged forward to trade blows with his opponent. Pung pung pung. In the blink of an eye, he had already started clashing with Shadow Lurker. Oh, it seems like World's Edge isn't too weak. The move that Shadow Lurker executed earlier is the space-breaking footwork, right? Is it really possible for a Saint One Dan to execute such a powerful battle technique? Is that the drifting palm? Has it always been so powerful? Those two moves are incredibly ingenious, and yet, World's Edge managed to dodge them so easily. Is it just luck, or does he actually have something in him? When the battle first started, everyone thought that it would be completely one-sided. However, when the situation did not go as expected, everyone slowly widened their eyes in incredulity. Just as they had previously guessed, Shadow Lurker was indeed a powerful cultivator. His every single maneuver carried exceptional might. Despite that, even though World's Edge's moves were ordinary and a little flustered even, he was still able to dodge every one of Shadow Lurker's attacks and even find windows of opportunity to retaliate. This really cast doubt over the matter. If it was just luck, World's Edge could not have dodged Shadow Lurker's attacks by just a millimeter each and every time. But if World's Edge was truly doing it intentionally, just how powerful must he be to pull off such a dangerous feat each and every time? Look, World's Edge is going to counterattack, someone suddenly shouted. In the first 10 blows or so, Shadow Lurker had been the one on the offensive, and World's Edge could only defend against his blows. But right now, the tables had turned. As Shadow Lurker found that his offense was not reaching his enemy at all, he slowly lost his patience, and World's Edge made use of this opportunity to control the flow of the battle. At that moment, Zhang Xian wobbled unstably on the spot for a moment before abruptly thrusting his right palm forward. On the other hand, Shadow Lurker seemed to have expected this abrupt attack and was not caught off guard. Without any hesitation, he thrust his left palm forward to meet the other party's attack. Just as the two palms were about to meet, World's Edge suddenly pulled his right palm back and redirected the momentum of his strike to his left palm instead. Before anyone could even react, World's Edge had managed to strike Shadow Lurker squarely in the chest. To think that the previous right palm thrust was another feint. To be able to switch between feints and real attacks so freely. Not even the Lord of Starlight City is capable of such a feat, right? You are underestimating the Lord of Starlight City too much. I have watched some of the City Lord's open duels over the past few years, and he has used similar moves before. What appeared to be a feint would suddenly turn into a real strike if one failed to guard against it, and vice versa. This is a move that requires perfect control over your body, otherwise it would be impossible to exert and retract strength so freely. Countless cultivators desire to learn this technique, but very few of them are able to get to the point where they can execute it in a real battle. I have practiced this technique for more than 3 years, but even I'm not completely confident in pulling it off safely. Yet, World's Edge actually managed to do it so easily. Frightening. Allow me to take back my earlier words. World's Edge is definitely a true expert. Could he possibly be the Lord of Starlight City in disguise? How can that be? I know the nickname used by the City Lord in his open duels, and it definitely isn't this. Someone who has won countless duels like the City Lord wouldn't have any reason to pass himself off as a minor figure who hasn't even won a single match, right? The ability to switch freely between feints and real attacks might not seem too difficult, but throughout Starlight City, there were no more than a handful of cultivators who were able to pull it off. Thus, it was inevitable that the crowd would be shocked to see such a high-level feat being executed by an unknown figure. Pung. The shadow lurker staggered backward several steps as fresh blood dripped from his lips. While it was impossible for cultivators to die for real in the ethereal hall, they would still experience pain and vomit blood after incurring injuries. This was to ensure an accurate simulation of reality. I have lost. Knowing that he would only lose more tragically if the battle continued, Shadow Lurker willingly admitted his defeat. He had intended to make use of this opportunity to make his name, but who could have known that he would be defeated in his very first battle? Right after, a young lady's voice sounded from the outside. Do you wish to proceed on to the next duel, or leave the dueling ring? After clearing the first battle, one had the choice to continue battling or give up. I'll proceed on to the second round, Zhang Xian replied without hesitation. While he did exert himself a little in the last battle, he still had plenty of strength left. Besides, he had not raked in the money that he needed to buy the Blue Sun pill yet, so how could he leave? Very soon, he had been paired up with an opponent. This time, his opponent was no longer a newbie but a veteran who had already fought several battles. His opponent seemed to have realized that he would not be easy to deal with, so as soon as the battle began, he immediately dashed forward and launched a barrage of relentless attacks, hoping to suppress him right from the start. This left Zhang Xian with no choice but to dodge again and again. After all, he had to drag the battle on for a bit so as to not scare his next opponent away. That's infinitesimal maneuver, the crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Infinitesimal maneuver refers to the feat of dodging an opponent's attack by a hair's breadth each and every time. This allows one to conserve as much energy as possible, and it puts one in a better position to launch a counterattack. Of course, it is a double-edged sword as the slightest carelessness could spell the end. To think that World's Edge would actually be able to utilize such a high-level skill. That must have taken him decades of tough training, right? It would already be an incredible feat if one could achieve it within decades of training. I have a cousin who is determined to master infinitesimal maneuver. He has trained for 30 years in order to pull it off, but nevertheless, he still doesn't dare execute it in a real battle. This maneuver doesn't just test the precision of one's control. More importantly, it's a test of one's state of mind. Without absolute confidence in one's abilities, there is no way one would dare use this combat skill. Many cultivators among the crowd were already rendered speechless. In the ethereal hall, it was no exaggeration to say that those two combat skills were the marks of a true expert. Oblivious to the shock outside of the dueling ring, Zhang Xian dragged the match on for roughly 10 blows before defeating this opponent with a swift strike. While waiting for his third opponent, Zhang Xian could not help but nod in satisfaction at his own performance. It was tough, but I think I should have disguised my strength quite well. It is really stifling to have to exert only a 20th of my true strength like this, but it is also that I'll have enough opponents to last me to the 8th round. Sighing deeply, Zhang Xian raised his head to face his third opponent. This is the English translation of Tianya. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.